Chapter 321. Given the rate at which cultivators moved, and their desire for exploration, it seemed logical that the whole world would have been scoured many times over. Every inch picked through for things that were of interest. Of course, there were many factors that made that not the case. First, while those with higher cultivations were able to travel quickly, they seldom paid close attention to their surroundings except to avoid danger. Even if they were looking for something in specific, certain treasures had ways of hiding from their senses. While it might not be specifically intended for cultivators, plants preferred to be eaten by specific sorts of beasts to spread their seeds. And that also assumed that everything interesting was on the surface and more or less stationary. But the world wasn't static, but dynamic and ever-changing. The fact of the matter was that the number of cultivators in the world was also not so many as to have explored everything. Especially with the huge loss that came some centuries prior, to the point that modern cultivators hadn't even been aware of the specific reasons things ended up how they were. Specifically, an invasion by ascended individuals. Information had intentionally been sowed to indicate it was just a war among cultivators. And while that couldn't change the memories of individuals, it seemed the Twin Soul sect and those like them had worked behind the scenes for some time to make the matter properly murky. Along with time itself naturally confusing issues, few individuals remained aware of what happened, though some had dredged it up. Like Everhart himself. With all of that said, Anton understood how things could still be hidden. And so the mere fact that nobody had found them yet meant nothing, especially with regards to his current target. Everhart had a track record for keeping his tombs completely unknown until the intended time to reveal them. That was possibly partly by virtue of the simplest method of hiding something, putting it behind or under something else. In short, usually buried in the ground or in the side of a mountain where it was naturally difficult to sense with energy. It was reasonable to assume that the most grandiose of Everhart's tombs was also his last. One tied to information on ascension and absurdly located on the moon, except for a large quantity of teleportation formations that had likewise been hidden until the time came. It stood to reason that if there were more tombs, they would reveal themselves when Everhart intended. But that assumed two things. First was that Everhart was infallible and nothing had gone wrong. And second, that he didn't have anything intentionally kept secret. The thought had begun scratching at the back of Anton's mind at some point, and he couldn't shake it. It wasn't a supernatural compulsion, but it still turned into something of an obsession. For all his uncertainty about the personality of the man, Everhart's work was impressive. So far, there had been no complete notes on his prowess with formations. Anton also suspected he was the sort to keep caches of resources scattered about for his use. And they might not have all been consumed as of yet. Anton could spout a dozen reasons. But truthfully, he was just searching for something. Something that could help against the impending invasion, more than just sitting tight and waiting for it to happen. In normal situations, Anton would have been a fan of the status quo. Nothing in particular changing as long as people were still given room to grow. But despite the rapid development in various areas, Anton still felt it wasn't enough. If the luminous Ocean Society and others like them had been destroyed, it just didn't seem like enough. Perhaps in a few decades the order would match up to some extent, but even a handful of great sects wouldn't be enough. Perhaps nothing would, but Anton had to try, and Everhart had some of the answers. Maybe he wouldn't like the answers. Maybe they weren't even available in this world anymore, instead tightly locked up inside Everhart's head when he ascended. Yet that didn't mean Anton wouldn't find anything. And of course, he wasn't going to reject things that had no relation to Everhart. Any information on ancient sects that had been destroyed would be something to take note of. All of that was how Anton found himself standing in the grasslands of Ambati, where the enlightened Cloud Society once stood. I see what you mean. Aatond! Anton spread his senses out, finding nothing but plants, animals, and dirt. Even 10 or 20 meters down, there was nothing. Every stone dismantled, down to the last brick. The discovery was quite well known to the previous generation. I remember hearing about it. A place not on any maps. Suddenly rocketing into the public view. Despite lingering dangers, the treasures in the area were tantalizing to seekers from Ambati and eventually the rest of the continent. And then he gestured. It ran out. It has once more returned to not being on maps because there is nothing. I didn't disbelieve you, Anton nodded, but I still thought there would be more to see. I can't even tell where things were a Nemur. It's as if it never existed. Unpleasant to think about. Is it not? Ayaton shook his head. It is strange to think that the great treasures that were there might have been left behind, not because they couldn't be taken, but because they were deemed of insufficient value. Truthfully, I do not know if the world has a chance against an invasion of such power. Perhaps not, but one thing I do know. The luminous Ocean Society more or less stood on its own, defending its own lands. Many others might have done the same. Perhaps some manner of unity will make a chance for us. In addition to that, Ascensian techniques are very widespread now. Anton nodded seriously. We may not be able to win, but we can make the cost too great for the invasion to be worthwhile. I don't suppose the Order has any secret information to provide, Ayatand asked. Numbers? Strength? Anything. Not more than we've already done. I think I told you of the memories I was shown. I got the feeling that wasn't the whole of the enemy forces, but just a part. However, Anton held up a finger. It is important to note that they weren't invincible, and it doesn't make sense to me that they would not value Ascension cultivators more highly than we value life transformation experts. If enough of them can be killed, it has to be possible. It seems strange to me that there could be so many ascended individuals, Ayatund commented, and that they would attack us. How many people from here actually achieve ascension? Likely less than one per year, perhaps even fewer. It is my understanding that they come from other worlds as well, worlds similar to our own. I don't know much more than that, Anton sighed. That's the problem. The mystery. We don't know what we'll be up against. At least it is the same for them. When Anton looked surprised, Ayatand continued. Is it not? Can they observe us here without us knowing? If that is the case, I would not think that the Luminous Ocean Society would have kept anything secret from them. Like the Vault of Ascension techniques. Anton's eyes lit up. You are right. They can't know what we're doing. At least, any knowledge of our world has to be imperfect for them. Perhaps it is passed along to them by spies, or their techniques are limited. They might know we are preparing to fight them. But they might not. It would depend on whether the Twin Soul sect can give them information. But I can't say I understand the reincarnation they are supposed to have. I understand the idea in principle, but it's not like we could experience it. I don't like the idea that even killing them is a success on their part in some ways. Ayat grimaced. Me neither. But on the other hand, if they are successfully eradicated, we'll have a couple decades without them. That's something. Ayatan shook his head. But didn't Everhart leave a trap for them? Shouldn't he have known what would happen when they died? Why would he not do anything? Nobody is perfect. They can't cover everything. Outside of what could be perceived in normal space, some version of Everhart grinned. His eyes were sunken, his body little more than skin and bones. He had no energy to maintain anything resembling youthful looks. Not that anyone who viewed him would be given the chance to remember, but though he appeared about to die, his crooked grin wouldn't cease. Everhart liked to talk, preferably to others so he could inform them of how smart he was. But lacking a target, talking to himself would do. Hey, those kids, they're gonna work me to death. I didn't think they'd send nearly so many people my way. Hopefully the numbers have slowed not because those bastards are holding out, but because there are hardly any left. Everhart paced around in a place that was nowhere. Stupid me. Why didn't I make some way to communicate with the rest? Ah. I know. The costs. What good is a little certainty when it can be traded away for power Everhart spit? If I were here, I'd strangle myself for those thoughts. Can't live for free. Should have known a man can't live on the satisfaction of killing traitors alone. He continued to pace. A trickle of energy continued to feed into him. There was no problem with that, at least. He just needed to keep himself together. After a long time of inactivity, he'd been subjected to a flurry of work. Now he just had to keep it up for a few measly years. Decades. Whatever those were called. A couple centuries of nothing but waiting might have knocked a few screws loose. If he ever had them to begin with. The worst part is, Everhart sighed, being stuck, unable to make any progress. Knowing my demise is inevitable. Well, that's another reason that I'd never check in on myself. for my own safety." He swiveled as another one appeared. They weren't even worthy of a cage. Given how they were devoid of anything that could be called equipment, their sense of self was lacking. It only took a wave of his hand to remove them. Having never experienced it himself, Everhart didn't know whether or not they might still exist afterwards. But he knew enough to say that they would not be in any state to convey information or receive their promised rewards. The difference between a broken, blank slate and a new person was irrelevant for these purposes. That was left to the philosophers, which was also him, on occasion. The others had to wonder if they were people. Everhart knew they weren't, and the him here had that knowledge. But maybe he was more than just energy imbued with purpose. But the question was, if he was anything more than that. Did it matter he wasn't going to shirk his duties? Whether person or not, he understood that the job had to be done. He just couldn't help but wonder if the true Everhart would bother to reincorporate them. There hadn't been a method to do so when this one was made, but that wouldn't stop Everhart if he wanted to. But maybe there was no purpose to it. Useless memories that were better to not have, and little else. Besides, the original Everhart might not have wanted to do it. There was no thought about it before. But this one's experiences told him that he would do it, given the chance. They would not be allowed to be individuals of any sort. That would be crazy. But perhaps somehow they might combine into the whole. That ought to teach him a lesson about making projections willy-nilly. Hundreds, no thousands of years of isolation forced into him all at once. But while it was a nice thought, traitors had to be dealt with first, and then he wouldn't exist. It was stupid, but that was just the kind of person he was. It was just that for a third people he left behind a smattering of semi-useful techniques and knowledge. He simply hadn't thought to leave anything for himself. Chapter 322. Within a year, Anton had exhausted the readily available options for remnants of ancient sects. Unlike the secret realm of the luminous ocean society, most had not remained intact, and they certainly didn't have functioning training areas. Most were preserved better than the enlightened Cloud sect, though sometimes that was because the value of the materials in question was not worth the effort of dismantling. Others were saved by sects or clans interested in preserving history, though such cases were unfortunately rare. As for finding more of Everhart's tombs, while there were always rumors about them cropping up in some place or another, none were legitimate. Anton still went to check out a few regardless, but he knew that any Rielone would manage to have a further-reaching announcement. That could have been where he gave up. The time and effort he was willing to devote to such an endeavor wasn't unlimited. And tracking down ever more obscure rumors was bound to be a waste of his time. However, more options had opened up in recent years, specifically outside of the continent. In the half a decade since the initial expeditions to reconnect with the rest of the world, travel had become easier. With a set route in place, attacks were minimized along the route. Beasts were either killed or learned not to attack the cultivators, though there were always exceptions. Even so, some manner of trade had been developed. Luxury goods for the most part, since each continent was quite self-sustained and the costs to ship low-value goods were far too high. Along with luxury goods, there were of course cultivators. They were able to deal with risk and had reasons to travel long distances, seeking their individual goals. And while teleportation was planned, it took more than a handful of years for people to become comfortable with the idea of foreign sects just being able to show up nearby. Location was important, though whether people wanted the teleportation formations to be closer or further away was also something that had to be managed. It could provide significant benefits of detriments to a region depending on how things were set up. And while cultivators were able to move swiftly in some instances, in others they tended to drag on like all human bureaucracy. So Anton took a boat. It was a boring trip with no krakens or giant turtles involved, though it seemed there were some groups interested in tracking the general migration of paradise. He wasn't part of the standard routes. Anton took one of the faster ships, built for speed rather than durability. That meant he was able to arrive in around 1 week rather than 3 or 4. Sitting around doing nothing productive for 2 extra weeks was just a waste. He could always discuss cultivation with those on board. But he had no guarantee anyone would be interested or that either side would benefit. So he chose the faster option. Then he had a whole continent to pick over. For the moment, he set his target onto different groups. The closer of the two was the tomb-seeking cult. He'd had little interaction with them outside of guiding one of their disciples for part of his time in Aragon, when he'd been trying to find the Twin Souls Smith. But if anyone would know about more of Everhart's tombs, it would be them. The second option was the Million Sword Vault, but they were closer to the far side of the continent. The tomb-seeking cult took their obsession very seriously, and that reflected in their main headquarters, or lack thereof. They did have a central location in the middle, western portion of Vasenith. But it was basically just a section of roughly tracked wilderness with temporary structures set up, lots of tents and log cabins, and no defensive formations. Anton wasn't even sure if they technically owned the area. But nobody seemed keen on removing them either, given that cultivators were prone to travel. Finding his one acquaintance there was a stroke of luck. He could have easily been off on some mission. Or dead. It was an unpleasant thought. But with the tomb-seeking cult being particularly zealous in their hunt of Twin Soul sect members, they had taken recent losses. But Augustus Brasant and Alif, so Anton quickly found his wave over to the man. Master Anton. August greeted him enthusiastically as he approached. I had wondered if we would ever meet again. It's something you can never know until you do, Anton shrugged. There wasn't much deeper meaning to that thought. It was just that eventually people would meet for the last time. Well, take a look at yourself. You've advanced quite nicely into early essence collection. It is thanks to your advice, Agus inclined his head. For what reason have you come to seek us here? It's quite simply a matter related to your specialty, Anton explained. I was wondering if you or the others had received word of any more of Everhart's tombs since. The one 15 years ago. It surprised Anton to say that last part, but time had been flowing rapidly. If he thought back, he could see how all he had done filled the years. But if he did not focus, they seemed to slip through his grasp. Not a single one, I am afraid. Agus shook his head. It is a matter of some disappointment among us, though there have been longer periods. I'd like to tell you something useful. But if we haven't heard, then no one has. And if any of us had heard of one, we all would have. Asking the others won't change the answer. Anton nodded, with the common thread between them being that specific thing. Any tomb of Everhart wasn't something that could be kept secret, even by those higher up. In fact, it became even more important for them to share the information. I suspected as much. In that case, I am interested in historical records of previous tombs, and perhaps visiting them myself. Oh, well, Maxine will be very excited. She's the current keeper of lore, Agus explained. Would you like to go see her now? Anton nodded. Then come with me. He headed immediately for some of the more permanent structures in the area. The area around them was the most trafficked and thus had the least random undergrowth impeding them. Not that it was a huge issue for cultivators, which was how the various paths managed to be rather straight between points of interest instead of winding. The great libraries of sects were usually well guarded. But beyond the various disciples wandering nearby, there weren't any standing watch. Then again, various nearby structures housed many of the higher-ranking cultivators among them. The structure they were heading towards seemed to have been expanded upon as necessary. Various horizontal and vertical extensions, not matching any of the others in age or even necessarily style. Inside was only a single person at the moment, presumably the lorekeeper Maxine. The typical image of such a person was old and decrepit, but Maxine was nearly the opposite. She wasn't exactly on GA Waction, but she showed only minimal signs of age. She looked up as they entered. Hello? I don't recognize you. Her gaze focused on Anton in particular. I am not a member of the tomb-seeking cult, Anton pointed out. So that is to be expected. Really? She raised an eyebrow. I'd have thought you were. I sense the influence of some of Everhart's techniques on you. With how many he's made, I'd be more surprised if anyone didn't have something tied to his techniques in some way, Anton pointed out. Sure, Maxine shrugged, but these are more specific, not terribly often practiced. I sense some old scars from candle wax. And I believe you practice fleeting youth. I am surprised, Anton admitted, especially at recognizing the latter. I thought it was rather less known. In fact, before he obtained it, he presumed no one had it. Has it so quickly spread to this continent to the point you instantly recognize it? Oh, You are from Brogora. Maxine's eyes lit up. I have so many questions. But first, yours. It's been here for a while. It's honestly practiced very little, except among us. A few elders who have desired a boost in power, most wouldn't recognize it. But I have studied everything I can in detail. That one. I can't use myself. Not for a few decades at minimum. And I am not really ready to give up on certain things. She coughed. But, Brogora. Tell me everything you know about Everhart's tombs there. It's so hard to get reliable information. I was thinking of going on a trip myself, but... All right, Anton cut her off. But I'd like to exchange some information. I am interested in things local to Asuneth, for example. Absolutely. I believe that information should be freely shared. A lot of people hate Everhart's forbidden techniques, but they were just forbidden because it was dangerous for them. Or the practitioners, but I don't see why people complain when they're clearly marked. Maxine sighed. People know what they're getting into. Why not let them? Most people don't enjoy the prospect of themselves or others getting hurt. And encouraging forbidden techniques also encourages those being used against them to some extent. If everyone makes use of self-destructive methods to battle, it could result in both sides perishing and no victors. Same as regular wounds, Maxine shrugged. People accept certain hits to land their own attack. I don't think it's much different. Anton disagreed on a philosophical level, but she was entitled to her opinion. I wanted to see a list of what tombs had appeared, and where. Ah, easy. Maxine waved her hand and a thin notebook flew off the shelves. Here it is. That's it. Anton raised an eyebrow. It was hardly more than a few pages, listing dates and locations. What? Maxine shrugged. They appear maybe every handful of years on average, which means no more than 20th century. Less than 100 total, including what we know of Brogora. That's a fair point, Anton admitted. Also, the description of what was inside each all are separate, Maxine pointed out. Some of us have made extensive documents on traps and formations and other features. I am so frustrated I didn't get to visit the last one. How was I supposed to know it was on the moon? And had its own ecosystem? She waved her arms about. He just said it was about ascension. Why would anyone but life transformation cultivators need to go there? Obviously, I would have anyway, but not everyone could go. She shook her head. But, yeah, that's it. The whole list. I can add a few more on here, from Brogora, Anton noted. It probably wouldn't make much difference either way since they were basically all rubble now. But in the interest of completion, he added the first one he'd visited, then the unannounced one in Ambati. Ooh. One that wasn't publicized. Fascinating. Maxine reacted as he explained it. A shame it was so broken down, though. It was a strange one for that, Anton admitted. Many others had their structural integrity compounded against their future. However that works, I don't know why one would be in such ill repair. Maybe he made a mistake, Maxine shrugged. Then she looked around. Some members view him as the pinnacle of perfection, but I am more cautious than that. Though he was amazingly impactful even after his death. Or ascension, Anton offered the alternative. Right, nobody knows. He did say he's probably dead now, though. Or rather, one of his projections, Anton nodded. Something about too many enemies. It seemed some of them might have been ascended as well. Or perhaps he was implying making new enemies? You spoke to his projections? Tell me everything. Maxine was quite excited. Sweeping a pile of potentially important papers and books off of her desk and placing down blank parchment and preparing to write. So Anton explained what he had heard, as well as he could remember. His mind had been tempered, which helped with recall. But there were still possibilities to forget details. Taking the time to properly reflect on a certain time period helped. After he finished, he was interested in trying to see if any of the tombs on Asenath had been less destroyed than the norm. If anyone would know, it should be Maxine and the records of the tomb-seeking cult. Chapter 3, 23. Two figures walked through the unpopulated wilderness. An older man and one much younger. I appreciate you coming along with me, Anton offered to Agus. Being alone grows old quickly. And an extra pair of arms to fend off danger is appreciated as well. I am not exactly doing this altruistically, Agus pointed out. It's to return a favor. And maybe gain some standing within my sect? Decent enough reasons, but you were still the first to extend the offer. So I am thankful. What do you think we'll find at this next place? Given the rest. A pile of dirt and brick? Agus speculated dismally. Though I haven't actually been to this one. It's further than the rest. All of Everhart's tombs had been in out-of-the-way locations. The man had a knack for picking areas where even cultivators wouldn't expand to in the course of time. Yet they were also reachable, appearing mainly in barren stretches of land. The tomb-seeking cult had quite thoroughly combed through the locations nearest to themselves. But they confirmed there was little remaining but collapsed facilities and occasionally extreme untrusted weaponry with faded enchantments. Anton had gone to confirm, not because he didn't believe them, but to get a good idea of the state things were in. Some of the locations even had entirely new levels of topsoil that had formed over them in the time since they were active. Now they were moving towards one at the top of a mountain, carved into the stone where nobody would bother traversing regularly. It had still also been concealed until the designated time. If it had been intended as a sort of training, it hadn't been obvious, as it mainly had traps and little explanation, only warnings by a projection of Everhart to keep out. Which of course had the opposite effect. The journey did not take long for two essence collection cultivators, and they soon found themselves outside of what had been the entrance. Rubble had fallen to close the mouth, but if that was the only thing, it would have been trivial to deal with. Anton carefully weaved his energy through the area. Slipping between the cracks, This particular facility had seemed appropriate for essence collection cultivators, which meant it was actually quite a bit more extensive than the first one he had visited. Yet the branching corridors actually allowed him to get a decent picture of how it might have once been. I still feel the remains of traps in the walls, though in the form of rusty spikes for the most part. The treasures were at the furthest point. I presume Agus nodded, looking at the copied documents in his hands. That's right. Past a flooded chamber, I believe. It's collapsed now, Anton said, but here is still a pool in some of it. And then, Anton frowned. Strange. What is it? Agus asked. Here is a sarcophagus. Oh, yeah. He loved to throw those around as decoys. It's listed here. Right, but this one is intact, Anton pointed out. That's interesting, Agus admitted. Think we can dig it out? I am not sure, Anton admitted. It doesn't seem particularly structurally stable, but on the other hand, the main damage seems to be to artificial supports. We might have to shore up the passageways. Do you have any experience with mining? Anton asked. Nope, Agus admitted. I was raised in the sect after my parents died, mostly because they wanted loyal disciples. Agus shrugged. I have to admit. It worked. I got to visit one active tomb and was hooked from there. And I have no reason to give up on being a cultivator. Well, I have worked with a few miners lately, Anton explained. We're not trying to take out veins of anything, so it's actually quite simple. We'll have to put in a bit of labor, though. Thus they started. The outer layer of rubble was mostly smaller rocks, less than the size of their torsos. That meant they could lift each piece, which they chucked out of the opening into a nearby pile. It wasn't necessary to open the whole passageway, but Anton had them focus on one side where they could uncover natural stone. They added simple bracings made from nearby trees. Using unseasoned wood meant that their work wouldn't last forever, but it was more than good enough for a few days. Slicing apart the trees with any sharp instrument was easy enough, though Anton avoided using his sword-like bow because it felt like some sort of heresy. But Anton carried a selection of tools with him, and the extras he was able to purchase in a nearby town. There were various routes they might take, but some paths had large chunks of stone regardless. Breaking apart stone was trivial. But breaking it apart without affecting everything around it was more difficult. Anton could have done it on his own. But Agus was eager to show off his precision with his spear, piercing into a rock as tall as himself and splitting it into neat quarters, which were then further broken down for convenience. Each meter of progress took a few minutes even with their natural energy supporting them. And it was a very long pair of days for them to finally reach the sarcophagus. What do the papers say about this one? Anton asked. Let's see. We had no disciples in the deep chamber when it was discovered. We showed up a little bit later. But as the vault was looted, the entire place began to collapse. The sarcophagus was only determined to be empty, and that was all. It's not covering anything, Anton determined, but this chamber isn't collapsed in the same way. Oh, you are right, Agus agreed. I can still see the worked pillars, and they don't seem to have a formation active. They're just worked stone. It can last thousands of years if left untouched. I think this was probably here before Everhart, who merely took advantage of it. This particular room, anyway. Anton placed one hand on the sarcophagus lid. It was carved with formation runes, but they were inactive. This was some sort of defensive formation to keep people out. I think. That seems right, Agus nodded. But it doesn't feel familiar. Most of us learn a bit about formations. Given Everhart's proclivities, but he had a very specific style. This doesn't fit. As an expedition to learn about Everhart, it's a bit of a failure, Anton admitted. But this is an interesting discovery regardless. What do you think happened to the body? I would say it decayed, Agus frowned, but looking at the quality of this thing. It had to be for a powerful cultivator. It should have lasted for some time. I am guessing. Everhart took it to study. Yeah, that sounds right. Graverobing wouldn't be beneath Everhart. In fact, cultivators weren't known for respecting the graves of those they could consider to be their enemies. The practice of burying people with valuables waxed and waned, but sometimes the prize was the corpse itself. Things could be learned from the corpse of a powerful cultivator, if someone knew how to look. Anton hadn't delved deep into that topic. But some weaknesses twin soul sex techniques were gleaned from the corpses of their members. A bit morbid, but practical. And they deserved it. So who would it be, Anton wondered aloud. Everhart had many enemies. And information about them often died with them, Agus shrugged. I suppose I would note that the lid was removed peacefully. But that could simply be for practical retrieval. Right, Anton nodded. I think we'd have to study the potential power of these formations more. For that, I think it would be best to retrieve it from here and bring it to some experts. We would very much like to study it, Agus pointed out. Of course, you are the first option there. But I hope you aren't averse to hiring outside consultants. It's more that they're averse to's, Agus admitted. Some people find us unsettling. I think the worshipful attitude towards a pretty terrible person is, what does it? Hey! Agus grinned. Wekno was terrible, but he was also strong, and other groups elevate worse people just because they're strong. Worse than Everhart, Anton raised an eyebrow. He didn't go around slaughtering innocent people. Or use them as test subjects, Agus pointed out. That we've heard of. That's a fair point, Anton admitted. The common person had little to fear from him. With some difficulty, they began to move the sarcophagus into their storage bags. Though it was little larger than a person on the inside, it was made of heavy stone. Anton suspected it was extraordinarily durable, but didn't attempt anything more than a superficial test in case it wasn't. Like many materials cultivators used, that strength came with its own weight. The lid was easy enough. But the main body of the sarcophagus required both of them straining with the majority of their energy, while the magic bag was stretched open to the limit to slide it in. Before leaving, I want to take some notes on the formation markings here, Agus pointed. Some of them haven't fully decayed. This is Everhart's stuff. It doesn't seem new, but complete information is better. I am surprised any survived at all, Anton admitted. Given its future was bet against it. But I suppose it didn't need as much resistance to aging, so it lasted better afterwards. It's hard to say, Agus admitted. Replicating the effect is nearly impossible since most of the pieces of the formation to do so are likewise subject to the effect and destruction. The only hope is getting it when it's active, but Everhart preferred to keep most of that on the four sides of walls, where people couldn't snoop. Anton helped Tegus take notes, his limited training in formations with Katerina helping immensely. The biggest part was taking note of the locations of bits and pieces relative to each other. Since everything was quite incomplete, after surveying several more locations in a loop, none of which had anything else quite so interesting, Anton and Agus returned once more to the center of the tomb, seeking Cult. Many of the people present were different, with the notable exception of Maxine. She was quite excited to hear what they found. When they pulled out the lid, she nodded. This is definitely not Everhart's work. It's too restrained and enduring. He didn't make things to last forever. He made them to last exactly long enough for his purposes and no more. I remember reading about this sarcophagus. But since the place collapsed shortly afterwards, everyone assumed it was crushed in the process. But since he didn't make it. Do you know who might have? Anton asked. I don't recognize anything right away, she admitted. I'm not exactly a formation master, but I am still familiar with many current and ancient styles. So it's a bit odd, actually. And this, it seems to have been intended to decay the body faster. Maxine gestured to some of the runes on the inside of the main section. Anton asked. Couldn't they just burn it or something? A good question, to which I have no answer. That means Everhart might not have emptied it at all, Agus pondered. It could have been just a skeleton. A pile of dirt, maybe. Whatever it was has been cleared out, Maxine determined. If it even worked at all. I can't tell what the power source would have been. It looks almost like it relied on ambient natural energy. But without any gathering ability, a formation like that would hardly stand up to one good punch from a spirit-building cultivator, let alone anyone important, or able to move this thing. A few weeks of travel and investigation, and all they had come away with was a mystery, one that might not be related to what Anton wanted to find, though in truth. He was basically just confirming what he already assumed, that there was no useful information left. But perhaps this sarcophagus might reveal something interesting regardless. Chapter 324. The Tomb. Seeking Cult called in others they trusted to aid Maxine in studying the sarcophagus. Anton contributed what he could, but his knowledge of formations was limited to the few pieces he instantly recognized. But that was exactly why having a variety of people with different specialties was important. Nobody could do everything. No matter how much time they had to learn, the ultimate conclusion they came to was confusing. Here's no way this ever did anything, Maxine proclaimed after weeks of thoroughly poring over the fine details of the sarcophagus. No matter how much natural energy was present, it wouldn't be enough to activate it. But we did learn some things. Like, despite how it looks, the sarcophagus wasn't meant to last forever. It was supposed to fade away on its own when its work was done. What was wrong with it? Anton asked. Why can't it work? We can't tell. Maxine shook her head. Everything seems highly intentional. It just shouldn't be able to function. Even if a life transformation expert were placed in the sarcophagus, the density of their natural energy would be insufficient to activate it. I think that leaves a pretty clear picture then. Anton waved his hand. Doesn't it? What else could... Oh ha! Maxine's face lit up. No wonder. Yes, of course. It had to be for someone who had achieved ascension. It fits, but... Why bother? If you were going to destroy a corpse, why do it slowly and inefficiently? She frowned. Something doesn't fit. I would expect allies to be preserved respectfully and enemies to be straightforwardly eradicated. Perhaps here is some cultural significance missing. It could be, Anton shrugged. But maybe it was somehow practical for something. It might help to see it active. Unfortunately, that requires. Her eyes flickered to Anton. Ascension energy. Do you think you could? I am not going in there, if that's what you are asking. No, of course not. Maxine waved him off. That would give us a single instant of observation at most. A complete waste of your life. But you have practiced fleeting youth, and the scan call upon ascension energy. If you can activate it at all, that will confirm our theory to some extent. I still have less energy than a life transformation expert, Anton pointed out. Just because I can call upon some doesn't mean it will work. Right. But I think you could possibly make a small portion of the formation react. We should try it. As for how to do that safely... Maxine stood in thought for a bit. Eventually, they decided to have him extend a bundle of ascension energy into the sarcophagus, while others held up the lid. It would be set down to cut off his connection and contain the results of whatever happened when his energy interacted. There were a few tense moments leading up to the actual implementation of the plan, but the end result was a few runes briefly glowing, but it at least lent some credence to the idea. Right, so... It's meant to activate with ascension energy, Maxine said. The natural energy we had here wasn't good enough. And it would take quite a lot. The question still is why neither Anton nor Norigis had answers for that. And the other formation experts weren't much help either. Someone like that. It should just take a flick of the wrist to destroy the body. Quite thoroughly, I imagine. If that's what they wanted to accomplish, why bother bringing something like this? Evelia was the one to answer that with some more speculation. Perhaps they were worried about the recovery time. It's not actually that insignificant a portion of their energy, I imagine. A 10th or 20th, maybe. Anton, how long does it take to recover your ascension energy? Not terribly long, Anton admitted. A day or two at most, and I can draw upon it, even if I exhausted my access. More or less the same as replenishing my stores of natural energy? Avelia shook her head. That can't be it, then. It cold matter. But to go through all this instead of just holding on to it for a safe day or two? Seems excessive. It can't be that easy to make something like this. I'd have to agree, Anton said. Especially considering this likely was part of the previous invasion. If it were easy to mech at this, why would they need anything here? Well, that question applies anyway. We can ask some people as we tear them apart, Maxine suggested. This is your world, and they can't have any of it. There were sentiments of agreement from everyone present. People were almost becoming impatient for the attack, though they also needed all the time they could to prepare. Over the next year, Anton went to visit the rest of Everhart's tombs on Asenath, finding them just as destroyed as all of the others. There weren't any lucky finds like the sarcophagus, and the dangers were likewise destroyed. It was just a process of going from place to place and being ready to accept disappointment. Aegis was quite apologetic that the tomb-seeking cult hadn't been able to help. But Anton reminded him he hadn't really expected anything. One continent had nothing. Why should another? During that journey he had passed by the scorching mirror desert, where the Million Sword Vault stood, and now he was returning to enter it once more. Some familiarity with the area helped him be more at ease. But it was still an unpleasant journey. He couldn't really use his eyes. And even his energy senses were distorted by the swirling reflective sands. But he knew where he was going. And the increase in cultivation had extended his sensory range somewhat further, so he didn't even have to get as close as before. He wasn't tracking anyone this time, but he also didn't worry about avoiding disciples. If he encountered any, he was planning to approach them. They should remember him and his bow that he won from them. I can't believe you chose to come back here, Aegis complained, but in a good-spirited way. It's very unpleasant. Even though they were no longer looking for Everhart's tombs, Aegis decided to remain traveling with Anton. He got cultivation advice, and having a traveling companion was useful in emergencies. Besides, without any other duties, wandering the continent was basically the main objective of the tomb-seeking cult. I'd say you get used to it. But in truth, you learn to very much appreciate shelter. He had a better tent this time, more suited to the desert. It kept a reasonable temperature inside, even in the worst of the desert. It wouldn't protect against an actual flame attack, but it was excellent during the midday heat. Other than that, Anton relied on a special compass tuned to work in the desert where normal compass is often failed. Not much further now. A few moments later, 24 swords stabbed into the sand around them, creating an uncomfortable barrier surrounding the two. Aegis raised his spear and looked around in panic. Out from the sandstorm, a voice called, "Who dares disturb the sacred lands of the Million Sword Vault?" "They're sacred now?" Anton asked. "We have so many swords," Chicker said as she stepped into view. How could it not be sacred? Aegis immediately picked up on the distinct lack of hostility and relaxed slightly. "Seems like you were recognized." "She's one of them. The last time I came here, she was in a bloody battle with over a dozen of them. So yes, they're good friends." Anton knew that Aegis probably thought he was exaggerating, but that wasn't the case. Though spar might have been more appropriate than battle for the friendliness. The blood was real, though. "Is that one new?" Anton gestured to a sword. "Good old number 15. Or new, rather." Chiker nodded. "That's the third number 15 I've had since we last met. I've tracked down a handful of decent weapons in the last 8 years, Anton pointed out. "What?" "Really, I haven't gotten into nearly as many battles to the death as I thought I would have for that long." "I guess having a sect backing me helps." "Are you one of the ranking disciples?" Aegis asked. "Well, I am technically more like a guest, but they respect all aspiring sword masters and honored my master." Aegis leaned forward intently. "Ah, you are the singular disciple of Swordmaster Rahayu. You heard of him. Good." "He was pretty great. Is it true you saw him cut his way to ascension? What did it look like? Like this?" Chiker slashed the air. For more than a few moments, not a single speck of sand swirled into the area, leaving a strange gouge in the atmosphere. Then everything returned to normal. Anton grinned. "Oh, much closer." "You've made great progress." "Right. Still not that close, though." Chiker shrugged. "Sorry, Spear guy. It's not really the same. But I tried." "No, it's..." Aegis shook his head to deny her. "I just couldn't say anything because I was astounded. You are hardly even over than me," he sighed. "Too bad I wasn't trained by anyone that strong." He sheepishly turned to Anton. "No offense, Master Anton." "Don't worry." "I understand. But she was actually quite strong before her encounter with Swordmaster Rahayu." They only trained together for a few months. Aegis began to sweat from more than just the heat. "Is that so, We'll have to think about that." Anyway, Chiker redirected the conversation. "I assume you are not just here to see me." "Are you? It's pretty far." "Not just to see you, no," Anton admitted. "I was hoping to enlist the help of your sect in finding the remnants of ancient sects. Even those that have already been explored. I am hoping to find something, some sort of clue. But I can't really say if I even know what." "Interested in an expedition," Chiker nodded. Elder Warda might be able to direct you. He knows where everything in the vault came from, after all. I appreciate the suggestion, Anton nodded. May we enter? Of course, though you should probably officially ask at the gates. Chikr flicked her swords back into their sheaths and began walking. This way. It was a relief to be inside the stone halls of the Million Sword Vault. The heat was much diminished, and Anton was finally able to see properly once more. A number of disciples greeted Anton respectfully, but more bowed to Chikr as she walked past. The reactions to Aegis were mixed, from disinterest to pity to confusion. Spears were perfectly legitimate weapons, but carrying one in a place full of obsessed lunatics, he stood out. Nobody was hostile, but Aegis clearly didn't belong. Anton intentionally chose to have the sword, bow visible, instead of his less finger-chopping alternatives. But Aegis would do better to not have a sword, because he might be challenged to duels that he wasn't prepared for. After they found their way towards the actual vault area, finding Elder Warda wasn't difficult. Upon Anton's explanation of what he wanted, Elder Warda looked at him and nodded. Information? Sure. You'll just have to fight me for it. Fight you! Anton looked over the man. He was a life transformation expert. One of the strongest in Million Sword Vault, no doubt. To what end? Oh, that's simple. I just need to make sure you can survive. Of course. If you only want the locations of the weak sects, I can send you out with a pile of paper and a smile. I assume I don't have to win somehow, of course not. But you'll need to be serious so I can get a good read on you. Anton nodded. I know your doctors are unsurpassed at repairing slashing wounds. How are you with puncture wounds? Elder Warda looked almost offended. There are thousands of legitimate stabbing moves for use with swords, including varieties with very fine points. We can absolutely handle anything you can do to me. Good, Anton nodded. I wouldn't want to run into issues because of a stupid assumption. Where do we fight? Outside, Elder Warda said. Unless you want to be in here, I'd rather have a bit more distance, Anton said. Or a lot more, if that's possible. Having seen you shoot, I can't give you more than 5 kilometers. That should be enough for me to at least show off a few moves. Anton knew it wouldn't take the man very long to travel that distance, and he'd be able to focus on dealing with Anton's attacks exclusively, but it was still better than starting close. But if the man was anything like Chikr, he didn't want to use his sword, bow against them. They were far too familiar with blades. Chapter 3, 25. Everywhere outside of the structures set up by the Million Sword Vault was more or less equivalent in terms of terrain. While there were gradual rises and falls in the dunes, none of them would make much difference for a life transformation cultivator. Thus, the actual locations made little difference. Even Anton securing a position atop a rise would only make a slight difference. But he still made the choice because it would allow him to demonstrate a larger portion of his strength. Elder Warda, meanwhile, walked to a position exactly 5 kilometers away. Anton didn't see any tactical value of that exact position, but the ring around him that formed the other options were all quite similar. Between them, Chiker stood and waited for their signals. Once they both indicated they were ready, she amplified her voice to shout, "Begin!" As the voice reached Anton's ears, he knew Elder Warda would be moving at the same time. However, he always had to redirect his arrows in flight. Most opponents were just slower. His first arrows were tests, aimed straight at Elder Warda's core. As he planned, he was using his normal bow. The other wanted to form blades with his energy, and fighting against that would not help his situation. Warda appeared to only have a single sword in hand, though Anton knew that wasn't something that limited a sword master. It was simply a matter of style, but he could still try to take advantage of it. His first shot was cleanly chopped into by a one-handed chop. The next pair came from opposite directions at slightly offset times, but a single sweep dealt with both of them. Anton had already begun to form his energy bows, a handful of them solidifying in the air around him. Anton found that he could sustain his maximum output of energy on several at once along with his main weapon. Attempting to condense denser energy resulted in instability that ultimately had little increase in power. Thus, the extra bows were good, not just for purposes of distraction, but to match his power. An exception was calling upon ascension energy, which had its own natural density that it was comfortable at. Over a dozen volleys of arrows were launched at Elder Warda before he got close to Anton. Anton had arrows fly in simultaneously on opposite sides and at oblique angles, attempting to take advantage of the man's single weapon. It wasn't necessary for him to directly slice apart the attacks, but that was all he had done so far. Anton would consider it a win of sorts if he could at least force the man to dodge. Though in such a case his arrows could be turned around to attack the man again with minimal loss in power. His barrage seemed about to work when Warda swept his other hand towards the ground. Forming a sword of sand that he used to fend off a trio of arrows he couldn't with just one hand. For a brief moment, Anton wondered why the man didn't simply carry a second sword, but then the sword was tossed at him, spinning and slicing through the air. He dodged out of the way, his energy bows spreading further apart so they would not be simultaneously destroyed. The sword left a visible trail in the dust in the air and the sand beneath, one that did not collapse for more than a second. After confirming that the temporary sword had turned once more into sand with no link of energy connecting it to Warda, he focused his efforts back to attacking. At the closer range, his arrows reached Warda more quickly. But while he had less time to react, Anton also had less time to set up complicated volleys. Taking careful stock of where the man held his arm and how he would have to reach down to the sands below to form a secondary weapon, Anton implemented a new plan of attack to compensate for it. It almost worked, until Warda formed a blade simply from the dust in the air. Abundant as the mirror sands were, Only a small amount of mass was close to his hand in an instant. The blade was extremely thin, but was held together by natural energy while serving as a structure for it, becoming a cutting edge at the same time. Freestanding energy like Anton's bows had some disadvantages that the ability could overcome. Anton found the idea intriguing, but he needed attributes that were more than just thing to have a good bow, so the wrong materials would disadvantage him. As the blade spun by him, spinning to cover the widest area it could. He knew that swords simply had different requirements, but he had no doubt Elder Warda would be effective in more than just the scorching mirror sands. The distance between the two cultivators was narrowing to the point that they would soon be in melee, which was effectively the point at which Anton would lose. Even the flung blades were a threat, and he had a few clean cuts that he hadn't been able to fully avoid. But he still had a few tricks. He gathered ascension energy to his bow, as well as to another formed just to his right side. The rest of them simply formed arrows with standard natural energy, except one that subtly made use of the third energy from beyond death. All of his arrows launched together, focusing inward on a single target. Elder Warda's eyes flashed, and Anton could see he was finally taking the attack seriously. His main blade struck down both attacks with ascension energy empowering them. That wasn't strange, since Anton was in late essence collection, while the man was in late life transformation. Anton likely couldn't win this battle, even if Elder Warda didn't attack a single time, though there were a few caveats. He might still be able to land a damaging blow, which was the intent with this particular volley. Between two swords, his arrows were all swept away, though the two most powerful seemed to require serious effort to cleanly destroy. That allowed Anton's least threatening arrow to impact the back of Warda's left hand, actually piercing through the defensive energy and into the flesh. Unfortunately, Anton wasn't quite ready for Warda's suddenly accelerated movement, carrying him forward into range to slice at him. He dodged to the best of his ability, while simultaneously continuing his own attacks. A sharp pain in Anton's wrist let him know he'd failed to avoid the attack completely. It wasn't just a small nick either. He hoped that the medical expertise of the Million Sword Vault was as great as they claimed. Or he couldn't predict how long it would take to recover from his wound, just that it would not be easy. His own attack on Warda had not been quite as effective. Having missed the tendons in the back of the man's hand, and currently only contributing a small amount of bleeding. On the other side, Anton could barely make use of his primary bow. In fact, a moment later he gave up on holding it in his hands entirely. The loss of muscle power was unfortunate, but at least he wouldn't have to replicate its properties with purely energy. It continued to fire arrows towards Elder Warda. But despite Anton's best efforts, it was already too late. "I surrender," Anton said. Even as he received a cut along his ribs from an attack, he was unable to dodge Rain. No, he had to amend that Tathra Whis ribs. And closer, and he could have been chopped to ribbons. He only had a single small wound to show for his efforts. That was certainly something, but he wondered if he should have made use of ascension energy sooner. On the other hand, that would have simply made Elder Ward prepared to handle it at an earlier point. It wasn't holding back in the sense that he hadn't given his all, but he simply thought he was making the best timing. But there was no way to know if he was wrong without traveling back in time, which was impossible. Hopefully. Elder Warda lowered his blade while letting the transitory one fade away into dust. Let's return to the infirmary. Anton nodded, though even that movement very slightly twinned the muscles in his chest that were sliced apart. His current efforts were focused on keeping the sand out of his wounds. Soon enough, he found himself inside with one of the elders very skillfully stitching him up. Anton had to appreciate how smooth the cuts were, since that seemed to make the process easier. Head didn't appreciate thinking about how close his hand had been to being severed. But the Million Sword Vault didn't like to hold back in any sort of battle, even for training. The only exception was death blows. And short of that, they simply learned how best to treat the wounds. With all that said, it wasn't as if Anton was miraculously better after he was stitched up. His left hand would be unusable for more than a week. And his chest reminded him how many movements involved the muscles on his torso. In a way, those were miraculous results. Since a normal person couldn't have recovered from the damage to his wrist at all. Even with his experience recovering from wounds and encouraging healing in a proper manner. It was the sort of thing that would take many months to recover without special medicines. Elder Warda's wounds took little more than a few stitches and a bandage. Even so, he looked down at it and nodded. Not bad. I wasn't ready for that at all. But you would be now, Anton pointed out. So I previously saw your archery. And in a real battle, the first encounter with a specific opponent is often your last. Anything that only works once still worked once. Elder Warda nodded. And your target was good. If you had aimed for my neck, I would have caught on, but aiming for my hand as it moved to deflect the other attacks was good. It was only a little bit short of causing serious damage. Likewise, your ability to avoid my attacks was also sufficient. As long as you are cautious, you should be able to survive even in the most harrowing remnants of the ancient sects. Anton had almost forgotten that goal in the combat, but not quite. It also made him wish he could bring along someone trained in healing arts. His own efforts were sufficient to hold his body together. But he couldn't get anywhere close to the precision displayed by the healers here. Not that he even had the tiny needles. Now that he thought about it, was that diamond silk thread stitching him together, something quite similar, at least. How opulent. I am glad to hear it. Where do you suggest I start? That depends on what you want, Warda explained. If you are looking for potential equipment, most have been pretty thoroughly cleared out. Though there are a few that may still have useful gear that we were less interested in obtaining. In short, things that weren't swords, though they clearly would take anything if there was not too much danger involved. I am more interested in information. Which sects seem to have done the best in the previous invasion? That's a tough question, Warda admitted. In a way, those that are destroyed more thoroughly might have been more successful and received retaliatory judgment. But there was one. Warda nodded. Yes. They were uncovered at the base of a volcano, the entire sect almost frozen in time. Many died there. And not just their own people. It was postulated that nobody survived the battle on either side. The armory was what we found first, but the rest was slowly uncovered from there. I think that might be what you want. I am interested in that, Anton agreed. I suppose most records would be gone, but any information on the invaders, even just ancient corpses, that is also potentially useful. Very well. I shall arrange for passage to the area. Let's hope it's not eruption season. Elder Ward grinned, which made Anton wonder how often eruption season was. But chances were he would see what it meant unless the place was so uninteresting that he didn't stay long. Chapter 326. A captain trusted by the Million Sword Vault took Anton on the relatively short journey from the Mantane Piers on the eastern shore to the island that once was inhabited by the Chain Harmony sect. Aegis continued to travel with him, and Chiker decided to tag along as well. There were also a smattering of Million Sword Vault disciples led by Elder Vasu, while Elder Ward continued his duties at the sect despite his desire to come himself. Apparently, being reminded of some of the features in the area encouraged them to send an expedition once more. As they approached the shores, Anton took in the island in front of them. I wouldn't have expected an ancient sect to have been here, if you didn't tell me, Anton admitted. I can't feel much of anything. That's by design, I think, Elder Vasu nodded, plus the interference of the volcano. I'm sure you can sense its power. Yes, Anton nodded. It's quite distracting. It feels as if it could erupt at any moment. It does appear to be eruption season, so that feeling isn't incorrect. Of course it is, Anton sighed. Besides the obvious dangers. Don't the circumstances damage the remains of the sect? I heard there were bodies, but... Oh, they'll still be around. Just buried a bit. We dug out some tunnels to get to them from below, which should still be the same. That's nice. Anton looked around. I imagine everything else is fairly well picked through. Pretty much. Except one area inside there. Some sort of trap. We use it for training, though. What is it? Lava spilling from the ceiling, poisonous gases. Blades filling a corridor. The last one seemed like something Million Sword Vault would be fond of. Nah. None of those. Vasu shook his head. Just an energy-draining array. Suppresses everything in the hallway. That sort of thing. Like a weighty pressure, I have some experience with those. Not quite. It directly draws energy from those in the area. It's actually effective on all cultivations. It's quite impressive. What's beyond it? Anton asked. Don't know, Vasu admitted. No one's ever gotten past. We're pretty sure there aren't any swords, though. Is it dangerous? Nobody has taken the initiative to stay when out of energy. It could just kill someone. Vasu shrugged. But as long as you aren't careless, there haven't ever been any surprises. That's just there, however. Plenty of traps exist in the rest of the place. And the rest of the island, Anton had some idea. But he wanted to know Vasu's evaluation. Just a few wild beasts to fight through. Nothing important. As his arrow cut off the head of a giant panther, Anton was bringing his definition of a few wild beasts in line with Elder Vasu. He'd known they would be quite different even from just what he could sense at the shore. But he understood why the captain of the ship had weighed anchor so far from the actual land. As the beasts came to attack, Elder Vasu had so far not made a single move of his own. Not that he needed to. Chiker held the front quarter arc of their formation by herself, and the other disciples held the sides. Aegis held the rear with Anton, where it was his responsibility to kill anything that got too close. That basically meant Anton left a few for Aegis intentionally, both to allow him a chance to gain some experience and to conserve his own energy. Soon enough, the uncomfortably numerous pack of panthers ceased their assault, with some of their members retreating. They seemed particularly aggressive. But perhaps that was because none of them had memories of previous times humans had come to the island, and they thought them weak. Except for Elder Vasu, the Essence Collection cultivators were vaguely reasonable for them to consider defeating. But humans made much more efficient use of their energy than beasts, especially with regards to condensing energy onto a weapon. After the battle, Aegis did something to quickly recover his energy. It was more than just absorbing the abundant natural energy around them. Or he would have created a massive vortex in the minute or two. It took him to recover the half of his energy he had spent. What technique is that, might I ask? Ever full cup, Aegis replied easily. I'll be exhausted later, but I can more or less choose the time within the next few days. Ah, of course. It wasn't strange that the tomb-seeking cult would use such a technique. Does it work in combat if it did? A person might be able to double their capacity, in a way. Not safely, Aegis admitted. If you are interrupted, you can immediately trigger the backlash. And it ties up your energy regardless. It used to happen a set time later, but we've developed it to be more convenient. Interesting. Anton knew there were probably more downsides he wasn't immediately speaking of, and he wouldn't ask for more in mixed company. He might not wish to share at all, but he likely would. It was just a question of whether or not Anton would choose to take on that sort of risk. Before they could get close to the volcano, around which the remains of the Chain Harmony sect were nestled, it began to rumble and roar. Here it comes, Elder Vasu said. He drew his sword. Let's press forward. Anton knew that the majority of a volcanic eruption should be rock and ash, but something about this volcano in particular made the downpour more molten rock than solid. It produced a sort of orange-red black rain of molten rock that varied in size from standard raindrops to massive boulders. The larger ones were cut into pieces by the pack of cultivators as they approached. But there was too much of the small stuff to deflect or dodge. People just had to accept some level of impact and heat. The temperature of the individual pieces was even hotter than that in the magma chamber with the great lizards back in Droka. However, the fact that it wasn't in constant contact allowed Anton to sustain a temperature where he did not burn. Even as his energy was slowly worn down, the group moved forward swiftly. And if everything stayed the same, they would reach the base of the volcano with plenty of energy to spare. Anton sensed some actual structure there that would hopefully protect them from the effects of the volcano. No beasts bothered them on the way. Surprisingly enough, the lush forests around them were only partially on fire or crushed. Much of the plants were surviving. It was a strange smoke and fire fildron until they got close to the base of the volcano itself. And the impending wall of lava. Looks like the entrance is sealed off, Vasu commented. I'll cut us a path. With 2 swipes of his sword, both sides of a meter-wide pathway were cut. A third flung spewing lava up to either side of his slices. The group of cultivators charged forward, following his lead. Vasu's blade continued to flash every 10 or 20 meters, cutting a conservative path for their next few moments. Then he hopped over an opening. In there. Let's hope the formations still work. Anton presumed they did. As the area didn't seem to be completely filled with lava. A few moments later, everyone found themselves inside a black stone hallway. The visible glow from the underside of a lava flow lighting the hallway in front of them. It was there that Anton saw the first bones. Are these? The ancient cultivators, from what he had heard. They should have been more preserved than the few scattered pieces he saw. Don't think so, Vasu admitted. These should be others who died here at some point. Nobody from our sect, or we would have retrieved the bodies. I assume that means there are traps here. Anton looked around, feeling carefully. Some. Many don't work anymore for various reasons. Lack of energy or wear and tear. And of course you can see where the area was just destroyed. He gestured. While Anton was still calculating the best path forward. Chiker, closely followed by disciples of the Million Sword Vault, was already moving. She ran forward at a high speed, not quite randomly triggering traps. Or rather, the way Chiker flipped and turned her way through an alarming number of blades indicated she'd chosen those traps in particular. While avoiding others, I'd suggest you follow me after you see my path, Anton said to Aegis. I intend for something less flashy. Unlike Everheart's straps, either due to how they were constructed or just time, the various openings for the blades and other traps' features were quite easy to see. It helped that Anton's observational skills could penetrate through denser materials and see finer details. But some things were quite obvious, even if he hadn't seen blades swing out of the cracks moments before. Anton began his route with some dart traps, or rather traps that used to have darts. Some of them still had a few, but most had been triggered so many times that the supply had run out. It seems they were either not retrieved or the mechanisms failed at some point. A flame trap was easy enough following that. And swinging blades in smaller numbers were not too difficult to avoid. Anton did get about a quarter of the same traps as the group that had run in front. Since knowing how the attacks would come gave him a great leg up, compared to facing off against attacks from Elder Warda, he found it a walk in the park. As Anton waited for the various gases to filter away, he took note of several levers on their side of the trapped hallway. It seemed likely that those would add more complications when manually triggered. And of course, in the case of an actual battle, there could be attacks from cultivators thrown in. And perhaps barriers. Yet Anton was pretty sure this particular entrance hadn't come into play in the actual invasion. It was far too intact for that. When Ascension cultivators could have just smashed it apart. "All right," Elder Vasu said. "Let's stop by that formation first. See if it's still intact. Then I can bring Anton to look at the bodies." It sounded a bit morbid that way, but it was technically what they were going to do. A good portion of the sect wasn't wrapped, though Anton saw many signs that there had been formations in place. For the most part, empty halls greeted them, as valuables, including furniture, had been taken away. He even saw indications that some pillars had been removed in various places, though the area still seemed structurally sound. Everyone continued to be very aware they were walking further into a volcano when the ground shook. But everything continued to be as it had for centuries. There were several more half-trapped areas. But unless they were stumbled into on accident, they were barely a threat. Anton saw the runes making up a massive formation going down the hallway in front of them. It was merely 100 meters long, and seemed as if a cultivator could cover it in an instant, but he knew it was much more than that. He curiously extended a strand of energy into the area, only to have it immediately devoured. He couldn't sense beyond it. And he found he couldn't sense around it either. As he felt out the wall through the ground, the outside of the formation reacted in the same way. Others were testing the area in various ways. A few disciples simply stepped into the formation to feel it directly. Anton could feel the formation gaining power from their presence. Yet it also drew from the volcano itself, if he was right. He recognized many patterns in the area, but couldn't put together the whole of what he did. Not quickly, anyway. He simply didn't have the experience for that. As his knowledge of formations grew, the ones he had to deal with also advanced. Anton moved forward to test the formation himself. It wasn't a violent or terrifying feeling as the energy drained away from him. But it was unpleasant. He relied on natural energy for many things, including maintaining the strength of his body. It was difficult to do without. No cultivators could, not even those who specialized in a continuation of body tempering beyond the early stages. Natural energy was still required during the tempering process and used in battle. After perhaps a tenth of his energy was drained, only a few steps in, Anton made his way back beyond the borders of the formation. He found himself quite curious about its purpose, and if there was actually anything beyond it. There certainly could be, if there was a way to disarm it. But he would come back later. There were other things to at least take a glance at first. Specifically, some preserved bodies. Chapter 3:27. As they moved towards the location with the most preserved bodies apparently available, Anton noticed that the general amount of destruction was increasing. So they were actually approaching the major points of conflict. Walls were cracked open with flows of lava having poured through and solidified many times until the gaps closed. The structure was filled with many puncture holes, cuts, and impact craters. The path that Elder Vasu took Anton on went around what he sensed had once been a large section of the complex and now was just nothing but dirt and layers of volcanic rock. Only a small number of former pieces of structure remained, bricks and parts of pillars and the like. Based on how strong he knew everything was, he could imagine what had to have happened. Thoughts of Vandale's final battle came to mind, and the final burst of power. After circumventing around the area, they came to the first bodies. Anton wasn't quite sure what he expected. Partial skeletons, perhaps? Instead, there were two main varieties. Some of the area had clearly been dug out, revealing bodies of cultivators. However, it wasn't really a body at all. It was compressed ash that was the burned remnants of what had once been a body. No material remained to identify an individual. These were common, but ultimately just uncomfortable to be around as the dying positions of so many individuals were revealed. A few remained standing somehow, but most were collapsed against the wall or floor, what remained of them anyway. Then there were the others, nearly statues encased in obsidian and other volcanic material. But as Anton's energy probed them, he found that the bodies inside were intact. How are they like this? He asked Elder Vasu. The exact details aren't clear. But the general idea is that there was some sort of catastrophic eruption that covered all of them. As you can see, the walls around here are long gone. The area was dug out, carefully chipped away to reveal individuals. Vasu shrugged. Some of those who did so were the artistic sort, which is where you get the smoother, closer shapes instead of the blocks surrounding them. Anton continued through the area when something caused him a sudden intake of breath. Natural energy still part of one of the individuals. However, it was simply trapped within the shell of stone around it. The man himself was not alive, but remnants of who they were still remained. I presume that's the chain harmony sects, or it was strong like steel filled with a core of fire. A sect that lived on a volcano would obviously have some sort of connection to fire, even if it wasn't part of their name. That's right, Elder Vasu nodded. They don't appear to have any allies here other than themselves. But we've identified a few enemies. Not all fire-type cultivators, either. Elder Vasu brought him further. Circumventing traps by way of walking over destroyed terrain. See here, another man with a core of natural energy, but also a faint trace of ascension energy. Something about that danced at the edge of Anton's mind, but he couldn't quite draw the connection. He surveyed more and more before finally coming to a conclusion. Some of the invaders were in essence collection, or even spirit building. What do you mean, Elder Vasu asked. This woman here, Anton gestured. The ratios don't make sense for anything later than essence collection. Based on what I can handle, they might have faded unevenly, but the remnants of equipment I feel agree with me. The quality of this destroyed armor is too low for a life transformation cultivator, let alone an ascension cultivator. And another factor. There are far too many of them. Even if they all matched up with the power of a life transformation cultivator. The Chain Harmony sect couldn't haveth at money more life transformation cultivators than the great sects of our times. Even if they were much greater, say a factor of 5, a full 100 life transformation cultivators here. It doesn't match up with just the bodies we see. And surely there were more invaders that weren't perfectly preserved. How could it be possible to ascend directly from essence collection? Elder Vasu frowned. It breaks the fundamental path of cultivation. I agree, but only if you make certain assumptions. For example, I have access to ascension energy through a particular technique. But I wouldn't think all of these would practice something similar. But here is one thing I know about ascension that it matches up with. The cultivators no longer exist in this world. Likewise, the invaders had to come here from somewhere, a place with ascension energy. Ah, I think I understand. Perhaps these individuals were born in such a world. They would naturally learn to access and control ascension energy. Right, Anton nodded. I don't think anything specifically stops anyone from using it here, either. It's just that there is no access to it. It doesn't appear naturally and can only be snatched through unorthodox means. But that still doesn't explain why they would come here. The same reason anyone acts similarly, Elder Vasu surmised. Barring some sort of grudge we have long forgotten here, they are after resources. What could we have that they wouldn't? Anton asked. That's quite simple, I think. You already basically answered it. Natural energy. We have no access to ascension energy here. So it is logical to assume that they might not have access to natural energy like we use there. Or at least, it could be limited. Likewise, things that grow under the care of natural energy, but reject ascension energy. Elder Vasu was speculating, but growing more confident in his answers. And if people are born outside of this world, cultivating through the lower ranks might be difficult. Yes, that. Well, I'm not going to guarantee my answers. But it shouldn't be entirely off base. Unfortunately, I don't know if it helps us. Unless we're willing to subordinate ourselves to them and give up the vast majority of our resources with no struggle. So far, The information has painted them as quite eager to take everything despite suffering losses. Anton shook his head. Not that most cultivators would be content with living under their thumb. Except those who are swayed by the thoughts of the Twin Soul sect, I suppose. But here is a limit to such people. One would hope, Elder Vasu nodded, though not everyone is eager to fight to survive. Capitulation might breed better results. If offered some sort of reasonable terms, perhaps. But we're already primed to fight. And they haven't been shown to have any mercy. Everhart might have forced us into a corner. We would fight anyway, Vasu commented. So would I. Ultimately, I am glad that many people have no choice. I am of the mind that there are things worse than death, especially since I was almost there. The long way. I do recall it being mentioned you began cultivating late in life. Vasu pondered for a moment. Given your cultivation growth in the recent years, I suppose I must believe it. You've nearly kept pace with Chiker. Well? Anton shrugged. She's nearly at the peak of Essence collection. I've fallen a bit behind, but she's a pretty high bar. Yes. Not everyone can catch the eye of a master about to ascend. Her talent brought her to that point. And that bit of luck pushed her further. Elder Vasu nodded seriously. But what's 5 or 10 years anyway? You don't seem to doubt you'll reach life transformation. Just the speed. Perhaps I am just overconfident. My previous experiences between the phases have only been temporary roadblocks. But maybe I was just lucky to have the right inspirations and thoughts at the right time. Maybe, Elder Vasu shrugged. But luck is necessary for anyone to get far in cultivation. A bit of bad luck spells the end for even the most talented. And I am not talking about getting in trouble, because surviving that might really be good luck. Though it might not even be something measurable. Regardless, back to these. He gestured to the various semi-petrified bodies. We've learned some interesting things here today. Perhaps others can help advance our speculations and refine our understanding of what is true. Until then, the formation is actually an excellent type of training. Though Anton did spend several hours of each day somewhat morbidly observing the corpses, he didn't learn much more. The rest of his time was spent training or resting. The formation, despite it probably not being intended for such, was absolutely useful for training. Specifically, Anton found that he could determine exactly how much energy he summoned outside of himself. And in a way, he learned whether or not it was excessive for his purposes. It also gave him a good idea of what energy was vulnerable to enemy attacks. As he felt the formation reach the limit of what could be done without some sort of physical intrusion near the Danshin. And at that point, you could basically rip someone apart from the inside. The way it drained energy was certainly aggressive, but it didn't seem designed to be lethal. Perhaps that was simply the balance it attained regarding how much power it could use. But intent wasn't always visible from studying a formation. Not to those unspecialized, at least. Even so. Anton carefully studied the formation, taking notes for Katerina to look at if nothing else. Everyone spent more or less the same amount of time in the formation before retreating. It wasn't a matter of retaining their energy better, but how far they wanted to push things. Chiker liked to skirt close to the limit, to the point it made Anton uncomfortable. "What do you think happens if you run out of energy?" Anton asked while they were all on a rest period, gathering energy nearby. "Dunno. Death, probably," Chiker shrugged. Her cavalier attitude towards death wasn't really not taking it seriously, but instead absolute confidence to avoid losing the last drop of her energy by mismanaging her time and distance. It was like how she fought battles, allowing enemy weapons to get uncomfortably close to causing serious injury just so she could be in the optimal location for her own attacks. Anton understood the theory of not dodging more than was absolutely necessary to conserve energy. But in his opinion, she often was on the far side of the safe line. But she hadn't died yet. So whatever her threshold was worked well enough. It wasn't just good luck. Somehow. "I don't feel that," Aegis responded. "The death thing. People can survive without natural energy, and I don't feel any malice from the formation. I haven't seen any hidden tricks that would simply kill someone after they ran out either. Perhaps the sect was supposed to fight here with weakened enemies, then finish them off, maybe?" Anton frowned. "But I don't see anything that would indicate some exception for members of the Chain Harmony sect. It seems to absorb every type of energy, even." Anton stopped, then gathered a small bead of energy, flicking it into the formation. Yes, even ascension energy. The formation crackled briefly with the small surge of power. "Quite proficiently as well," Chiker shrugged. "It would have to. Right to fight the invaders, yes, but it requires an entirely different type of formation and a certain knowledge to affect ascension energy in the same way." "Like the sarcophagus," Vasu commented. "Do you think this is meant to destroy bodies? It's rather out in the open?" "Number. If anything, it's the opposite. It would preserve them. I'd even bet that it simply drains people of all energy and leaves them otherwise unharmed." "Really?" Chiker nodded. "That makes sense. I am going to test it." "Wait!" Anton called after Chiker. But she had already leapt to a standing position and was in the formation. She was sprinting at a speed that rapidly diminished her half, recovered energy stores. He knew he couldn't stop her, either physically or through words. But he had to try the latter. "I was just speculating. And now I am speculating too." With no restraint in how she was moving, Chiker rapidly burned through her energy as she sprinted down the corridor. Then she suddenly slowed. Her legs continued to pump for a few moments before she stepped out of the hallway on the far side. She turned to shout back. See, it was fine. Anton had to admit that even the power of the formation near her had died down. No longer receiving anything, he stood up and cautiously stepped into the formation. He wasn't going to attempt the same thing as Chiker just yet. but instead wanted to make sure there wasn't another layer. For example, Everhart had detected his ability to call upon ascension energy. The formation hadn't reacted to him before, and it didn't seem to do any differently after he called upon the energy. He considered trying to summon some while he was inside the formation, but dismissed that thought. That could remain an unknown until a formation master said it was reasonable. Chiker wandered into the room beyond the corridor. And soon enough she wandered back. She could only run at a rate slightly more than a very fit human. Her body tempering didn't continue particularly further than the 99 stars did, ending in spirit building. Thus, it seemed almost like a slow and trudging walk, despite the way she moved. You guys should come see this. It's pretty neat. Disciples from the Million Sword Vault immediately followed her. And Elder Vasu did nothing to stop them. In fact, he only hesitated a few moments before following her. Anton looked at Agus and shrugged, before continuing forward himself. If all that would happen was he was exhausted of energy, it would be no worse than a prolonged battle where he received no injuries. In short, a good one. For his side, at least. Chapter 328. Despite the fact that Anton was completely uninjured, he knew the formation had done its job. He was completely drained of energy and would be unable to fight even an early spirit-building cultivator. Even carrying his bow was a greater strain than expected, as he could not shield his body with even a small amount of defensive energy. The sharp edge weighed down on his thinly armored shoulder. Without any momentum behind it, the cutting power wasn't much. But he moved carefully to avoid jostling it. Since Chiker had already walked straight into the following room before without issue, everyone followed the same trail as her. However, the area really did seem to be devoid of traps. But around a corner they came upon an astounding sight. 6 corpses with perfectly preserved equipment, unaffected by the ravages of time. As for the bodies themselves, 5 of them were little more than bones. The 5 bodies were arranged around the 6th in the center, which was still bound to them by translucent, nearly intangible chains. The body in the middle was nearly perfectly preserved. Nobody approached as people waited for Elder Vasu to arrive. Anton walked up next to Chiker, whose myriad of swords hanging in sheaths around her always looked rather clunky. Without the assistance of natural energy, he thought it should be difficult to move. "Aren't those heavy? A few swords will never weigh me down," Chiker said with her arms crossed in front of her. Anton could see some strain just to keep the position, but he supposed it was a form of training. Even if a cultivator wanted to train using only their physical body, when they had natural energy, it was almost impossible to not use it. Even in the best case, it was used for recovering the muscles and encouraging growth. So Anton didn't actually know if training fully without energy would be beneficial. It certainly wasn't fit for him. Elder Vasu didn't take long to arrive, though it was clear he was being cautious entering the area. Everyone looked to him for what to do, But he didn't seem to have a specific idea either. He slowly walked around the arrangement of people. They do seem quite dead, even the fellow in the middle. One would wonder why they would do this, though. If he was an enemy, at the point he was drained of energy and bound, he could have been easily slain. If a friend, I would wonder what the chains were for. Unfortunately, we have not found intact versions of the chain harmonisect's cultivation technique. Anton didn't have much to contribute to that, as he agreed with everything Elder Vasu said. The body was preserved for a reason. But without any explanation, they couldn't be sure what exactly was intended. Furthermore, though the energy-draining formation did not seem to be present around them, the area was also devoid of any traces of natural energy for anyone to absorb and make use of. Anton was quite used to enhancing his senses with natural energy. Elder Vasu stepped forward to take a close look at the ephemeral chains, but as he did so they shattered. Every hand in the room went to a weapon, or more than one, but besides the links consecutively falling apart, nothing happened. Even the corpse held still by them was balanced well enough to remain in position. Well then, at this point, I believe it would be acceptable to search the outer bodies. As he said that, he stepped towards one and began the process. He carefully picked out the bones, laying them together in a single spot while separating the equipment. It seemed to be a full set of enchanted equipment. Armor was a given, though much of Cultivator's armor resembled clothing. Cultivators prized the ability to move easily over slightly more defense. There were only a few materials that were made into thick, heavy armor, and even those could do well enough in lighter configurations. Along with the armor there were boots, gloves, and various accessories that were clearly meant to enhance the wearers in various ways, though the exact details would have to be uncovered. Finally, there was a pair of daggers, and as hoped, a storage bag. The others were all quite similar, though the exact equipment varied. The weapons seemed to be anything light, or perhaps the intention was shorter weapons. If restraining an opponent with chains, it would be a shame to entangle oneself in the process. That was what Anton presumed anyway. As for the actual answer, that might be found within the storage bags. Before opening them, the storage bags were studied carefully. Sometimes they had additional formations that were meant to protect them from theft. Most cultivators simply secured them with energy so that only a stronger cultivator could possibly take them away. Depending on the size and configuration, smaller-sized bags could be worn under the layers of clothing and armor, though this made it harder to retrieve anything during a fight. Ultimately, it was decided that they would be opened away from the area when people had their energy recovered and could defend themselves. As for the body in the middle, it was carefully checked over to make sure it wasn't simply a person in a state of near death. It was almost crazy to think that someone might be alive after centuries without any form of sustenance. But with cultivators, it paid to be careful, by every discernible feature. The woman was dead, to the point that determining if I'd been a woman through the mummified features took some effort. At that point, it could have been taken away, but instead Elder Vasu decided to be cautious. I will stay here. I am not comfortable bringing this body out of this place. He already had a writing implement in hand and was scribing on a piece of paper he'd retrieved. Bring this letter back to the sect. Have them send whoever they deem necessary, no matter the origin of this corpse. It requires further study and great care. Elder Vasu's fingers twitched as he wrote, as if trying to keep up with the rate he was used to. Everything else can be brought back. He stood and gestured everyone towards the exit. I will station myself outside of this place, since I don't much care for the idea of remaining here long term. He was also little stronger than anyone else. Anton didn't expect him to say that, even if the million-sword vault was full of loyal cultivators. Actually, Anton wasn't sure if he'd bet on Elder Vasu or Chiker being the strongest without the use of natural energy. All he could say was that he was certainly not the strongest, not without a more modest bow and some reasonable physical arrows. Even the black-thorned arrows that were so special would simply fly less straight and true with no real benefits given nobody had a drop of energy in them. Though maybe he could summon some ascension energy. But looking at the corpse, Anton knew that might be a bad idea. Despite the state it was in, he almost felt as if it could come back to life. And he wouldn't give it that chance. He didn't get the feeling that 5 people sacrificed their lives binding an ally. Leaving the island wasn't quite as simple as it seemed. Though the eruption had ended, and even the fires that caused, the beasts living on the island didn't suddenly stop existing. It seemed that most of them had survived. In fact, some of them were quite interested in trying to eat the rare humans. But even without Elder Vasu, they were able to cut down their foes. He had not been necessary before. But Anton found it was nice to have the fallback of someone stronger than oneself. That was why people brought sect elders along to places that were estimated to be far too weak for them. Security for their disciples, but it wasn't as if Anton could expect to have elders watching over him any more regardless. He was hardly a weak disciple that needed escorting everywhere. Heverdorian. This particular place just happened to be an exception to the level of danger that was most common throughout the world. Other than a somewhat harried escape from the island, which already had new plant growth springing up from the charred landscape, the trip was rather simple. Once on the boat moving away from the volcanic islands, they carefully looked through the storage bags. Each of them had at least one copy of the chain harmony technique, along with other useful writings, equipment, and a small amount of wealth. Though the technique was very different from what Devon did with chains, having the technique of an ancient sect to study would certainly help his advancement. Anton was going to try to keep one of the originals. But if not, he knew the million-sword vault should at least allow him to make a copy. The difference was, original versions had a sort of insight woven into them beyond just the words. It went beyond just the form and function. And though it didn't guarantee that someone would learn a technique more efficiently, it provided that chance. Either way, it was much preferable to just scribblings copied from page to page. It wasn't long before they returned with more people in tow, including Elder Warda and another elder from the Million Sword Vault. In addition, there were some trusted allies to provide their varied expertise. Anton returned as well, more out of curiosity than because he thought he could provide anything in specific. He was also interested in the training applications of the formation, though it was now clear it was intended for more. If the Million Sword Vault had been a bit more ruthless, they might have discovered what was beyond that point previously. But in the time since they had uncovered the area, nobody had volunteered to stay until they ran out of energy. It was understandable that people didn't want to die, and while the Million Sword Vault wouldn't hesitate to kill their enemies, they also weren't the sort to use them as a sacrifice. The others who knew about the discovery were of the same mind. So several decades had passed with nobody deciding they needed to push themselves to the point of determining what would happen. Though Anton supposed it was possible some disciples had fully exhausted themselves on accident and just didn't realize it. They could have thought they just barely made it out in time, and that was all. The study of the corpse began slowly, merely observing the sitting figure through sight. Sometimes that was from quite up close, but that revealed little more. Finally, it was decided that little more could be learned where they were. Without energy to sense the structure of the cultivator's body, all they could really tell was that they had skin, which was hardly revelatory. Before moving the corpse, every piece of equipment was stripped, replaced with simple clothes for modesty, in case it was a person worthy of respect. There was also a magic bag on them, which was a subject of much enthusiasm. Then every life transformation and essence collection cultivator on the scene left the area, gradually recovering their energy back to their full stores. It was more than a week later that a group of 4 disciples carried the body out, passing through the formation. There was no reaction, as expected, when the body got beyond. Nothing happened. It was just a corpse, after all. But the cautions felt very justified to Anton. Shortly afterwards, he found there was something he was uniquely qualified to contribute. If you would, Anton, Elder Warda gestured. We are fairly certain this was an ascender. If you could gently provide such energy, we would like to observe the reaction. Anton nodded. Of course. He stepped forward, gathering energy carefully. He knew that if this person was suddenly going to wake up, this would be the time. However, a single strand of ascension energy wouldn't give them much to work with. Instead of anything overly exciting, he was able to observe an interesting reaction. His energy easily passed into the body as it would any other object. But the strand of energy he was using seemed to almost want to cling to the body. Can I try something? The various elder agreed after Anton explained. Carefully, Anton left the strand of energy in the body. He slowly let it leave his control. In normal circumstances, it would violently break down. Even if it was a very small amount of ascension energy in the grand scheme of things, that could cause serious damage to an inert object. But the body of this cultivator seemed to be more solid than most. And where he placed the energy in the palm, it seemed to settle down. It definitely wasn't being absorbed into the cultivator. But the body seemed to be a stable home for ascension energy. That solidified one thing, at least. After watching for reactions over the course of a day and finding no change, Anton was encouraged to add a little more in various places. Even if he used his full amount of ascension energy, there was no chance for it to be enough to be a real danger, with several life transformation cultivators around. Not much else of interest happened, though, and eventually Anton was called upon to withdraw the energy. But since he couldn't store it in himself, he had to let it fade away in the atmosphere around them. Chapter 329. While he waited to hear the results of what happened with the Ascender's corpse, Anton returned to an area he had passed up. He hadn't exactly been avoiding the area around Arbington, but his travels hadn't brought him close. Perhaps his sense of time was getting screwed up even more, as 7 years and around a third of his cultivation career didn't feel like all that long. Then again, time had a way of slipping from your fingers when times were relatively peaceful. Anton was quite pleased to find that everyone he was searching for was still present. He was still quite some distance off. But he founded Aaliyah and Hiram quickly. Even Sasho and Trix were somewhat pleasant to see, since that meant their rehabilitation had worked well enough. The thing that pleased him most was that Hiram noticed his approach. Not immediately, but a reasonable distance away. Few people had the sort of range Anton did. And in late spirit building, it would have been close enough to Anton's limit for him to properly defend himself. The man immediately changed his route to intersect with Anton, though that involved very little effort. "Anton, you've returned." "It has been quite some time." Hiram bowed respectfully as Anton approached. "I thought we might never meet again." Every meeting could be the last, but something led me back here. Well, a Sunneth in general. Nothing calls me to Arbington except for people I wanted to visit. "I am sure everyone will be glad to see you've returned," Hiram nodded. "You changed the future of this place. From one under the thumb of bandits, too?" "Well, at least we can live our lives." "How are things with the Grey Rock sect?" Anton asked, knowing that they still had members nearby. What took some a day to travel was potentially within Anton's senses, though only a small slice at a time. "They have been holding on to what position they can. I don't think they understand how many of us are ready and willing to fight." "Alas, your predictions were correct. I am not strong enough to take revenge alone just yet, and the others. Most don't have a grudge worth risking their lives, so I wouldn't ask it of them." Hiram had advanced to late spirit building over the past 8 or so years. Anton knew that was quite impressive. Even though his own advancement had been somewhat more smooth. He had the resources of a sect to rely on, though. abundant natural energy, and proper training resources. Though the area around them was beginning to grow in spiritual energy, it was still below the level of what most sects would settle for when choosing a location. Likewise, the various townspeople weren't so intrinsically connected, except by the origins of how they learned cultivation. Namely, from Anton, it had taken a few years to begin the process, and he'd honestly only made progress with the best. But it seemed they had managed to continue teaching each other to some extent. That was the ideal. A society able to grow in cultivation together without being greedy. But if people needed personal benefit from others cultivating, the general growth of the region's energy and the efficiency of other workers would be just that. As he passed through the area, he saw many people taking advantage of leisure time, even in the middle of the day. Some were actually cultivating, but while cultivation was certainly hard work, it was nearly always satisfying. The rewards of growing stronger were tangible to those who attained each step of cultivation and were something that could not easily be lost with a bad harvest or the ravages of age. "How has your cultivation been, Hiram?" Anton asked. "Quite well, with only a few lasting troubles." "Perhaps you can provide some advice?" Hiram began to explain, and he would be the first of many who sought out advice. While Anton would have liked to show up with all new techniques for everyone, all he had was a little more experience in cultivation. As far as the area's people were training, their specialized practice outweighed Anton's more abundant overall experience. He didn't mind that. In fact, he took heart in it. Nearly everyone was comfortable talking with Anton about their cultivation, since he gave them the knowledge to begin with. If they were stuck, simply explaining it might allow them to have some insights if Anton wasn't able to specifically provide advice. "I think it is time," Hiram said to no one in particular, though Anton and Idalia were both close enough to easily hear. "Time for what?" Idalia asked. "Revenge," Hiram declared. "I would not wish to push your assistance too far, Senior Anton, but if all goes according to plan, you would merely be a deterrent force." "I am happy to help a righteous cause," Anton replied. "But of course I would like to hear through all of it." "Yes, well, in my heart I would like to slaughter the whole sect. But I do not think that would be the best for anyone involved. The Grey Rock sect is corrupt and has been oppressive. But they still represent a decent measure of power. They possess a number of late spirit-building elders who could match me. They are cowards who would not risk themselves against a single essence collection cultivator, but that is not the point. Engaging in a direct battle would result in losses on both sides. Even if we could combine the power of the whole region against them." Hiram shook his head. "Just those who have been personally wronged by them beyond simple taxes would not be enough." "It doesn't have to go that far, though." "What was your plan?" Idalia asked. "It is simple. We will call out the corrupt among them. I specifically recall the faces of the disciples who killed my wife. I will challenge them, and others will bring their own grievances. If they refuse outright, we shall simply have to wait. Then, when the time comes, I intend to slaughter them all or drive them out of the region." He bit his lip. Though the first sounds more brutal, if they shelter criminals so easily, it is better for the world. It also gives them the chance to foist wrongdoing on just those specifically mentioned. Anton nodded. "I think I get it. They must understand the rising power around them." "Exactly. And if they simply think to wipe us out." "I was hoping you would provide your aid. Just having you standing on our side would be a major factor." "You don't have to do anything. If they don't act, I won't. But if they intend to silence you, I see no reason to hold back. The only question is whether or not I should be present as a threat. They're more likely to attack if they think you have no backing, but is provoking them into a conflict the right option?" Anton had an idea of his own answer. "But everyone would consider different factors. I would like it if you were there openly as a reminder that they are not the only sect in the world. In fact, they are worth so little they could only lord over this region until a determined bandit showed up. When they fled with their tail between their legs," Hiram stomped his foot for emphasis, "a fact I would like to remind them of. But the group I have been working with would prefer not getting into open conflict. And here is that invasion to consider. While I don't place much hope on them, if the Grey Rock sect produced an essence collection cultivator or two in the next decades, it's probably better to leave them somewhat intact." Anton nodded. An unpleasant thought. But exterminating people is not always an appropriate response. I can't say for sure that turning a blind eye to what their disciples have done is appropriate. But once human life has been lost, here is no way to bring it back. And it would weaken us, Idalia said. It's best if they stay around somewhat less powerful. To deter anyone else who might want to move into the region to try to take over. That was a major factor in the minds of many. None were fond of the Grey Rock sect, but they knew there were many who were worse. Even if they wouldn't stand up against a powerful enough group just moving in like Birita did. Those who weren't local wouldn't necessarily know that. It was better to have them as a sort of buffer. Well then, Anton said. The general idea is sound. Talk to the others so we can begin the arrangements and find out whatever we are missing. The general idea of storming up to the sect and demanding duels was a nice thought, but it could easily be construed as an attack. It wouldn't take much for things to just become a battle regardless of anyone's preferences. Thus, sending a messenger became the choice. The intention was to arrange for a specific date to settle grievances. As for why it would be taken seriously, the messenger was a large part of that. Anton inspected the stone buildings that made up the Grey Rock sect. They had a few hundred members total, mostly in body tempering from the feel of it. A couple dozen in spirit building, with 2 in at the peak. Perhaps they had planned to wait a decade to complete their advancement and deal with Birita. Though whether that increase in strength would have helped, would have depended on how her lieutenants advanced to support her. The guards at the gates, standing atop stone towers, called down to Anton. The man who spoke was firm in his tone, but Anton knew he was terrified inside. "Halt! What business do you have with the Grey Rock sect? Some cultivators who were strong enough didn't do well with commands of any sort." But Anton wasn't so petty as to react negatively to a guard doing his job. He wasn't going to act timidly, however. He let his energy be a bit more clear, so the guards could be certain they weren't mistaken about his power. "I bring a missive on behalf of many local residents." Anton unfurled a scroll. "It lays out grievances against the Grey Rock sect that they wish to address personally." The guards, of course, were not qualified to provide any sort of answer to Anton, but one did take the scroll, which was quickly sealed with Anton's energy to prevent it from being tampered with along the way. Not that it would benefit a random guard to do so. "I will return in 3 days for your response," Anton explained. "I look forward to it." The ultimatum Anton delivered detailed more than just grievances. But whether or not certain individuals would accept monetary compensation, loved ones couldn't be brought back, but not everyone wanted to fight even if they had learned to cultivate. Likewise, a disciple of the sect might not be eager to get into a battle with a group eager for revenge. Then there was the implicit threat of Anton's presence. And while they didn't know exactly what extent he was backing up the locals, it would make them think carefully. The Grey Rock sect had to agree to the format offered. Elder Anuya didn't like it. But she'd sensed the late Ascents collection aura on the missive. However, they had offered some slight modifications. She knew that the local populace had grown greatly in cultivation over the last years. But she didn't know how to judge their strength. Thus, a format that might be best for everyone was decided. It was more or less a tournament, but the strongest would be first in line. That included one Hiram, who had nearly reached her own level in that time. He had a death grudge with several disciples. The crazy thing was he agreed to fight them all at once. They were only in early or mid-spirit building, but even so. Fighting several at once could be a great disadvantage. That suited the Grey Rock sect, though. The results of the event would be greatly influenced by the first few battles. If it was a series of battles intended for entertainment, then the fights were in the wrong order. But if people with more minor grievances were to be given the option to surrender, they needed to see the results of battles that were going to happen anyway. Anuya hoped that the Grey Rock sect would win the first rounds to deliver a morale blow to the others, but her hope was just that. Especially since a cultivator like the one who had delivered the missive could just make whatever declarations they wanted and nobody could stop him. Maybe if the entire sect was willing to sacrifice itself, but who would be willing to make the first move? Not her. And anyone weaker would hardly last a second. Elder Anuya sensed something disturbing along the road ahead. Yet she didn't jump to conclusions. In fact, she could easily sense the aura of Grey Rock sect members there. As she rounded a bend with the others, she found her theory correct. There was a bundle of people there, all unconscious and uncomfortably tied together. Atop it was a note. Seems some people snuck out at night. You can have them back. Personally, Elder Anuya thought it was a good sign. Not that they'd had disciples sneaking away to flee from the event, but the fact that they were alive. The disciples in question hadn't exactly been gently knocked unconscious, but that was their own problem to deal with. Their loss would ultimately be the Grey Rock sects, not gain. Really, it wasn't even a neutral outcome. They would probably die and bring the sect shame, but that was better than angering a powerful cultivator. Some cultivators thought shame was worse than death, but most of them were already dead. The rest were willing to put up with inconveniences for something they couldn't get back. Besides, they weren't guaranteed to lose. Right, though Elder Anuya had to admit that the others traveling with her weren't exactly enthusiastic after entangling the pile of half a dozen people. They were the ones who made the wrong people angry, though, when they should have known better. That was her justification. At least, either way, she intended to make sure nobody had reason to come after Hare in particular. And the other elders doubtless felt the same. Chapter 330. After leaving his gift for the Grey Rock sect. Anton waited for them to arrive to deal with their grievances. While nobody wanted to be forced into a battle to the death, the potential losses to the Grey Rock sect were much lower if things were dealt with this way. That wasn't including Anton. Where there was the potential they would be completely and totally annihilated without even being able to see him. They hadn't gone so far off a reasonable path that he would do that. But their cooperation in the current endeavor was a conditional part of them being able to walk away without grudges. Elder Anuya was one of their to peak spirit building cultivators. And she led the group, including the reluctant ones who had tried to escape. They were unwilling to face the consequences of their actions, but they didn't have a choice. Most of them would at least have the chance to survive. Technically, as long as they could win a single battle, all of them had that chance. The battles weren't rigged. Exactly. But the challenges had all come from people who believed they could win. There was little chance that all of them were correct. Some would probably get unlucky, and some might have poor estimates of their own abilities. But they all had to deal with the results themselves. First was Hiram. He was the strongest of the challengers, and of everyone in the area Anton had trained. His determination had driven his cultivation forward. While he had grudges with Birita like the rest of the area, the triggering event was a conflict with the Grey Rock sect. His wife had called out their disciples as they came to collect taxes while they wouldn't even protect anyone from Birita. She was killed, and he lost an arm trying to protect her. One disciple had been easily able to do all that in a moment. But the others were equally at fault, approving the act. Thus, Hiram had challenged the four who had been together all at once. They probably thought they were lucky. Any one of them had no chance to beat him. but together. There was so much more they could do as a group, and they were right in a way. Their chances of defeating him as a group certainly increased. Hiram stood across from the 4 disciples, glaring. He held out his arm, gesturing for them to come at him. Let's see how you do against someone who has some training, though. Cowards. The words weren't merely his opinion being expressed, though he did so wholeheartedly. It was also a method of achieving tactical superiority. They reacted just as he intended, rushing towards him in anger. They had the good sense to split up to come at him from every side, but that wasn't going to be enough. An orb of intangible energy formed in his hand, not quite dark nor light, but a mixture of both. As he flung it at one of them, the man held his arms in front of him to block. The defenses of the Grey Rock sect were nothing to laugh at with bodies trained to be harder than stone. The early spirit-building cultivator knew he should at least be able to take one hit from a late spirit-building cultivator like Hiram, enough for his allies to get in position. His energy defenses did him well, resisting a good portion of the attack. Unfortunately, his body itself was of no use against the deathly energy. Black lines drove into his body, pulling something out of him and sending a line of power back to Hiram. The attack still took more out of him than he regained. But he was not shy about launching another attack immediately at a different target, seeing what happened to the first disciple. The second dodged out of the way, but Hiram was able to trigger the orb to explode nearby. Once again it tore through energy defenses, though the damage was not as bad as the direct hit. The first disciple was unsteady on his feet as he tried to circle around to his position. But the second merely felt a bit fatigued. A moment later, they were all around Hiram, each taking a stance with their heavy hammers held towards him. They attacked together in a maneuver that was clearly practiced for this exact situation. If they had taken Hiram any less seriously, they would have all died in that moment. Even so, a cloud of deathly energy formed about him. Instead of trying to retreat from the attacks, he chose to charge towards the third disciple, sweeping over him with the greater speed his cultivation afforded him. Hiram slipped under the hammer swing as he passed, his hand trailing down the man's arm as he went. Even as Anton watched, the limb shriveled until it was barely functional. The deathly heart technique was not something to be practiced lightly. It was horrible to any touched by it, crippling whoever it did not kill. It was the sort of technique that could easily be called a forbidden technique. It had dangers to its own user as well, roadblocks that couldn't be surpassed without side effects or killing someone. Yet it also didn't necessarily cross into an unforgivable line, as Anton saw it. The harm it caused would certainly be painful, but as it was followed up with a swift death, it wasn't unnecessarily sadistic in function. With the end result being death, it wasn't much different from other techniques performed correctly. And sometimes, people needed to die. Hiram had been fortunate enough to have access to Elder Nahid's corpse to avoid side effects. But Anton believed he wouldn't have killed anyone in an unjustified manner to progress. Thus, the negatives would have all fallen on his head. As it was, Hiram was now simply getting revenge for his wife, who was killed unfairly. The Grey Rock sect had been no less thieves than the group led by Burita, and hypocrisy was possibly even worse than open evil. With 3 of the disciples injured in various ways, Hiram pushed his advantage. He stayed away from the healthiest of them and found the swiftest opening to finish one of them off. The second and third followed suit. The final of the 4 then had to face off against an only somewhat fatigued Hiram. And then it was over. The faces of those from the Grey Rock sect were grim, while the others were hopeful. Hiram picked up the withered corpses of the 4 disciples and tossed them towards their sect, ignoring the equipment they had. He hadn't challenged them for the sake of receiving wealth, and he wouldn't do them the satisfaction of giving in to his greed. Then Hiram turned and walked away. Anton moved to walk beside him. "How do you feel?" Anton asked. "Awful," Hiram spat. "Good." Killing people shouldn't bring joy. Later we can talk about what will actually make you reach peace. Or at least, what works for me. Anton knew it would be best for Hiram to be alone for a time, and he would let that happen. But that didn't mean he would take his eyes off of him, or at least a strand of energy. Unless Hiram charged out into the wilderness as fast as he could, Anton would be watching over him. Anton quickly returned to the conflict zone. Well then, with the first match concluded, there is another. Anton called forth the participants. "Will you fight?" Both nodded. The disciples of the Grey Rock sect might have been intimidated by Hiram's victory, but they knew that they owed their sworn thumb. Most of the others wouldn't outclass those they challenged. But then again, they also were only going to fight one opponent. Very well then. Begin. Anton kept his expression neutral as he watched the fight. This was almost as important as the first match, because if the Grey Rock sect won, they would regain much morale. That would shape how everything else happened. It came very close. But in the end, the final blows exchanged resulted in a crushed shoulder for the man seeking revenge and a punctured heart for the disciple of the Grey Rock sect. His defenses having been chipped into a little bit at a time before they were broken through entirely. The challenger barely managed to walk away on his own 2 feet, but that set the tone for the following matches. After the first few, the most grievous grudges were settled. One resulted in the death of the challenger. Anton wanted to interfere, but if he was going to throw away the rules, there was no point. Nobody else would feel justified in their victories if they knew that their efforts meant nothing and someone else did all the work. Revenge wouldn't settle their hearts, but the other results would be worse. After this point, Anton announced, "Matches will not be to the death. The grudges between the parties are somewhat lesser than that point. However, accidents may still happen. Think carefully about whether you wish to persist." Anton didn't point out that the chances of him missing a deadly blow from cultivators in mid-spirit building or earlier were basically impossible. people needed to understand the seriousness of what they were doing, on both sides. Sometimes it was better to accept losses and move on with your life. Anton had done that at least before he became a cultivator. After, he had been able to overcome most obstacles. But he hadn't been even close to strong enough to prevent Grand Elder Vandale's death. Some people chose to settle the battle with payment. Some fought before reaching that point. Others continued until they were so injured they couldn't continue. Serious enough injuries were probably worse than giving up resources. But not everyone from the Grey Rock sect believed that Haywold lose or get injured. Anton stepped in to stop things where necessary. That included saving a few members of the Grey Rock sect from what would have been deadly blows. He wasn't a neutral observer, but he at least wanted to be something close to fair. If possible, he wanted to avoid the situation where the Grey Rock sect just formed deeper grudges with the other locals and ended up in a war at a later date. Some people would still hold anger in their hearts, but this was the best that could be managed without someone watching over the area for years and managing disputes. The final grudge was settled with an apology. The cultivator's whole body was pressed to the ground, and for all of Anton's insight, it was sincere. The Grey Rock sect wasn't made up of just one type, after all. If they went around killing everyone who slighted them in any way, they would have attracted much more attention. Eventually, some righteous sect would have come to deal with them, once they were well known enough, unless they grew strong enough. Unfortunately, cultivators who were evil but strong enough often were able to get away with their activities for a long time, as nobody was willing to go against them. Such instances were rare as far as Anton knew, but still very real. "So what are you going to do with the rest of your life?" Anton asked Hiram. "I don't believe it would be a good use of your efforts to continue with your prior plan to wipe out the Grey Rock sect. It would undermine the whole effort we made." "I knew that already," he nodded. "I got my revenge. But I am certain there are many more who have not been able to get theirs. I plan to seek them out." "Be careful," Anton said. "Not only for your personal safety, that cultivation technique makes you a target if people don't know who you are. Or perhaps if they do. In addition, not everyone's grievances are as honest as yours. Take special care to hone your insight. If something seems suspicious, it would not hurt to delay acting for a time of investigation. At the very least, you will be watching in case further harm is attempted." Hiram waved his one hand. I know! I am not a kid." "Sometimes people are out to manipulate you. I get that." "Peft, not a kid. What are you? Not even 60. Anton leaned forward. "That's basically a kid, so make sure to watch out for strangers." "Yeah, Tahir is an old guy I saw who carries a bow everywhere." "Think he's dangerous?" "Oh, absolutely. Be careful with that one." Anton continued to joke with Hiram for a time. The man seemed to be making the effort to move past his pain, but Anton knew it wasn't just gone, not with the 7 years before. and it would still linger into the future. But at least he might prevent other harm in the future, or give people the chance to avenge themselves. Chapter 331. Million Sword Vault's location wasn't exactly a secret, but it was far from a convenient location to undergo any sort of concerted effort between sects. As such, the body of the Ascension Cultivator had been moved to another location, specifically what remained of the Whispering Watcher's main headquarters. It was a neutral area where everyone was invited to donate their efforts to learning whatever they could about the woman. At first, great care was taken to preserve the structural integrity of the body. But as the studies continued, the efforts widened to anything not directly intended to destroy it. The body was uncomfortably durable, even by the standards of the life transformation cultivators present. Anton himself wasn't present for most of the studies, but he kept himself apprised of what was being learned. Most of what ultimately proved useful had been speculated immediately. But confirming certain things was useful if they were going to be combating ascension cultivators. The first was that while the body seemed attuned to ascension energy, it was less reactive to natural energy. It wasn't that it was necessarily resistant to attacks, but even in death, ascension energy clung to it, while natural energy did not. Across the continent of Aseneth, there were more who practiced fleeting youth than Anton, so he wasn't needed for all of the studies. To compare to more familiar cultivators, while natural energy certainly faded from them after death, they would still generally retain higher than the ambient level of natural energy. That effect could last as long as any parts of the body were relatively whole and was stronger with higher cultivation. Thus, it wasn't unexpected for the Ascension Cultivator to react the same with Ascension energy. But it was said that natural energy seemed to not react the same. Unfortunately, with only one body to compare to it, couldn't be certain if they would expect the same to hold true for all Ascension cultivators. Even so, along with the other information, they generally agreed that Ascension cultivators shouldn't be able to easily replenish their stores of energy. That explained the chain harmony sect's setup to some extent. The body itself didn't have to answer all of the questions. Some of them were answered by the contents of the storage bag. The texts contained therein were preserved as well as could be expected when in an area without natural energy for centuries. There was nothing so convenient as a journal outlining the weaknesses of the woman nor her motivations for participating in the invasion. However, they did learn that she was from the Fearless Mountain sect, which had no counterpart on either continent. She also possessed to separate manuals for the sect's cultivation technique, one for pre-ascension and one for post-ascension. The latter was highly coveted by many, but it was soon found to be basically useless. Neither covered how one might ascend, and knowing how to train after ascension was not the biggest hurdle on any life transformation cultivator's mind. That information did back up a certain idea, one that the ascension realm didn't contain those who just ascended naturally. But those who were born there and had to train to reach that level of strength. The possibility that they might be deficient in the less powerful natural energy seemed a reasonable enough assumption, and everyone pretty much agreed that cultivation from the beginning with just ascension energy would be impossible. At least for the vast majority of people. If there were exceptions, it hardly changed the basic idea. The energy was much too powerful to control initially without any experience or tempering of the body. The Danshin would be undeveloped and unsuited for it as well. If the invasions were happening so that sects could train up new recruits of some sort, it at least made some amount of sense. It might not be the sole reason, but knowing the motivations really didn't matter. The more important part was how they might stop the invaders. It wasn't terribly surprising that the answer was to fight them. But of course it wasn't quite that straightforward. Everhart's Frenultum had revealed information on anti-ascension techniques, or rather forced it into the heads of some of those seeking ascension. The point was, they were especially good at disrupting the energy. If it was difficult for the cultivators to recover, they could be worn down. Assuming there was even a chance for that. It seemed that they had previously made use of direct assaults, smashing through what the sects had prepared. There was no guarantee that this time would be any different. But perhaps people would be able to prepare better. With knowledge of the previous time. Anton certainly hoped so. It was possible that they were in an inescapable cycle. But no cultivator would just sit down and accept that as the case. They would fight. The entire world was not united on anything else. But except for what was hoped to be a small minority, one that included the Twin Soul sect and similar groups they were in the process of exterminating, they were agreed that an invasion could not be allowed. They would fight. Anton just hoped they would fight together. Even if it meant abandoning certain locations or making sacrifices of people, combining forces would improve their effectiveness. But he would be best served making those arguments to sects he had a longer history with back on Brogora. The Order had an alliance with several powerful sects, but it would be better if it extended further. For that, he would return home with the information he had gained. He just wasn't sure how much it would actually help. It wasn't necessarily surprising to find that some cultivators were a superstitious lot. Cultivation was difficult enough to undergo for those not from a large sect. And it seemed that good fortune was required to continue advancement. So when the ship happened to draw close to paradise, the captain chose to stop. The giant turtle was not something that could be met on every traversal, though the first journey had skewed that idea somewhat. Regardless, encountering the paradise of 13 hills was taken as a good omen. Not stopping would be a travesty. Anton was surprised to see people already on the island. It would be rare enough to find it. For to ships at once to land would be even more rare, except they didn't seem to have any. That was a matter of some concern. With more than a handful of essence collection cultivators. Were they there to waylay incoming ships, except only a single person came to greet the ship, the others remaining spread out on their own hills? If they intended some sort of attack, it certainly wasn't very organized. "Hello there," waved the woman who came to see them. "Welcome to the paradise of 13 Hills. I am Erin, a member of the island Yenders. Feel free to take what you need. Timber and food are freely available, as are the local herbs. We only ask that you take in moderation. In addition, we ask that you replant anything you find. If you need expertise on how best to do so, we are available for consultation." While it was certainly odd to find something like permanent residence, the woman's intent seemed genuine. Anton knew it was possible for someone to train themselves to deceive people expertly, but he was willing to accept the idea. He did, however, want more of an explanation. While others were taking time to stretch their legs, another reason to stop at Paradise, regardless of whether or not there was good luck, Anton approached the woman. "You said you are the Island Tenders. Are you a sect of some sort?" Erin shrugged. "I suppose we might be considered that. Yet we don't intend to claim the area as our own. Though the fact that most people would not choose to live here perhaps makes that the case by default. I've noticed there aren't any lower-level cultivators here," Anton pointed out. "Did none come with you? I would think a place so abundant in natural energy might be appealing to them." "You do know this is a turtle, right?" the woman asked. "I do," Anton said, "but I seem to be missing something." "Turtles don't always swim on the surface," Erin answered. "Whenever Paradise gets hungry, you can expect a significant period of time when he is down in the depths, eating anything large enough to catch his attention. At that time, it would be very difficult for a weaker cultivator to survive." "Interesting," Anton said. "What about the plants here? They are specially suited to surviving in this environment," Erin answered. "And something about his shell purifies away the salt when he surfaces. The soil and sand also cling quite strongly, though we are not certain that would remain the case without full plant cover." She gestured to Anton. "Come. We might as well walk around while we talk." She led Anton on a trip along the beach, pointing out the plants along the shore. "See that tree? How long would you think it took to grow? At least several decades," Anton commented. "1 year," Erin stated. "That is how long it took to reach a height of 20 meters. The abundant natural energy here accelerates the growth of plants. There are none that are truly massive, but the dives often cause tree falls. The trees quickly decay and become soil." "Fascinating. I suppose it would have to be that way. About the younger disciples. Have you considered structures with formations to keep out the water? That would also generally protect people from sea life." "To be honest, we're not interested in creating many permanent structures here. It seems rude, somehow." "Perhaps you are right," Anton admitted. "I am just keenly interested in seeing younger generations grow strong. Since you live here, have you learned anything interesting about Paradise himself? It's quite difficult to gauge his intentions in any way. He seems to eat when he is hungry, though he has never attacked a ship of cultivators. Other than eating, He just drifts along on the ocean currents. I wonder how he would feel about invading cultivators. It's hard to say, she admitted. It would be great if we could recruit him to fight for us. Though given his normal speed, I don't know if he would actually reach any battles. It might just be a vain hope, Anton admitted. I just can't help but think about how everything will relate to the coming invasion. It is sure to ignore the impending crisis. Those of us here are training just as hard as everyone else, though with less conflict than the mainlands. Unless things have changed? I suppose that depends on what you mean. I would personally say that conflict have gone down in my over 20 years of cultivation experience. There are still squabbles and the like, but except for dealing with certain groups, large-scale wars have been minimal. I hope it can stay that way. Agreed, Erin nodded. What sect are you a part of? The Order of 99 Stars. From Brogora? Anton clarified. It was unlikely anyone at her level wouldn't have at least heard of them. But that was only on the same continent. Any sect that had multiple life transformation cultivators quickly came into public view. And the order was well established. Based on her accent, Anton thought she was probably from Isenith. You are a fortunate one. It can be quite difficult to advance without joining a large sect. They tend to monopolize the places with abundant natural energy. Except here, so far. I don't know if that will ever really change, Anton said. However, there have been great efforts to teach more people to cultivate and how to improve the quality of the natural energy in the area through long-term efforts. A sect might still have the best, but the difference might not be as large. Oh, interesting. Can the quality of an area's natural energy really be improved? Of course. Large sects do it all the time. It is quite possible that much of what they have wasn't originally much better than the surroundings. I doubt much could be done with a place like this, however. Anton shook his head. But this is actually an example of it working. These plants here seem to be fed natural energy by Paradise himself, while in turn providing him with something like extra stores of energy. It's just usually not. Mobile? I suppose I already knew it worked something like that, Erin admitted. I just haven't had real opportunity to spend time changing the world on a more permanent basis. It'll happen. Just make sure it's for the better, Anton commented. Chapter 332. Coming up with improvements for something named Paradise wasn't within Anton's capabilities. The great turtle seemed to have an ecosystem that was as good as it would be. At least without the skills of a more experienced expert involved. Anton doubted if there was anything that could be introduced without disrupting the balance. He just wondered if it was intentional or happenstance that things ended up that way. Though everyone was quite happy to stop for a time on Paradise, they were also in the middle of a journey. Paradise didn't move quickly, but it was technically heading in the wrong direction. Anton and the others on the same ship bid Erin goodbye, though the rest of the island tenders had kept to themselves. then they were back to the journey. Anton couldn't wait for the day the trip could be done with a quick teleportation instead of a longer journey. He had the patience to wait, but he was constantly aware of more important things that could be done with his time. A couple decades felt like no time at all. 7 more years brought Anton to the peak of Essence collection. The 58th star was the boundary with life transformation. A threshold only to members of the Order had crossed in the last 20 years. That was out of over 200 Essence collection cultivators, some of which had been at that verge the entire time Anton was part of the Order. It was presumed that they would not surpass that point after such a long time, at least without some sort of fortunate occurrence. Anton had felt the gap between stages deeply over the last year. He did not find himself aimless. But it wasn't a smooth transition either. He had one last method before he would have to seek out some sort of enlightenment. He knew he was extremely fortunate to even have his current option because the Vessel of Insights was a potent and irreplaceable object. Anton didn't brag about having it, though. It was better if everyone forgot about it, since Everhart had given it out to spirit-building cultivators. Anton wondered if there were more like it. Perhaps. He looked at the insights contained in it. Every strand from Essence collection and lower had already been absorbed by him. It would still pick them up during his travels as he trained with various people. And Anton made sure to provide people at least as much as he learned from them, usually more, since most of their techniques weren't applicable for his use. Of the others, he still had strands of insight from Vandali and Sinaya. Other life transformation cultivators were included, and Anton considered himself ready to absorb them. All but one of them, anyway. He shuddered whenever he looked at one in particular. That would be the insight from Swordmaster Rahayu upon his ascension. It was more radiant than the others, and Anton knew it would destroy him to attempt to absorb it at the moment. Even life transformation insights would be difficult. He knew that at best they would be somewhat incomplete, but Anton had the confidence to absorb at least some of the information, and to do so safely. He started with a strand from Elder Sarka of the glorious Flame Palace. It appeared quite incomplete. Sometimes they were half an insight at best, as the Vessel of Insights was by no means perfect. During large battles, it struggled to pull in everything it could, but much was left wanting. Anton wasn't sure when he'd come into possession of that particular strand, but absorbing it should provide some context. In most cases, anyway, he picked it up gingerly and let it flow into him. The strand of insight wormed its way through his meridians into his danshin, where he began to refine it, breaking it down into something useful. It was hot, burning, both the insight and act of absorbing it. Rather than risk damaging himself, Anton allowed it to flow out of him. Even so, he held on to what he safely could. Flashes. Fire and water. Things that burned and things that did not. And the selective burning of things that were reluctant. And tentacles. It was part of one of the Kraken battles. the incomplete nature to begin with, and the lost pieces didn't tell him which one. As for the usefulness of the insights, he at least comprehended a bit more about fire. That was part of the reason he picked it. Stars were more or less fire, and the 99 stars was able to make use of the fire element when they chose to. He'd practiced it in the past, but he generally found fire was unnecessarily wasteful compared to the pure natural energy like the basic form of spirit arrows. It was more suited to wide area attacks, far outside his specialty. Still, he learned something. Perhaps later it would lead to something larger, and perhaps not. The next strand. Anton didn't recognize the cultivator. As for the memory, it was chaos. Yet a chaos that Anton recognized. It was the battle against the Whispering Watchers. From in the thick of the action, all he absorbed were whirling movements. Spinning, twisting, almost dancing around. When he finished absorbing it, he couldn't help but practice a few. Most were impractical for him, as it required a flexibility beyond what he'd been able to achieve. But he still found parts he could incorporate into his movement. Marginal improvements, but that was the majority of cultivation. Anton found another strand. Apparently, he had been wrong about having no essence collection strands of insight left. It simply had felt on par in some ways, yet he knew this one was not. That was because he recognized it as coming from Chiker. It was a nearly incomprehensible mess of swords moving around. Anton actually recognized it as from the same battle. Being up close and in someone else's head made it a completely different experience than his own and the previous pieces of insight. Specific things were seldom recognizable regardless, as it focused more on the memory of technique involved. Anton wasn't going to suddenly become an expert with the sword, but Triker shared one feature with himself he could hinge on. Using multiple weapons at once. Hers were physical blades compared to his own made out of energy. She merely used her energy as hands to control the weapons. The way she synchronized her weapons was quite satisfying to experience. And though it wouldn't apply directly to a different weapon form, Anton made sure to absorb all he could from the insights. Interestingly enough, she acted more like all the swords were a part of her, and she simply had additional limbs. In truth, Anton had been considering making use of more physical bows at the same time, but it was even more awkward to carry extra bows than swords. He had a couple in his storage bag, but pulling them out mid-battle was only for emergencies, or if he had a spare moment and one was significantly more suited for a specific task. The only real difference was with the sword bow, which he couldn't cause Enoto form blades. After one more strand, Anton found himself with enough thoughts to digest for the day, or maybe the week. Either way, he made his way out of his home, now all to himself as Alva had moved into her own place nearly 2 decades before. She still lived nearby, along with Timothy and Katerina, as well as Hoyt and Velvet in their own places. Anton casually searched for them and found something unexpected. He didn't find himself comfortable at the peak of the mountain where the life transformation experts dwelled. It was still possible for him to cultivate higher up, but for everyday living a more moderate level was preferred. Though even where he lived was actually more inundated with natural energy than it had been when he first arrived at the Order. The power in the area was gradually increasing with the care and dedication of Elder Howland and others in the Order. And the changes around Edel Hall and more distantly the rest of the country, of course. He gradually made his way towards the unexpected change, specifically Formation Master Rana's workshop. But that was not the woman he was seeking. "Oh, Grandpa!" Katerina stepped outside as he approached. "Good news!" "I just came back from the Intercontinental Teleportation Formation. The upgrades were a success." "Is that so?" Anton nodded. "I am glad to hear that, but is that it, Katerina tilted her head. "Oh, I just heard from Rana that I am going to be taking over as the head formation master of the Order. That's still a secret, though." "I am not surprised," Anton said. "But were you ever going to mention breaking through to life transformation?" "Oh. That," Katerina shrugged. "I guess that was important too. Yeah. I had an idea when I was working on the formation." She held up her arms where the faded remnants of temporary tattoos could be seen. "So I threw something together. And then I broke through." She shook her head. "And no, I don't have anything to offer you on the subject. I don't think the same method would work for you. A shame, but I understand we are very different people." Katerina pondered for a few moments. "I mean, I probably could actually. But if you don't do it yourself, I'd probably have to be there at every moment you wish to cultivate. It's sort of a dead end. I just adjusted my body to be more in tune with energy, but it's not automatic. Doubtless something that a lack of understanding would cause more harm to have than good?" Anton smiled. "Well, congratulations on your breakthrough. Have you told Timothy the news?" I was just told about the promotion," Katerina said. "About the breakthrough?" "Oh, nope." Anton rolled his eyes. It wasn't that she didn't care for Timothy. He knew the two were quite happy together, but she would also see him later in the day at home. And the improvement in her cultivation really wasn't the important part to her. Even though now she was one of 16 in the whole Order, Anton left encouraged. While his personal cultivation wasn't going so simply as to smoothly break through to the next stage. Another powerful cultivator, and especially one he could trust, was absolutely a very important thing to have to deal with the coming invasion. Anton wondered if their entire group would be able to break through to life transformation. That would be an anomaly. But from what he understood, there was a strange swell in talent among their peers. It could be a coincidence, but at least they had all achieved this point. If it took them another 5 or 10 years, it would still be considered fast. Anton truly hoped he didn't take that long himself. But given that he had first touched cultivation at 100 years old, it was a miracle he made it through body tempering. In a way, spirit building had been easier. Perhaps that was part of the reason he was finding it difficult to advance. It was difficult for everyone, of course, but life transformation was connected to the body in various ways. It involved attunement towards particular sorts of energies. Katerina attuning to pure natural energy was rather atypical. But it made sense from the perspective of a formation master who could then weave it to function as she willed. His legs carried him further up, towards Grand Elder Sinaya. Her cultivation path was similar to his own, though they had already diverged significantly despite his core being her own technique. She might have some advice for him, though she was also the sort that wasn't good at explaining things. She might not be aware, but most of the copies of spirit arrows in the sect library were written by himself to guide future users. The originals remained for the sake of posterity, and so people could compare with the original author. He smiled as he walked. Whether or not he ever grew in cultivation again, he knew the world was heading in a good direction. Chapter 333. A myriad of lights arrayed itself in Vandale's consciousness. Each of them was a potential point of attack, and he chose all of the best ones. His power gathered and was propelled down from heights above the area, releasing their energy in an explosion at his whim. It was a small scene that Anton encountered containing only a minor insight by life transformation standards. But it triggered other memories of the man. They were friends. And despite their gap in cultivation and actual age, they had a similar heart. Vandale had the most potential to ascend of any member of the Order of 99 Stars in his same generation. He didn't fail because he didn't have the talent or the will, but because he could not bear to leave those he cared for behind. He was not the only one the Order lost during that time. The number of life transformation cultivators dropping from 20 to 13. Only now was it finally recovering. Though nobody could yet match Vandale, the Order had not lost its stability, despite the setbacks. Other sects lost similar numbers, and the war with the Twin Soul sect and Flying Blood cult had practically eradicated their presence on the continent. Now it seemed they were nearly expunged from the world. There was some uncertainty about the exalted archipelago to the west, but the limited contact with them had indicated they understood the threat of allowing the Twin Soul sect to remain. Aotond and those with him had been convinced that at least those they talked to were genuine in that regard. Anton was not at ease, though. He knew it was not his job to go into an area and solve all their problems. But issues of the Twin Soul sect were a problem for the entire world. If he could at least know enough about the situation to determine for himself that they had eradicated them, or at least were working on the issue, he would feel better. He was not the only one with the same concerns. The Order and other factions were not satisfied with the results of the previous expedition, and the people of Ambati were most concerned about the possibilities. As Ambati extended to the western coast, they were some of the first who might run into trouble. Should the invaders gain a foothold in the exalted archipelago, it was decided to send another group. They had to be of sufficient power to broker some respect without being so strong as to seem like an invasion. Even if the general desire of the archipelago was to be left alone, some minor intrusions of their privacy would get the people out of their hair more quickly. Though it was much preferable to simply find groups more open to the exchange of information. It was the uncertainty that was the issue. Anton volunteered to go, of course. Katerina quickly signed up as well. She had not been present with Anton for the first expedition to the Asenath, and with her current studies completed, she wanted to go. Of course, Timothy would come along with her. Hoyt and Velvet were eager to join as well. Devon hoped to participate in something new. Alva was the last member of the order. Unless Fuzz was counted, Glorious Flame Palace and the Frost Mirror sect sent disciples as well. Anton didn't have any deep connections to the cultivators from the former, but he did know Marsun from the latter. As for the two he was most familiar with from those sects, they were staying behind. Anish and Annalie had responsibilities to their sects, though even if they didn't, they would still be staying behind for the sake of their children. Anton suspected they might even have another one underway. Perhaps they weren't as quick as they seemed, given it had been more than a decade. But Timothy and Katerina still had no children, though Anton was fairly certain they wanted at least one. If they were normal people, Anton would have been concerned that they would miss the opportunity. But besides being aged almost 50 now, they still had the youth of someone in their mid-20s. Even if they suddenly stopped cultivating, they would likely live to 150 or even to 100 years old just based on their current attainments. Thus, they were still young. Beyond all of those there were the cultivators from several prominent groups in Ambati. The Temotope clan that Eotund had taken service to was one participating, partly due to their familiarity. Eotund would be returning, and Matriarch Coffee would be going as well. The growth of the Temotope clan in the last decades meant that her presence was no longer necessary for the clan's stability, and she wanted to take the chance to see a new part of the world. The others from Ambati that Anton was familiar with to some extent were several members of the Gamita tribe that had been briefly encountered while looking for the Clear Lake sect. The nomadic tribe was not deaf to the changes in the world, and they offered some of their younger members the chance to experience more of the world. Then there was the Desert Hippa sect. Devon had an encounter with them in Everhart's final tomb. They fought over the berries of a particular bush. But they did so with honor. In fact, when the Desert Hippa sect won the majority of the matches, they still allocated a portion of the berries to Devon and his temporary allies instead of monopolizing them. Anton remembered hearing the story when Devon asked him to help cultivate the berries. With Elder Howland's help, they had come up with a good method around the same time as the Desert Hippa sect. As promised, both sides shared the information, which allowed them and the order to both produce healthier bushes. Now the berries were a favorite of many disciples of the order, as well as a clan of special deer in the nearby forest. Anton knew little about the others involved, but they were vouched for by various parties. Thus it was that in his 30th year of cultivation, Anton found himself once more on the ocean, heading to a group of people he hadn't even known existed. Yet the very fact that the knowledge had been lost meant it was important to reconnect. It couldn't have been an accident that many details about other groups of people had been lost to time. Otherwise, there would have been more information available even after widespread destruction. Cultivators could be quite covetous of any sort of knowledge. The previous traversals to the exalted archipelago had not encountered the same sorts of difficulties with ocean beasts as the other ocean. There were certainly some attacks, but nothing on the scale of the kraken. Likewise, no island-sized turtles had been encountered. It was expected that a creature like Paradise would be a rarity. And even if more existed, it simply might not be on the route to the exalted archipelago. For one thing, the route curved to the south, resulting in a slightly warmer climate. A majority of the exalted archipelago ended up further south than the southernmost part of Brogora. As for why the group left from Amabati, it was to avoid a series of nearby islands that were famous for great destructive whirlpools forming between them. It was simpler to just take a longer route, and the currents and winds near the continent had been known to be favorable. Now it was an established route. Despite it only having been traversed a small handful of times in the last decade. One good thing about being over the open ocean was not having to worry about hitting anything, with the ships or anything else. Specifically, Anton appreciated the ability to shoot off into the distance where he would at most disturb the surface of the water. Some fish might be spooked at the detonation of energy, but he wouldn't cause any major harm. Some of his arrows instead fizzled out in the air. Anton chose arbitrary targets for himself. But hitting inanimate points was trivial. Even so, he could choose to target a particular piece of seafoam or a bit of kelp. The most important part was to continue practice. It might take him 10,000 arrows to see a tiny bit of improvement. But if he didn't shoot those arrows, it would never happen. But 10,000 was not that many compared to what Anton had already shot. He might take another 100,000 or 1,000,000 before there was any noticeable difference. And even then it would take an expert like Sinaya to pick it out. Yet it was a way he could improve himself beyond advancing his cultivation to life transformation. A goal he felt no closer to after another year. Fuzz had decided that he did not like being aboard a ship. It was much too small and cramped. When he was up on decks, people seemed to think he was in the way. They never appreciated when he tried to help with the sails or anything else. Though perhaps that was because the sailors themselves hardly did anything. Most of the time the wind and weather didn't change so suddenly that the sailors had to be active at all points. Since he didn't like being on the ships and people thought he was in the way, he went in the water. There were all sorts of interesting things beneath the surface he could catch. He wasn't that good at swimming, but he found that his energy helped make up for that. He could even make fins like a fish to propel him forward. Fuzz liked to catch the various little creatures. Some of them had a lot of teeth, like the sharks. They were interesting because they were crunchy, but their bones were not like bones. They were definitely better food than the rations on the ships, though. When Fuzz came back onto a ship, people complained about him being wet. When he dried himself, they complained about that. Fuzz wondered if humans ever did anything but complain. At least Alva understood. She apologized for there not being much space. Fuzz was happy to put up with the various difficulties to stay with her and the other members of the pack. It was unfortunate that Alva couldn't ride him around. She weighed basically nothing. But he found that he missed her presence on his back. Eventually, he coaxed her to get on even though they couldn't run around. When he jumped in the water, she was surprised, but didn't really complain. As he dove underwater, he found that it was extra hard to swim with a person on his back, on the surface of the water. He was not very fast. That was until Katerina and Alva worked together to teach him something interesting. He could use his energy to stand on top of the water. It wasn't exactly stable, and would throw him off balance based on the shifting of the waves, but it allowed him to run around. That meant Alva could probably hang out on his back, and they got to run around, circling the ships. Some of the cultivators joined them as well. While the ships could only travel up to a certain speed, cultivators at Essence Collection were able to support themselves on water and keep up with the ships. Most cultivators quickly got bored. But Fuzz thought that was because they didn't know how to enjoy the best things in life like running, or eating anything you could catch in your mouth. There were a couple problems with being out on the very big lake called an ocean. One was that the water wasn't very drinkable. It was salty, which was tasty, but it only made him more thirsty. If he wanted to drink it, he had to filter out the salt, which made it taste like fish. The second problem was that it was hard to smell stuff underwater. If he took a sniff, water tried to get into his lungs. It was a lot of work to avoid that. Overall, though Fuzz enjoyed the ocean, he would prefer it when they were back on land. Chapter 334. Picking out changes on the wide open sea was a trivial scouting task. Since there were few changes of any sort that weren't notable, even though Anton's mind was well away from the area, only a few moments after something came within his range, he was able to focus in on a change. Atop the irregular pattern of waves was a ship, and one filled with cultivators. They stood out like a sore thumb among the otherwise uniform distribution of natural energy. Ship spotted to the northwest. Anton called out. In truth, they were expecting some sort of encounter soon. If nothing went wrong, they would be reaching some of the islands soon. Running into a patrol nearby only made sense. Unlike the previous travel to the east, the numbers were small enough that everyone might have fit on a single large ship. For the sake of comfort, they had 3 that weren't quite as large. As cultivators, they could afford some wastefulness. Having some backups was good as well. In the worst case, they could all cram into 2 or even a single ship. for the sake of the mission, it was decided that a single ship would approach directly with the other to lingering behind somewhat, so as to not appear aggressive. There was no way to hide that they posed some sort of threat, as concealing their cultivations would no doubt make things worse. As they maintained their course for approximately half an hour, the other ship approached them, then curved around to sail parallel to the lead ship. It was clear their ship design was far more maneuverable and swifter. Part of that was the difference in purpose between the two types of ships. But it was clear they had streamlines the designs of their ships as well, since the other side had not spoken a word, merely closely watching from their decks. Matriarch Coffee stepped towards the starboard side of the ship, where she would be closest to them. "Greetings, citizens of the exalted archipelago. We come in peace," the captain of the other ship responded. "And you may leave in peace as well, but you are not welcome here." Anton quietly and carefully extended his senses, which had searching for signs of the Twin Soul sect. He had gained mastery of the skill over the years, though recently had little practical application for it. He didn't discern any connection, which at least meant they practiced a different cultivation style. They could still work with them, or otherwise intend to betray the world to the hands of the invaders when the time came. "Do you speak for the whole of the exalted archipelago?" Matriarch Coffee questioned. "Such a grand nation as yours must at least harbor some who would be curious to speak to us." The man stood in silence for some time, the matched speeds of the ship keeping them still relative to each other. Finally, he came up with a reply. "I heard tell of a southern group that expressed interest in meeting you. Should those from your continent return? The Worthy Shore Society? Very well. If you could instruct us as to how to reach them." "While avoiding the territory of those who would prefer to be without us?" Matriarch Coffee asked with a wrinkly smile. Whether because of her polite manner or because he decided it would get them away the quickest, the man answered directly. "To the south, too." He looked over the ships. 3 days, turning south by southeast after a day and a half. Be aware of the dangers in the area. "We appreciate the guidance." Matriarch Coffee inclined her head. "If you could elaborate on those dangers." The man shook his head. "Figure it out for yourself." "Very well. We will be on our way." There wasn't much else to say than that. Pressing further seemed likely to end up in a conflict, and neither winning nor losing would benefit those from Brogora. It was only negative outcomes in every direction. The lead ship turned to be joined by the others a short time later when the plan was explained to everyone involved. Not that the plan was much. They simply had to hope the man's directions were accurate. No doubt he could give accurate guidance, but he may have chosen not to. At the very least, the dangers were left completely up to their imagination. But south they turned. 2 days passed swiftly. At various points Anton noted ships to their west, but either they weren't sensed in return or they were deemed to be far enough away. He presumed it was the former. But he couldn't completely put it past them to have some who had trained their senses to extend as far as his own. On the third day, they found themselves approaching an area akin to actual land. It was made up primarily of rocky cliffs and disjointed segments of land. The water grew more shallow beneath them. So it was mostly by technical definitions that they might have judged it to be one island or many small ones. Either way, it seemed they should be in the area. The distance between the various outcroppings narrows up ahead, Anton said. It should still be navigable, but it will require some work to maneuver through the area. If he could not sense so far ahead, it was quite possible for them to be entrapped in a small area that was difficult to turn around and end up crashing up on the rocks. The question was whether they had been directed truthfully or if it was simply intended to get them into trouble. Warning them of the dangers could have been simply to make them think there was something beyond this area worth getting to. As they might have otherwise turned away, then Anton sensed a ship. We should be able to get to them within an hour. Perhaps too, given the difficulty of the area. It seems a strange location, though. If the group had not been made up of cultivators, it was entirely possible that they would have simply run around on a shallow section. The ships proceeded one by one through the area, with everyone keeping their senses trained on the area around and below them. Spikes of rock that would be invisible due to the distorting nature of water and the darkness were avoided or destroyed. Most of the cultivators weren't expert sailors, and while there were enough to man the ships, they were not necessarily ready to respond to the various issues. Cultivators leapt off the ships to shove them away from cliffs that currents pushed them towards, and to clear paths where it seemed they should have been able to get through. Anton stuck by his belief he was guiding them down the best path. But there were simply so many options, and many were strictly worse. At least their vessels were slightly smaller than they could have been, as that sometimes made all the difference. It was better not to destroy much of the local terrain if they could help it. "What about that ship?" Katerina asked after a time. "Are we getting close?" Matriarch Coffee stood by to listen as well. "About that," Anton said. "It's been stationary." He scanned around the area at a larger distance and frowned. "There are more such ships, definitely manned. But I don't sense anything that I would associate with a worthy shore society. No flags at all. Mixed cultivation techniques." While technically their own group also had a variety of cultivation techniques, they still had at least a handful of most. They were a bundle of different groups. But Anton was finding it hard to see more than one or two that felt like they really practiced the same from the ships ahead. "Do you think pirates?" perhaps Matriarch Coffee asked. "I am not confident enough in that assertion to start shooting," Anton said. "But I'd assume so. Perhaps we should avoid them. If they truly are this worthy shore society, we can at least not end up surrounded. It's going to take some work, but we can swing around to the west and hopefully avoid them before they sense us." "Let's do that," she agreed. "I'd discuss with the others. But we don't have long to choose. Right, Anton nodded. They had anchored in this place for too long already. Someone could notice them by luck. In that case, Katerina said, should we activate the formations? We can hide our energy signature. I can make it look natural, too. Maybe just a little bit. Anton can direct us around them, but if they're who we are looking for, we don't want to completely slip past their blockade. As they continued to move deeper into the area, they ranged between narrow passages that left barely a hand's width on either side of the ship and wide open areas that lasted for several minutes. One trouble that Anton had difficulty predicting was sandbars. Since he'd mostly been scanning the surface and couldn't intricately inspect every location if they wanted to keep moving, the lead ship passed through one, but the ship following behind was slightly off and ran into the sandbar. What terrible luck, Anton said. The ships have just started moving towards us. A large splash followed that. Much more than any sensible cultivator would have made. Even the giant fellows from the desert hipposect were still human in proportions. But of course Fuzz wasn't. He was already nose deep in the sandbar, frantically digging away. The third ship was far enough back to recognize the error of the second. So they to pass through the sandbar to a more open area. People were sent from both ships to help the one run aground. Some helped Fuzz dig, since he could only cover a section, while others simply set about lifting the ship. The difficulty was doing so without exhausting themselves too much. After all, potentially hostile cultivators were incoming. Everyone could sense them now, and they would be intersecting in less than half an hour, even with the slow and roundabout routes required. Ultimately, the ship was set loose. But it took enough time that the group had to settle for readying themselves in something approximating a bay. It had some room to sail around, since fighting among the smaller crevices would only give an advantage to the locals. It also limited them to coming from a few directions. Flanking the group from behind would require a much longer route. 6 smaller ships approached their 3 vessels. A few people held out hope that it was merely a cautious approach because they were unfamiliar. But it certainly seemed to be leading up to an attack. 3 of the ships carried a life transformation cultivator. But the majority of those on board were in essence collection and some spirit building. A sizable force that actually made it slightly more likely to belong to a proper sect. Could random bandits or pirates really have 3 life transformation cultivators? Anton thought about that and decided that the answers would have to wait. Matriarch Coffee was still the voice of their fleet, and she stood at the bow of the ship to call out to the approaching groups. Hello there. Are you perhaps the Worthy Shore Society, one of the 3 life transformation cultivators? An old man stepped up to where he could be seen. Indeed we are. So glad you've heard of us. It was a smooth response. But everything inside Anton told him it was a lie. His stance was wrong, and the way he said us was emphasized too much. Wonderful, Matriarch Coffee responded. We are from Brogora and we have come in peace. Perfect, the man said. His words lingered in the air as the other ships were clearly getting into position. The 6 vessels were on the move, while the 3 from Brogora had their anchors down. A vulnerable position. "That means nobody will miss you." With a wave of his arm, clearly a signal for some kind of an attack. Numerous attacks were launched. Arrows were fired, and on board, ballistae launched their payloads. Several cultivators launched balls of fire at the sails of the stationary ships, and some even threw strange crystals towards them. All of the attacks impacted a single large barrier that formed over the 3 ships, which Katerina's presence became quite apparent as she controlled the core of the power. At the same time, the anchors were released from the ground below, where they had never truly been lodged in the first place, merely held with a small amount of natural energy. As the initial bombardment was still happening, where Anton already had his bow in hand, it would have been better if they could avoid conflict. But since this was happening, they would simply have to annihilate the opposing group. Anton had already picked his target. And it wasn't any of the enemy cultivators. Chapter 335. If they were going to fight a group of pirating cultivators, Anton didn't intend to let them have free use of their ships. He saw a number of shipboard weapons that couldn't be there just for the sake of fun. As the battle broke out, his first shot went at the sails of what appeared to be the flagship, while his second targeted oars and third the various ballistae. His first shot was nearly blocked by one of the pirates. The wide blade intended to cut apart the sail, barely twisting out of the way to avoid the man's parrying sword. The shot curved back around, slicing through parts of the sail from behind, and the enchantments proved inadequate to resist a peak essence collection attack. His second shot was from one of his other bows, fired by natural energy but all physical. He managed to snap apart several oars in a row on one side before the rowing cultivator's energy stopped his own. As for his shots on the weapons, those were the sturdiest and barely took any damage. The barrier protecting their ships held, and Anton was quite pleased with his ability to attack outward. It was difficult, but Katerina had developed to the point of being a formation master. Her life transformation cultivation helped her stitch together anything missing. Of course, just enduring a bombardment would eventually wear them down. A permanent structure might have the capabilities to resist such an attack, but their 3 ships made an imperfect formation. Barriers all had limits. This particular one was made with the intention of allowing people to pass through it. And that ultimately had to happen in both directions. But it still provided an advantage for the defensive side, who could attack outward at the approaching enemies. Some chose not to rely on the defensive formation, or rather, Fuzz took off running with Alva on his back, likely without considering the situation at all. The young archer was only a short way behind Anton in cultivation now, the main difference between them being her lacking decades of experience hunting with a bow. But in terms of practical battle experience, she still outclassed the Anton of 100 years old. Her style had first mimicked his own, but now was its own thing that moved quickly and attacking from inconvenient angles to defend. Fuzz was fast enough that Anton wasn't terribly worried about someone catching her. And those who could attack her at range would have to contend with being shot in response. Timothy, Hoyt, Devon, and many of the others moved towards the front line, supporting themselves on the water or what outcroppings of stone were convenient. Neither were as steady of footing as they would like, but their opponents had to deal with the same. Others remained on the ships, maneuvering them to try to get some advantage. The first opponent to encounter Timothy was a large woman who held a two-handed curved blade. The force of her attack swung down towards him, but he raised his shield to block. He had long passed the point where that was anything close to a passive response. The angle of their connection was timed to provide maximum counterforce, sending the weapon flying out of her hand. A moment after that, Devon entangled her in chains before Hoyt beheaded her. 3 against 1 might not be exactly fair, but it was her own fault for breaking away from her allies. Finishing her off quickly was the right move. And none of them were going to follow useless models of fairness in an actual battle. Especially not when every person they defeated brought the numbers closer into balance for their side. Marson stood on a floating chunk of ice, finding having a flat surface made him more effective. It didn't tilt except at his urging and wouldn't break easily. Those who had tried found the attempt left them open to being frozen. And whether it was just a hand or their whole body, such a result wasn't good for them. Marson was focusing on the spirit-building cultivators making their way over. Not all of them were capable of easily supporting their weight atop the water. But one of the leading ships had slipped into the barrier. It didn't have enough velocity to trigger the defenses, a balancing factor to make it otherwise more efficient. Marson hopped on board, causing ice to freeze on the surface of the ship. Even if he couldn't directly cause damage, locking oars in place and making sails inflexible greatly reduced the effectiveness of the ship. Marson was close to the top ranks of his generation among the Frost Mirror sect, more through determination and willingness to experiment than raw talent. Though he did have to admit he would never have gotten to where he was without a good measure of the latter. As others joined him on the ship to fend off the stronger cultivators, he slowed everyone they were fighting against. Some were less affected, but even if it was only a marginal change, it could screw up critical timings on their part. It was impossible for the cultivators to form solid lines with their numbers. Both sides were unable to completely prevent people from slipping through the gaps, resulting in the old man who seemed to be in command finding his way to Katerina. "Tough luck, young lady. But even a specialist like you will never defeat me while holding together a formation." Water rose up all around the lead vessel, splashing over everything but mostly gathering around the life transformation man and Katerina. "Is that so?" she said as she held her sword between them. "Then perhaps I should drop it." The old man lacked any traditional weapons in his hand. but up close it was simple to make out the metallic claws clutched in his grip. Careful eyes would also see similar contraptions attached to his feet. The old man charged towards Katerina, shrinking the wall of water in towards them as he did so. Good idea. Drop it and our artillery can get back to work. Their weapons clashed as Katerina held her position, barely keeping the claws and water away. She couldn't afford either wounds or restricted movement, but she had to maintain her position at the center of the formation. The next several exchanges happened without any more words, simply Katerina's face wrinkling ever more in worry and concentration. "That's enough," the man said. "You are hardly a swordmaster. With your power split up, I know you can't even harm me." He grinned, his energy sharpening around the hand and foot blades. He stepped back in. A whirl of attacks that Katerina barely tumbled through, and not unscathed. Blood dripped from her forehead, shoulders, and a gash on her abdomen. Then the man twisted his feet, the claws grasping on the wood of the ship to thrust him forward with great speed, the claws on his hands going for her throat. But before they could reach her, he found himself stopped in place as energy suddenly collapsed all around him. An instant later, Katerina cut his arms off at the elbow. "You are about half right there," she said as she stepped forward to lop off his head. "But as it turns out, I am actually at my strongest there." The man might have still been alive for a moment, but he was unable to speak. At most, he could wonder why the formation suddenly turned from an external barrier into a restrictive formation. If Katerina had been inclined to answer him, she would have been able to tell him it was always both. She looked around for her next target. It had taken Velvet and Anton longer than she hoped to take out the enchanted ballistae. But they couldn't afford to have everyone dealing with those while they fought. If nothing else, it could ruin their ships and make everything following difficult. The pirates were quickly realizing that they had made a grave error. In addition to not recognizing Katerina's presence and status as a life transformation expert, even in the early part of the stage, the others were also no pushovers. Their greed and the thought that nobody would be able to track them down for revenge had caused them to overreach. When they turned to flee, they found it quite a difficult task. Parts of their ships were crippled, and those who were able to swim at great speed or walk atop the waves, or who could simply jump between rock outcroppings, found that they had to contend with enemy archers. And even a few compromised and still quite enchanted ballistae. When the call to surrender went out, spirit-building cultivators capitulated first, followed by some of the Essence Collection cultivators. Many continued to choose to flee, but none escaped. Restraints for so many cultivators were a bit difficult to come up with, though the pirates themselves happened to have some. The biggest part was divesting them of their weapons and armor, followed by Katerina setting up a temporary formation to suppress their intake and use of natural energy. The leadership quickly discussed what to do with them. Unlike the Twin Soul sect, these pirates weren't something they had an eternal grudge with. "I think we should kill them," Matriarch Coffee stated clearly. The same as they would have done with us? While that's certainly fair, Anton responded, we need to consider what the people of the exalted archipelago would think. And the worthy shore society? She nodded slowly. True, but perhaps it is better that they know nothing. That's impossible now, Anton admitted. We just engaged in battle on the border of their territory. He turned his head. They have several elders who have clearly taken note of our presence. Their opinions will likely determine our fate here. Are they close enough to listen? She asked. It's hard to say, Anton shrugged. But I think not. Well, I think we should just go to them, said Elder Chefuniro of the Deseret Hippa sect. We can deal with the ships and the cleanup later. Best not to keep them waiting. After some discussion of how they would approach the diplomatic situation awaiting them, they returned to navigating their way among the rocks, leaving behind the extra ships they had insufficient crew for. At least, insufficient without more individual training in the area. They went more or less straight for the group Anton sensed. They were clearly of the same sect. And as long as the travelers hadn't been totally lied to, they should be the worthy shore society. As they got closer, Anton became aware that the worthy shore society was far more than a minor sect. The few life transformation elders he had felt meant they were not weak. But as they approached, he felt more presence is beyond a large formation they had guarding their territory. His senses were dimmed beyond that point. But he knew there were more than a few additional life transformation cultivators present. Thankfully. They weren't looming at the edge of the sect as if planning to attack. Anton hoped that was because they didn't intend to and not because they could attack from where they were. But it was too late to turn around regardless. Even as the fight began, it was too late to avoid their notice and judgment. He just hoped they were reasonable. Matriarch Coffee had planned what to say, and they would have to go with that. The navigability of the area only grew worse as they approached. But fortunately, before it reached the worst possible parts, they were stopped by the 4 elders. 2 men and 2 women at life transformation, along with a great quantity of lesser disciples arrayed behind them. Who approaches the worthy shore society? One of the men called out. Matriarch Coffee steeled herself. We are cultivators from Brogora, here to speak with you. We come in peace. You speak those words with blood on your hands? The man retorted. A pressure swept over them. And captives as well. We were attacked by pirates. They intended to kill us all. Humph! The man looked towards Katerina. And you. You are stronger than her. Why are you not the one speaking? Katerina was obviously caught off guard at that question. Well, I am not very diplomatic. Perfect, the man said. You will speak then. What happened, sensing that it wasn't an option? Katerina explained. Briefly. Well, basically what she said. They came to attack us, said no one would miss us. And then we killed them. I cut off their leader's head, and we captured anyone who would surrender to see what you would say. This leader, Who was it? The man asked. Katerina gestured to the body, which had not yet been disposed of. I am sure you saw it. That guy. The sea tiger. The man got a wide smile on his face. He finally chose the wrong targets. Good. Somehow they were always ready to flee if we came after them. This time they ventured too close to our territory. And chose the wrong targets. So then, what is the purpose of your visit? Matriarch Coffee knew just the right things to say. But Katerina was still the one in charge of speaking, so she got straight to the point. Here is an invasion coming in a couple decades. We want to make sure people here are going to be prepared so it doesn't cause trouble for us later. And we're worried about the Twin Soul sect and people like them. We know of all this, the man said. I personally returned from Everhart's Tomb of Ascension, along with several others. But seeing that you have come such a long way, we should speak somewhere more comfortable. Oh, and just throw the bodies into the water, except that man's head. Some others here will be quite glad to see it. Anton quietly breathed a sigh of relief. What was it about cultivators that made them show off the power and be intimidating? Even when they were essentially friendly, Anton wasn't sure. But he couldn't complain to Muck as he'd used similar tactics to squeeze information out of people. When they were guilty, they tripped up an awful lot, and there was much to learn from innocent panic as well. An unpanicked response was information of its own. Chapter 336. The actual sect grounds of the Worthy Shore Society were much the same as the area surrounding it, with the exception that they inhabited the largest island in the area. In addition to that, the sect ground extended via bridges to many of the other rocky promontories in the area, filling out much of the surroundings. The area was clearly difficult to inhabit, since there was little soil for growing any sorts of plant life, which was the basis for the majority of food. Even fish were difficult to get for the most part, as accessing the deeper parts of the ocean required navigating the surrounding area. Like any sect who lived in harsh conditions, they were used to the struggles and found them worthwhile for the benefits. Defensive security was often one, but abundant natural energy was another, from the way Katerina was looking around with great interest. Anton expected there were either some natural or artificial formations involved in those aspects. The reception by the Worthy Shore Society was overall positive but reserved. It was obvious they shared some of the same sentiments about foreigners that the rest of the exalted archipelago did. Anton didn't blame them for that opinion, as from his observations, cultivators in general were difficult to trust. Even if a majority were safe, he would trust a larger proportion of commoners than cultivators. People with power thought they could get away with more, and they were right up until they overestimated themselves in the wrong circumstances. There was something more to it than just distrusting new groups of cultivators, however, because they were specifically concerned about them being from outside the exalted archipelago. Anton wanted to ask about that, but doing so immediately didn't seem appropriate. The visiting cultivators were all given appropriate accommodations. They weren't particularly fancy, but it didn't seem that the quarters for guests were particularly different in scope. Any other visitors would have received the same serviceable accommodations. As a life transformation cultivator, Katerina was an exception, though it hardly mattered since she would only be spending time in her room to sleep. The visitors were allowed access to a portion of the library. It didn't contain the core cultivation technique or combat techniques of the Worthy Shore Society, but it did have quite a few things available. Anton couldn't possibly read it all. But one of the librarians was a kindly woman who helped him find whatever he was looking for. I must ask, how do the people here feel about Everhart? He's an asshole, Librarian Jala stated simply. Besides the universal constant. I meant, what are the opinions on his techniques and the like? Well, as he had a great proclivity for collecting and creating forbidden techniques, the opinion on such things varies. She shrugged. But everyone will admit his talent and knowledge. I've studied most of the knowledge I could find, Anton admitted. Though I primarily found myself interested in his studies on how to teach people to advance through the early ranks of cultivation. I don't believe I have seen any of that, Jala admitted. It was mainly in one cache. Though there could have certainly been more here. He was a prolific traveler, so I assume he came to the Exalted Archipelago. Oh yes, he planted down a few of his tombs here. It was quite a surprise to everyone with the last one, though. A great teleportation formation revealed itself. Difficult to hide. That. Nobody had noticed any of ours, either. Though I suppose we have more continuous landmass to hide things in. What do you know of Brogora? Most of our records of the Exalted Archipelago were destroyed centuries ago, in the previous invasion. She gave him a look which made Anton think that perhaps he had been too obvious. It would probably be best to read it for yourself. Jala helped pick out a few choice records for Anton to read through. They were copies, probably copies of copies, but he expected they would be accurate to what information was available at the time. First were records of Everhart. It seemed he was actually from Brigora. The records spoke of many conflicts he had with various sects, but despite the attempt at a neutral tone by the author, it was clear that they were at least a little happy that he'd taken some arrogant sects down a few pegs. And of course he ran off with a bunch of their stuff. It was further back in the past than that for the time of the previous invasion. However, what was mentioned wasn't at all what Anton expected. He could hardly find a mention of Ascension experts coming to take anything away. Instead, there were only cultivators of Brogora attacking the Exalted Archipelago to steal their resources for their own use, to empower themselves. Anton couldn't say that it didn't happen, but he still felt something was missing. I suppose I can see why you wouldn't be enthusiastic about our presence. But to hear is nothing here about the invasion of the ascended cultivators. Unfortunately, those records are private. Anton frowned. Can you talk about any of it? Whatever we could use to improve our own chances would be quite helpful. After all, even if we're defeated, we could take out a few before they make their way over here. I would have to speak to the elders to say any more, Jala admitted. But from what I have read, our information wouldn't help you. Everhart's visions at the tomb are certainly of more use. I see. I will wait for an answer on that then. In the meantime, I would like to see more of these other records, if I could. It was clear that even in the time of the invasion that Brogora wasn't one unified whole. A large number of sects had been involved in raiding the Exalted Archipelago, to be certain, but it wasn't something that could be attributed to the continent as a whole. The different sources agreed on the basic facts. However, Anton could see why that might sour the Exalted Archipelago towards Brogora. But it needed a bit more. For example, they hardly seemed to be a unified whole. The first ship they had encountered on this trip was ready to send them back or fight them, but still suggested they come to the Worthy Shore Society. None of the conflict was in living memory either. Practically nobody even remembered Everhart firsthand, let alone the invasion before that time. Vandale had even been too young to know the man personally, though there were some indications that perhaps Swordmaster Rahayu had. Yet if humans were good at one thing, it was holding a grudge. With the only available information being what was written, he knew everyone would be subconsciously influenced by it instead of reserving their judgment for things done by actual people and groups that currently existed. At least they didn't seem interested in an organized revenge. If they had, it would have been done long ago. Since they didn't need to be reminded of Brogora's existence. As for Asenith, it was further away. Not so far as it might seem, since going past the Exalted Archipelago would lead them to the other continent. But it was further than Brogora and theoretically a more difficult journey. One thing Anton was certain of was that the Worthy Shore Society was not interested in revenge. There was no air of hostility, only caution. The caution seemed unnecessary to Anton. Not because he expected them to immediately be trusting, but because they were strong. The sect had perhaps 2/3 of the cultivators that the Order did, but they had more life transformation cultivators. They weren't all just old folk either, but there seemed to be a regular progression of them. That information wouldn't be much more than an interesting piece of data, except that the Worthy Shore Society didn't consider themselves one of the major powers in the region. They weren't just referencing the whole of the Exalted Archipelago either, but the southeastern section. No wonder a group of pirates had 3 life transformation cultivators among them. They weren't the strongest ones he had met. But it wasn't so easy to make that step. Anton was now keenly aware of that. The natural energy in the region was. Not the cause. It might be marginally higher than Brogora had been, but Anton didn't believe it would make such a difference. It was something else. Something Anton hadn't even thought to ask about, but simply stumbled across in the library. Cultivation manuals. Anton stopped to look at them. I thought you said these belonged in the restricted section. Jola, do they? She questioned as she looked at them. After flipping through some books and unfurling scrolls, she shook her head. No, these all belong here. Feel free to peruse them, if you wish. So Anton did. He wasn't planning to change his core cultivation technique now, even if he could. But learning what snippets of knowledge others had put together was always helpful. A short time later, Anton found his confidence shaken. The Worthy Shore Society had a collection of cultivation techniques, complete ones, even to the point of ascension. Of course, a technique could claim to be complete and be missing key pieces of information, either on purpose or because it was flawed. But Anton didn't find any flaws. At the very least, they were more complete than the others he had seen. The Deathly Heart technique professed completion, as did the cultivation technique of the Twin Soul sect. The latter was hard to obtain complete copies of, but pieced together it was clear they at least had guidance up until the end-of-life transformation, where the talented cultivators could make the last step themselves. But the techniques here purported to guarantee ascension to those with a certain level of general talent and affinity for the technique. May I copy these? Anton asked. Anything in this section of the library may be shared freely, Jala confirmed. Interested in studying different techniques? Are you, well, they're complete after all, Anton admitted. I suppose. A bit low quality, though, in my opinion. Anton kept his reaction limited. He couldn't hide some surprise at the casual declaration that implied the Worthy Shore Society was a step above all of them. Anton had to admit that some of them felt lacking in other areas, but having a complete path was vitally important. They're still very useful for study, Anton finally commented. I suppose so. If you were in the business of refining different techniques, you said you try to teach everyone to cultivate. Right, Jala nodded. Finding something suited for everyone seems difficult. Or refining something that already exists. Well, I try, though I can't say I have the ability to piece together a complete technique. Shouldn't expect that while in Essence collection, she pointed out. A fair point, Anton admitted. He couldn't help but wonder if one of the elders would be able to fill in the missing hole of the 100th star. It wouldn't be as satisfying as solving it themselves, but if it ultimately ended up with ascension cultivators from the Order. Well, that hardly mattered until after the invasion anyway. In truth, Anton's main hesitation was appearing weak. The Worthy Shore Society might be decent folk, but other members of the Exalted Archipelago might want to take advantage of Brogora if they found they were lacking in complete techniques, and that they had fewer life transformation cultivators. I could open up the restricted section, Katerina offered when Anton explained his conundrum. Then you could see the best techniques. That's not really what I had in mind, Anton admitted. The rest of the usual group was around. Timothy, Hoyt, Velvet, and even Alva. And the secret histories, Katerina prompted. Anton pursed his lips. I would certainly like to know that information. But breaking the rules of our hosts seems not only impolite, but very dangerous. They're not perfect, Katerina pointed out. Their formations aren't on the level of Everhart. Nobody's formations are, Anton said. Not yet, Katerina acknowledged. Timothy spoke up next. I do agree that we should be concerned about the dangers. Here they are with vessels that could absolutely reach us, and yet they haven't tried. Probing for information might anger them unintentionally, but they're hiding something. Openly hiding things is better than not admitting it, Velvet said. Have you talks with the leadership revealed anything? Katerina? Besides the stuff about formation's number, I spent all my time studying them. And they let you, Velvet asked. I might have offered some improvements, she admitted. The thing is, they just don't have any formation masters here right now. In this particular sect, I meant. The formations should have been in a better state at some point and have been decaying. Which means they might have secrets I want. Katerina paused. Beyond the ones that directly affect the fate of our continent, I guess. I haven't been denied access to the information yet, Anton admitted. Jala said the elders could take some time to make the decision. It's only been a few weeks. Given the chance, he would gladly continue reading in the library for a year or two, especially if he was going to copy more information. Reading was much faster than scribing, even as a cultivator. The mind was always faster than the body. Anton considered developing a technique to use multiple quills to fill a whole page or several pages at a time. But that might just result in wasted paper. Then again, he could devote a week or two to see if it panned out. What do you think? Fuzz Alva asked. Are they good people? An affirmative bark at least made everyone feel better, though Anton wouldn't puddle off his trust in Fuzz. And even if one group was fine, throughout the entire Exalted Archipelago, there would certainly be more than just one group of pirates who wished them ill. Chapter 337. The library of the Worthy Shore Society continued to draw Anton's fascination, and he wasn't the only one. Reading through complete cultivation techniques confirmed something simple but important about ascension. It required a large amount of energy. That wouldn't be a surprise to any cultivator. But there were two general categories of how it was accomplished. The first method was similar to what happened at Black Soul Valley, a large ritual to gather lower energy. Human sacrifice is optional. That would allow a cultivator to forcibly ascend, after which they would in theory find themselves automatically attuning to the upper energy from the world above. Attempting something similar before reaching the peak of life transformation inevitably resulted in the cultivator exploding when unable to handle the energy, which obviously resulted in their death. The more correct method was to form that connection, and then make use of the upper energy to make the final step. That would be similar to what Swordmaster Rahayu did. Cutting someone in half vertically was optional, And in fact, any sort of attack wasn't strictly necessary. Even so, the expression of individual cultivators seemed to be relevant to exactly how the connection was achieved. Anton was in another camp. His connection to ascension energy was indirect. Through the concept that some version of himself would or could have ascended, and he was taking the energy from that. There was no mention of that in any of the records, but that made perfect sense. It wasn't a proper method to ascend. Anton was inclined to believe Everhart that it would actually make him unable to take that step. If he formed a bridge to ascension energy, he would suddenly find himself unable to control something he thought he was familiar with. At least, Anton could envision that situation. But thinking about ascension was pointless for other reasons as well. The coming invasion was one, and the fact that he hadn't even stepped into life transformation yet was another. He was studying above where it suited him the most. The methods provided by the 90 Sac9 stars clearly worked. And Anton didn't find them radically different from the completed cultivation techniques. The theory was solid. He was just finding himself stuck at the moment. He was supposed to attune himself to a source of energy. This wasn't the same as the distinction between upper and lower energy, but closer to elemental in nature. Anton had no problem with making a choice, but he hadn't been able to find the right circumstances. Something was lacking, either in his ability to seek out a suitable area or his own insights. Anton knew that spending a year or two dealing with that step was not uncommon. And in fact, if that was all the time it took him, he would be considered to have surpassed the step quickly. Even 5 years was speedy. 10 years was the point at which people began to doubt their ability to cross into life transformation. But Anton heard tales of those who had taken a full century to make the step. They didn't advance much further into life transformation after that point. But it still came with a significant increase in strength merely for crossing the threshold. It was probably a bit rude to scan their hosts to determine if they were members of the Twin Soul sect. But it was risk in auto. Do it. The Twin Soul sect was patient, and they could easily wait several weeks to lure people into a false sense of security before destroying them all. Anton had only Anirion to suspect them, but being so straightforward about secrecy, he felt a little bit bad. Ultimately, neither he nor the others found anything. And the Worthy Shore Society straightforwardly declared that they and all of the established sects in the Exalted Archipelago were opposed to the Twin Soul sect and would not allow them to infiltrate. Knowing about them was most of the way to prevent them from intruding, and they weren't lacking in knowledge or techniques. After more than a month staying with the Worthy Shore Society, Anton finally received a response about records involving the invasion of ascended cultivators. He was the one who initially proposed the question, but all of the highest-ranking cultivators were gathered to meet with some of the elders and the sect head. The sect head was a woman named Marguerite Gellens with a cultivation near the peak of life transformation. She was also young. No signs of age marred her body, which indicated her cultivation had been swift and smooth. Anton found it a little bit hard to judge, but he determined her to be significantly younger than himself. For someone in early life transformation, that wouldn't be particularly impressive. Katerina was only 50 years old, after all. However, it was still anticipated that she could take another 70 years to reach the peak of life transformation. That meant the sect head should have talent matching or exceeding the best that Anton knew. It probably shouldn't have been a surprise, but Anton still found himself thrown off guard. He'd subconsciously been believing that his companions were the best the world had to offer. With himself barely managing to keep pace, logically there should be someone who was better, but he'd so far not run into them. Cultivation speed wasn't the only thing about a cultivator that mattered. But the strength radiating from the woman indicated she hadn't cut any corners. The good news was that it felt something akin to friendly, if serious. Welcome, guests! As I am sure you were apprised, I am the head of the Worthy Shore Society. I have brought you here to let you know that, unfortunately, we are unable to reveal information you are seeking. However, she drew out the word for a few moments. We can offer you certain assurances. During the upcoming invasion, no danger will flow over to you from the Exalted Archipelago. It is also the case that the sects of the Exalted Archipelago have entered into a pact that we will not be the aggressors in a war with the continents. Matriarch Coffee took a moment to speak. A pact? With who? How is it enforced? That we cannot say. But be assured it is enforced vigorously. Sect head Gellens continued. Even so, we recommend you to limit your visits to the Exalted Archipelago, as it is possible for the terms to be interpreted in different fashions. At least in the territory of the Exalted Archipelago, you could easily be declared as attackers by those with ill intentions. The group of pirates led by the Sea Tiger might have used that excuse. Or they might not have cared. It wouldn't have stopped us from eliminating them for other reasons, but we were unable to find the chance. Anton wondered about that. For a sect this powerful, taking care of a group nearby shouldn't have been terribly difficult. Yet the displeasure at their existence seemed quite genuine. It could be some sort of unfortunate politics at play. It's difficult to believe you with just words, Katerina admitted. However, the hospitality of the Worthy Shore Society makes me inclined to take it. I assume we would not be able to learn more elsewhere. Others might even be significantly less civil about their rejection of your inquiries, the sect head nodded. I truly would like to explain, but it is not worth the consequences. We appreciate you informing us in person, Katerina admitted. And so, Katerina asked after they were in private, with some precautionary anti-prying formations. If nothing else, it would let the Worthy Shore Society avoid overhearing anything accidentally. What do people think? There is much to learn from how she said that they could say nothing, Matriarch Coffee pointed out. I believe that the terms of this pact are enforced by a powerful sect, possibly a coalition throughout the exalted archipelago. However, I would not understand why there would be terms relating to war with the continents, especially since they would seem to have an advantage. Anton nodded. Do you think it would be an issue to request information on the other sects in the area? So we can get a better picture? They should at least understand. We aren't intending to invade them. But maybe that would change their mind. That could be good, Katerina admitted. Knowing about the other sects could be useful if we plan any sort of future interactions. However, if we don't, I think we have everything we need to know. Foregoing the potential of future interaction would be a waste, Elder Chefuniro of the Desert Hippa sect commented. Especially given the wealth of knowledge a single sect possesses. He looked to the other elders from Ambadi. Don't you agree, Matriarch? Coffee nodded. Of course we would not give up on that potential just because of a small risk. The Worthy Shore Society is friendly enough in their own way. If we don't specifically ask for strengths and weaknesses, but simply the relations, even just to the Worthy Shore Society, we can likely get some picture. They must have the insight to understand what else we would want, and we can accept whatever choice they make on the matter. Nobody had anything better to say on the topic, so after some details were discussed, the meeting was concluded. There was no long debate about providing information this time. The request was made, and later the same day an answer was provided. They were willing to provide information for a service. As for that particular service, it was a box. With a single look at it, Anton knew he would be of no help. Not that he would have been able to stop Katerina from snatching it away regardless. The head-sized cube was loaded with tiny inscriptions making a complex formation. And while Anton could follow Katerina's direction for purposes of breaking a large barrier, fine details would have to be controlled by her alone. Where did you get this, Katerina? Asked librarian Jala, who had been the one to deliver the device. Even as she asked, she rotated it, looking at it from all sides. Golden Star Island, she replied matter-of-factly. They could be considered rivals of ours. Did they make this? Katerina asked. Or just find it? It is believed that they found it. They have skill in formations. But we do not believe it is so great as to create something such as this. Jala shook her head. Any progress you can make with opening it would be greatly appreciated. Got it. What sounded like an acknowledgement came with a click as the box split open. Ooh, another box. Oh, that. Already, Jala's eyes were wide. Anton shrugged. She's a formation master, after all. She's been picking apart some of Everhart's best stuff, so I am not surprised. This one is difficult, Katerina said to no one in particular. It doesn't want to open. Seems like it's holding. There was a click and a loud thud. Something bigger inside. A 2-meter square cube now stood in the middle of the courtyard, and Katerina began inspecting it from corner to corner. It seemed to be their real challenge of the strange box, as by the end of the day she still hadn't made any progress. Despite getting help to shift it over onto a new side every once in a while to reveal the hidden bottom side. Anton was standing around to watch for a while, but he had something else to do the next morning. The Worthy Shore Society was already satisfied with Katerina's results and began providing information. They simply hadn't expected something so significant right away, and thus were taking time to compile it. Perhaps they were still holding out, but they were already revealing tantalizingly concrete details about the strength of various sects over the course of time, and their relations with each other and the Worthy Shore Society. The information mostly indicated that it would be suicide to fight them, but also that they were far from unified, despite all being part of Exalted Archipelago. Chapter 338. After another month, Katerina found that the puzzle box only went deeper and deeper. Each step was more difficult, and the members of the Worthy Shore Society studying along with her had found themselves lost long before. Explaining the earlier layers to them was a good way to spend some time not fussing with the core of the puzzle box, which had become increasingly difficult and dangerous. It was entirely possible. It was only intended to be opened by those who already knew the method. But because of the nature of formations, it could always be picked apart. It was simply more difficult to do so when formation runes were hidden on the inside surface, as Katerina had to figure out a way to sense them without triggering the outer defenses. But she could do it by sensing the flow. Unfortunately, the last week had been a sort of deadlock where she was making no progress at all. That didn't mean she couldn't. But she had to focus on something else for a time while she digested what she had learned. Unfortunately, that meant she wouldn't be able to return to these studies for an unknown period of time. It had been more than a week since the Worthy Shore Society declared they had nothing more they were able to share. They were willing to host the group for longer, but cautioned them against staying too long. Everyone was frantically learning what they could, studying or copying available techniques. Katerina even learned a few things about formations from the library, though she knew there was probably more knowledge hidden. It was a shame to leave it in the hands of people who couldn't use it at the moment. But she had to accept it. For all of her progress, she hadn't actually given anything tangible to the Worthy Shore Society. They exchanged knowledge for knowledge, and she was invited back. At a later time. Given the general hostile stance of the Exalted Archipelago, that was the best that could be expected. The Worthy Shore Society guided the group out of the location of their strange island, even going so far as to escort them a day out into the open sea. Nobody came close to disturbing them, but the gesture was still appreciated. They were at the very least pleasant acquaintances. The general atmosphere on the ships was one of accomplishment, but there was also a bit of trepidation. Learning what they had, it was difficult not to. Freely distributing some of the techniques to people who were almost enemies. and certainly not established allies, meant they thought very little of them. Perhaps there was some imaginarity involved, but it still showed what they had available to them. Even if the worthy shore society was friendly enough, it was still uncomfortable that only a certain pact was stopping the exalted archipelago in general from retaliating for actual and perceived past wrongs. Even if they weren't interested in that, cultivators were often looking to expand by taking over other sects' territories. There were various excuses that were used to justify things to different extents, but power would ultimately be the victor. A coalition of local sects would stand together against most aggressors, but if one side was overwhelming in force, little could be done. The journey had absolutely been worth the effort. The knowledge they gained, even if it came with some concerning revelations, was extremely useful. The exalted archipelago could be trusted to leave them alone, at least for the moment. And they were strong enough that if they were overcome by the invading forces, nobody else really stood a chance anyway. That meant the exalted archipelago could be set aside. For the moment, on the return journey, promises were made to copy everything that people had gained and distribute them among the various sects and clans. Spreading that information to all of them meant that it would inevitably lose any secrecy. But at least they would be the first ones to be able to study the wealth of knowledge. The gears were already turning in people's heads for how they might refine their cultivation techniques to improve them. One by one over the course of the next 2 years, Anton's companions advanced to life transformation. He firmly believed that Timothy, Hoyt, and Velvet would have made the step regardless. But the additional learning helped. Alva was still slightly behind in cultivation, but she was right on Anton's own heels. He hadn't quite succeeded yet. Part of that was making the choice to be cautious in his advancement. He didn't want to make a mistake and attune himself in a way that would lock him in a path he didn't want. He spent a large amount of effort with the elders of the order studying the 99 stars, specifically focused on the life transformation aspect of it. Anton mostly deferred to their understanding, but he was part of the process. The refinements they made would smooth the path for themselves and future cultivators of the technique. But nobody could be certain if the completion of it was correct. There were a few of the Grand Elders hovering near peak life transformation. But even if they cold breakthrough, they chose not to try. They did not know if they would be able to effect the invasion after ascending. And the sect could not afford to lose their strength, even if their numbers of life transformation experts had nearly returned to their peak, and would likely continue to increase. At the end of all of it, Anton was certain of the path he would take. It was hardly different than the choice he would have made if he pushed himself. But sometimes that was just the way the world worked. He stood in the reconstructed observatory, empty except for him. There were other enthusiasts of the nighttime skies in the order, but that was precisely why nobody else was present. It wasn't night, but the middle of the day. Anton confirmed his condition. He was fully rested and mentally prepared. Now all he had to do was go through with it. Anton began to gather the natural energy around him. The density around the peak was the highest anywhere in the order, and it could easily fill him up. Now, he was pushing beyond that point, absorbing more than he could hold onto until his meridians and dantians strained. The energy compressed inside him. He looked through the telescope straight at the sun. An action more than sufficient to blind a normal person. A portion of his effort was diverted to fortify his eyes, and they slowly adjusted to pick out something more than just pure intensity of light. As the sun came into focus in his mind, his energy also extended outside the observatory to feel how the sun's rays fell upon the world around him. It was light and heat and intensity of energy. The rays even dissolved into the form of pure natural energy. Though practically every sort of power ultimately ended up there, the pressure continued to build up inside him. Anton controlled the strands of energy flowing through them, directing them through his body, and especially his dantians and meridians where the flow was greatest. The energy began to be consumed to power a transformation. But he continued to pull in more as quickly as he could until he was overflowing, even though he was aware of what to do. The process was dangerous. His body began to ache as it was nearly torn apart by the power, but he kept pushing forward. Failure would mean, at minimum, a long period of recovery from internal injuries. In the worst case, death. But concerning himself with failure would only hold him back. He simply thought of his goal, power, not for the sake of himself, at least not entirely, but to be used for the sake of those he cared about. The pressure and pain continued to build. But he pushed steadily forward, the fiery heat becoming part of him. Then, all at once the pressure released as if a dam had broken. He had formed the 50/9th star. The gushing energy found its way through him with plenty of room to spare. And the aches began to recede until they were a dull throb. Anton smiled. He had believed he could do it. But that was the case with everyone who made the attempt, unless they were truly suicidal. Many failed. And not all of them got a second chance. He slowly breathed out, feeling scorching heat in his mouth and lungs as the air moved. It hurt. Not a perfect breakthrough, then, but he was quite certain he would recover given time. "I am afraid we have to make you an elder," Sanaya grinned at Anton when she next saw him. "We've recently refined the rules. And until such a time as we run into issues, it's simply appropriate to have every life transformation cultivator retain the title of elder." Anton nodded. With 20 life transformation cultivators, including himself, that left 79 places for elders of essence collection or lower. There were only 90 elders, but there were also 9 grand elders. If there were circumstances that led to them needing more elders, they would consider changing the number of elders as it was merely ceremonial. But for the moment, Anton would be taking someone else's title. He didn't like that, but he had to admit that the title was fitting. And if Katerina called him Elder Anton, he would see how she liked it. though he was far beyond caring about that little detail. Since most of his peers were actually of similar age or older than himself now. Though the upcoming generations were likely to change that average, having achieved a long-term goal, Anton wondered what he should focus on next. Improving his cultivation would continue, but he had a decade. Perhaps two on the long end before the invasion, he wouldn't even make it to the midpoint of life transformation, no matter how hard he pushed. As Anton took stock of himself, he realized that he had now spent a quarter of his life cultivating. Though it hardly felt like it, some days were tranquil and slow. But his mind always recalled his younger years and the time he had with Janina as if it had just been a short time before. People were strange like that. Anton took a single glance into his vessel of insights. The lone insights of Swordmaster Rahayu remained there, tantalizing, but Anton knew better than to touch it at the moment. For all he knew, it might cut him in half. The insights were normally safe. But he wasn't going to chance it, or waste the insights when he wasn't fully ready to comprehend it. What Hekeldo was review everything he had been teaching people and improve whatever was lacking. His own power might improve somewhat in the coming years. But there was just enough time to raise up another Bachor to Averly Essence collection cultivators. Or at least spirit building. A couple decades of widespread cultivation knowledge was getting people used to it. But it could hardly be called universal. They would need everything they could to hold off ascension cultivators. Some more practice with his ante. Ascension techniques would be good too. He understood how important they would be. Now that he knew more. Ascension cultivators couldn't recover their ascension energy, or upper energy, while present in this world. He didn't know how easy it was for them to come and leave, but it at least wasn't simple. But otherwise they wouldn't be constrained to certain time periods. And half-exhausting one would be pointless, as they would simply leave and return. Perhaps they could leave and come back. But it would at least put them out of commission for a time. Anton had to believe that, or hope that they could just kill Anion without giving them a chance to escape. But that would be difficult. Even if he shot arrows after them for 100 kilometers, at least he would not have to worry about them outrunning his attacks. His light arrows were significantly more powerful now. He might even give Sania a run for her money. Actually, sparring with her was a great idea. He wasn't exactly close in cultivation, but there wasn't a huge rift between them either. Chapter 339. The difference between the 59th star and the 68th might have seemed small to those who didn't understand. But even if each star was equally valuable, a nearly 15% increase in power was not something to be trifled with. Both were inside of life transformation, however, so they could vaguely match up against each other. The two people in question were Anton and Grand Elder Sinaya. At the current moment, they were 50 kilometers apart in the open deserts of Droka. Neither had anything resembling shelter, but mundane terrain would make little impact on their attacks regardless. The empty terrain was chosen so they wouldn't have to worry about collateral damage to anything of import. That included local communities, of course. It was impossible for someone to call a start to the match. Someone standing in the middle shouting, if their voice could even travel to the two combatants, would take a full minute before it was heard on either side. Instead, the match started with Anton's movements. He was the one at the disadvantage, after all, so it was fair enough. For the sake of experimentation, his first shot took on the properties of light. It wasn't a perfect replica, as true light seemed to arrive instantaneously, even at such large scales. But it was swift enough, weaving its way through the barrage of counterattacks that Sanaya lodged in its direction. A hit? But unfortunately, Sanaya was able to predict the precise target of his attack and gather her defensive energy there to negate his attack. The shots she fired to shoot his own attack out of the sky weren't suddenly gone just because they didn't impact his own attack. And their trajectories were very slightly altered to target him instead. He already had his own counters on the way, of course. The area between the two archers was like a curved arch of light as attacks went back and forth. Some collided in explosive detonations while others got much closer to their ultimate targets. Neither archer found much point in firing in a wider trajectory. Both of their sense is extended well around them. So an attack curving around the side would simply take longer to arrive. Only when that was used to an advantage did it make sense. Anton couldn't say he learned everything from Sanaya, but at minimum half of his style came from her. His one possible advantage was the number of simultaneous attacks he could manage. Sanaya had a higher rate of fire and could time multiple arrows to arrive together. But Anton had the advantage of shooting from multiple bows at once. Whenever he could, Anton would disrupt a more powerful attack with a weaker light-based shot. Sinaya's attacks weren't so flimsy that a slight disruption would tear them apart. But it was possible with the right angle and just enough power that he came out ahead. Even forcing an arrow to evade his own reduced its effectiveness slightly. His feet were constantly on the move. Even before the first shots got close, it was difficult to truly move unpredictably. But changing his direction at somewhat random intervals and facing some arrows head-on bought him breathing room. Both sides had a limit to the number of arrows they could fire as well as how many they could have in transit, as each required some amount of control and energy output. The small advantages were gained when either side could disrupt the other's rhythm or pull tricks with their own. After a short time, Anton knew he had lost, but that didn't mean he was going to give up. Every moment taught him something. It wasn't just watching a great archer like Sanaya, but an intentional act on her part. But the mere fact that she was teaching him didn't make him feel able to let down his guard for an instant. As arrows whizzed past him from all directions, often detonating when they got close. Even holding back for the sake of Anton's learning, Sanaya would doubtless defeat him. But perhaps in a decade or two things would be different. The gap between them that had once felt completely insurmountable was now merely a matter of narrowing the distance piece by piece. The barrage that finally got Anton involved dozens of arrows from all directions focusing in on him, cutting off his movements as they targeted every part of him. He avoided all but one of them, which slipped between his ribs, then faded away. Anton was not so foolish as to think it wouldn't have gone through his heart and decimated everything inside of his ribcage if that was the true intention. It wasn't simply power that beat him, though, but technique that made a much bigger gap than simply 9 ranks of cultivation. Everyone was growing restless, and the answer to that restlessness was ultimately an intercontinental competition. The looming threat of the coming invasion was felt keenly as everyone prepared for battle but failed to experience it. Not that there weren't conflicts, but they were kept to a minimum. The threat of death was never enough to stop cultivators. But the idea of complete annihilation was something different. And if it turned out that nothing happened, nobody would be concerned that they had been biding their time building themselves up. Of course, for that the sects would need resources which were ultimately finite. Even though the continents of Aseneth and Bragora were not completely occupied, certain materials were prized above others. Even precious herbs which could be grown indefinitely were no TC to maintain. Some lesser sects lacked the resources or land or both to keep up. Anton was a big proponent of the competition. It wasn't simply going to be a tournament, which would heavily favor the already established and strongest sects. In fact, they were not going to be participating, except as instructors. The Luminous Ocean Society's secret realm was the location chosen. It was designed for the sake of training, after all. It was more than just combat prowess that was going to be measured. Growth was going to be a key factor. Given the option of different teachers, people would be judged on how much they were able to progress, given the closest thing they could have to a level playing field. Factors outside of combat would be measured as well. There were fields suited for growing various sorts of herbs, and materials were provided for smithing and enchanting. Formations would play a role as well. Personally, Anton would have liked to cover more categories, but he had to admit that combat would be the most important in the near future. Preparing for that with weapons and armor, as well as making use of proper herbs or medicines to aid cultivation or recovery, were the most important. The ability to make a road that would last centuries would be better afterwards, if they survived. Anton eagerly watched as hundreds of participants arrived every day, escorted in groups from various points around the continents. The intercontinental teleportation formations were being used primarily to transport people from Aseneth this year. And for the next event in 5 more years, the plan was to go the other way. Most participants were earlier in cultivation. There were many in body tempering, both those who were traditional cultivators and those who were part of the latest generation where there was a push to cultivate in any occupation. Career cultivators were most common, especially at the level of spirit building. A great number of essence collection cultivators would be present as well, even outside of the larger sects running things. Life transformation cultivators were practically non-existent among smaller sects, or they would stop being a smaller sect. But there were a few solo cultivators who made it. Chiker didn't count. Not that there was anyone who could teach her much outside of the people she already had access to. Either way, she was enough associated with the Million Sword Vault that she wasn't allowed to participate. Not as a competitor, anyway. She'd be available for selecting as a teacher. Few people would benefit from that choice, however. She was a genius sort. Much like Sinaya, which meant those without the right understanding would just become more lost under her guidance. Choosing the right teacher was also a sort of test of aptitude. The time for the selection finally came about, with random lots being drawn to determine who was allowed to choose instructors first. That was as fair as it could be. And there had been a few days for everyone to familiarize themselves with the options. Anton was pleased when many people he recognized came to greet him. That included people from Windrip, Leo, and Kit, people from Arbington, and many others. He was even more pleased when the vast majority of them chose someone else as their instructor. Most of them weren't archers, and even a few of those were better suited for learning from someone closer to their level. Anton had people from both spirit building and essence collection under his tutelage, as well as a single student in body tempering. For the first lesson, Anton selected bows for each of them to make use of, specifically targeting an achievable but difficult draw weight. There was only one difficulty. One of the Essence Collection students was too strong. "What is your name?" Anton asked. "Nathanda," the woman replied. Her dark skin and particular accent placed her as from Ambati. "Is that so?" "You are a practitioner of Western steel body," she nodded. "That's a bit of a conundrum. I don't have a bow suitable for you." "I think you might not benefit from my instructions as much, though you are welcome to stay for a while to find out." She nodded again. "I will stay." "Very well, then. Each of the rest of you has been assigned a bow and some training arrows." Anton pulled out his own bow. "All of you are to aim downrange towards the targets. Don't worry about distance now." "We won't be shooting just yet. I just don't want anyone pointing at each other." That put Anton in the direction they might shoot. But if he was going to get injured by something someone accidentally hit him with, he might as well give up his position. "Now simply draw back your bow like this, fletching just past your ear, and hold. Don't use any energy to augment your strength. Just your muscles." He was followed with a myriad of complaints about the draw strength of the bows assigned being too heavy. Anton took special note of those who managed to draw their bows, as well as those who failed but didn't complain and kept trying. Nathanda was simply holding her position without speaking, though that was to be expected. She was using her own bow, and the Western steel body was focused on training the body above all else even past the ranks of spirit building. "Pay close attention to my movements," Anton said. "I will do it again. I assure you that you are real capable of drawing the specific bows matched to you. Let me show you. Make sure to engage all of your muscles and follow the proper motions. If you do so, you can draw the bow. The lone body tempering cultivators was huffing and puffing, his face sweating. But he continuously adjusted himself to follow Anton's motions. Perhaps it was a bit unfair. But Anton had them continue the practice for an hour. Those who were able to draw the bow were told to fire arrows at the target, but not concern themselves with hitting or missing. Anton would return their arrows to them after they arrived at their destination, keeping everyone out of the line of fire. Several students quit, angrily unable to accept the results. Anton shook his head. They were unable or unwilling to follow instructions, and they only complained instead of asking for specific guidance. One other simply chose to use their energy to start shooting the targets. Anton approached the woman. Perhaps you would do better to seek another teacher, if you will not follow my guidance. That was the nicest way he had to say she was being kicked out. And really, it would be better for her. I understand, she nodded. She apparently thought the same, perhaps believing him incompetent. At the end of an hour, people were exhausted. The body tempering cultivator had barely managed to fully draw the bow one, firing the arrow almost directly into the ground in front of himself after he did so. His name was Ingram, Anton determined. At least he didn't give up easily. Well then, Anton said, I see everyone remaining can follow instructions. You have the ability to learn. Anton looked to Nathanda. She had at least adjusted her stance to more closely match his, even though she wasn't restricted the same way the others were having to make use of the maximum amount of their strength to barely draw. Next, we will be shooting while making use of natural energy. Hand in your bows, please. Nathanda just looked at him. As for you, I might actually have something after all. Anton hadn't intentionally made things difficult for her. But he really wasn't suited for teaching someone focused on strengthening their body. He pulled out the bone bow that had no string. I will show you how to form a string. Then I want you to shoot with the minimum of energy, relying on muscle power. It should actually work well for her. Given her cultivation style, everyone's strength required to pull the bow was higher when they were allowed to use natural energy. Anton demonstrated the best ways to make use of their energy to aid the process. And they spent more time just shooting or trying to shoot. Ingram was perhaps worse at controlling his natural energy than his own body. Though he eventually managed to shoot once before he collapsed. But next up was time for individual instruction, and Anton knew enough about everyone to get them started. Chapter 340. Anton knew that a large part of the reason people would have chosen him as a teacher was to learn horizon shot. In truth, making optimal use of your body wasn't the main requirement for that technique. But Anton was here to make people the best they could be, and that meant starting from the basics. Besides, the requirements for horizon shot also involved years of training in sensing energy at a long distance, In the weeks Anton had available, he could at best teach people to shoot to the limit of their vision. Useful, but not necessarily better than having good basics and being efficient with their energy. It was inappropriate to have favorites in this competitive setting, but Anton couldn't help it. Besides, he did his best to train everyone. He just couldn't help but focus on the front and rear of the pack. Nathanda was clearly very experienced with archery. If she had any flaws, Anton would say that it was a lack of proper instruction. If a cultivator was going to focus on training their body beyond the normal levels, most focused on the use of melee weapons, a sword could be swung with more force just by strengthening it with natural energy. A bow wouldn't provide more force beyond its limits, and reinforcing it with energy would only prevent it from breaking. There were techniques to change that, but that was the basic idea. Archery did make great use of physical strength, but it had the drawback that it became heavily dependent on the quality of the bow and arrows used. The spirit arrows technique removed the need for physical arrows, though specialized ones were still useful if available. At the opposite end was Ingram. He was still in the basic stage of body tempering, either because he was new to cultivation or not particularly talented. Anton wasn't fairly certain. He had no experience with a bow, yet he'd chosen to study with Anton regardless. Anton had to admit he could teach other things. But if he was dealing with a group, then it was most efficient to mainly cover his specialties. The first round of tests didn't go well for Ingram. He lost his matches and had no particular strengths outside of combat. In a normal tournament, that would have meant he was out for good, but this one focused on improvement. Higher-ranking cultivators were still going to get better resources because they could actually set them. But even someone like Ingram could get a huge boost to their success if they managed to perform well. Even though nobody was forced out, some people quit after the first rounds, seeing what they were matched against. None of Anton's students quit, though. At least, not those who had stayed through the initial training. He wasn't a harsh teacher, but had he have high standards? If students weren't giving their all, he would look at them with supreme disappointment. Anton didn't have time to delve into the depths of people's lives to see what might cause them to do poorly on certain days. But he got them back on track however he could. Remember, Anton instructed Ingram. Circulate your cultivation even as you use your muscles. It is how they grow best in the body tempering stage. He was shooting at a stationary target no more than 100 meters away. Keep your eyes off of what the others are doing, Anton reminded him. You are not at the optimal point to learn from watching them. He might also grow discouraged from seeing people who were better, regardless of whether or not he might achieve the same level. Anton couldn't tell just yet. Others had moving targets or even volunteer cultivators. Anton was watching everything. If not with his eyes, then with his senses. The combined rate of fire of all of his students was easier to track than just Grand Elder Konia. So he was able to provide everyone the advice they needed. Shooting faster, slower, holding their breath before they released, or a slight adjustment in stance. "Elder Anton," Nathenda said as he came to her, "I don't understand the creation of the string." "It's not." "Right. She was using the bone bow that came with no string. Forming one out of energy was difficult, especially for a cultivator that focused more on continued body tempering. Admitting a lack of understanding was difficult for everyone, and Anton felt that was especially true for her. "Here, let me show you." Anton formed a string in the air in front of her. "I prefer to start from a single point and work outward, but that might not be best for you. You can also work from one side." Even making the motions as if you're stringing a bow while you form the connection, Anton demonstrated. As for the properties you want, focus on the maximum amount of snap you can get. Go ahead and feel this one. It should be about right for you. As Nanda reached out to touch the string, Anton anchored it in place so it would act as if it were attached to a bow, specifically the bone bow she was using. She couldn't use it in the competition since it wasn't hers. But it developed her muscles by actually being tough enough to resist. Training her energy with the string was also useful, and as ultimately it would allow Nandanda to surpass the limits of her bow. With just a portion of it requiring the use of natural energy, it actually suited her better. Ultimately, however, her ability to draw a bow was only going to be part of what she needed. Beyond shooting as many arrows as they could fit into the day, Anton trained his students in fighting against other archers and against melee opponents. If an archer was far enough that their opponent couldn't counterattack, then target style shooting was good, but usually they would have to defend themselves. Attaining distance was best. But even if that wasn't possible because of a faster opponent, there were ways to use a bow in close combat. And for when that didn't work, Anton taught them how to quickly switch to their favored weapons without just abandoning their bow or leaving it awkwardly draped over them. Sometimes that involved using just a single hand to fight in melee, while holding their bow securely in the other. And other times it meant quickly using a storage bag. The latter was inconvenient for rapidly switching back to their bow, but sometimes necessary. Inside of the arena, Ingram took a deep breath. It wasn't a steadying breath as he drew his bow, but simply to calm himself down. He had completely screwed up the first rounds of battle, and though the competition was all about improving, it would still be held against him. After all, if a bad start gave better results in the end, everyone would throw their first matches. That was also why there was a week of training beforehand, so everyone could at least have some amount of control over their results. He had been hoping to break through to the next level of his cultivation technique before this match. He wasn't even at the peak of body tempering yet, but he'd been making significant progress training under Anton despite being middle-aged. In fact, that was the main reason he had sought the man out. His skill in archery was of secondary interest compared to his general ability to train people. Having started when he was older, much older, if the rumors were true, he had an idea of the various pitfalls. Ingram hadn't even realized how much his core technique had focused on exercise as the primary part of body tempering, minimizing the emphasis on how natural energy helped with recovery and growth during that process. But now he definitely learned something, and that was why he didn't want to lose. It would make Anton look bad. Well, he also wanted whatever resources he could obtain for the sake of his future growth. That was only natural. His opponent was a man from the Desert Lizard sect. Ingram didn't know much more than that. Because they were a small sect from the local area, he was from a whole different continent. However, there were some things his eyes told him, like the fact that the man had scales. That was not completely abnormal. Some cultivators tried to radically change their bodies to gain the strength of animals, and when it worked, it was quite effective. Other times, they caused harm to themselves. At least this man didn't seem to have done that. Beyond the scales, he also had claws. Seeing no other weapons, Ingram assumed that was how he would attack. The arena they had ended up in had some beneficial features for Ingram, including slopes and boulders to get in the way of a charging attacker. All he had to do was make use of what he had been taught. When the match began, and he drew his bow, Ingram almost broke it. He was used to pulling back with his full force to get the string just barely to his ear, and his arm almost went past that. Fortunately, he stopped. At least he knew his strength had improved over the last couple weeks. His first arrow flew forwards towards his opponent, who blocked with his arm. It was a combination of gathering energy to dampen the blow and letting his scales do the rest of the work. Ingram knew he would have to be less predictable or have more powerful shots, or both to really damage the man. He had time for a couple more shots before the man got close. Ingram was already circling around a boulder, ready to shoot the man as he ran around it. He didn't expect it to be broken in half. At least he was able to sense the buildup of energy before it happened. When it shattered to pieces, it was clear the man didn't have much momentum left to attack him. Ingram got his first hit, but it only cut along the man's shoulder, partially dodged and half deflected by the scales. It seemed to have been a massive waste of energy and an obvious opening for nothing until the man stomped, sending a cloud of dust and sand into the air, and towards Ingram. At their level, it could only really cover one person. But being unable to see his enemy was a huge disadvantage for an archer. If Anton hadn't covered some better sensing techniques, he would barely even be able to target the man's torso. The sand wasn't just blocking his vision, but grating against his defensive energy, which was better than its scraping off layers of his skin. He ducked and dodged away from slashing claws while trying to find opportunities to shoot. Eventually, he won. But not because of anything particularly amazing on his part. His opponent simply wore himself out. The boulder smashing and constant control over a cloud of sand, being too much for cultivators of their level. It was anticlimactic, but if Ingram hadn't improved so much, he likely would have been taken out. He just hoped he'd perform well in the following matches. Nathenda looked up at the tower in front of her. So you say that once I go through the tower, I will be stronger. Of course, Anton said. It trains people to control and resist energy. But for you, I believe it would be something that could be accomplished without external use of energy. She frowned. Somehow the man had known some techniques to supplement her training with Western steel body, even though he clearly didn't use them himself. She didn't mind, but the man had quite a bit of knowledge. Then again, some of the clans in Ambati had suddenly begun to grow rapidly in power from new techniques. It wasn't strange if it happened with others. I'll try it, she said. There was nothing to lose from making an attempt. So far, he had been a good instructor, even though he'd said he might not be the best for her. But he was a powerful archer. And Nathenda had heard the other from his sect was difficult to learn from. She stepped into the tower. She did feel the pressure. It was like a body temperer standing right next to her, maybe pushing on her a little bit. It increased as she walked up the tower, but even halfway she found it almost trivial. Towards the top it became more of a challenge, but she pushed against the heavy sensation. She was rather disappointing, but brought her prize back. I completed it, she said. The old man looked at her. What do you mean you just started? He pointed to stairs that led downstairs she could have sworn hadn't been there before. You merely picked up the key to the entrance. When she stepped down the first stair, it was like she was hit by a boulder. Nathenda grinned. Maybe she'll jet something from this after all. Each step forced more weight on her. And she thought that maybe she could actually improve some muscles that hadn't found a challenge in a long time. Chapter 341. The pressure encompassing the lower part of the tower was significantly more difficult to handle. Nathenda found it threw off even simple motions like walking. Unlike the upper portion, her normal senses were restricted. It wasn't just dark. Even sound didn't work quite right. The times when she passed people on the stairs were the only time she could sense people, much in above or below, and they would feel like they disappeared. Isolation wasn't bad, but it was worse when she found it difficult to move. The pressure bearing down on her made her feel 10 times as heavy. A weight that wasn't unmanageable, but made every stair feel like jumping off a cliff with the pressure of her feet impacting. Then there was the thought of exhausting herself too much to climb back up. It was foolish to think that she would be allowed to die in the dark, but it felt like it. When she almost stepped on something, it threw her off balance and sent her careening into a wall. For a moment, she just lay on the ground, taking stock of herself. Nothing broken, it seemed, but she would be bruised. She could have cushioned her impact with natural energy. But even if she hadn't been training to go wholly without it, it was difficult to call upon in her current location. As for the thing that disrupted her, it was a beetle? No, that wasn't right. Its size would indicate that. But the shape was all wrong. It was clearly some sort of insect, though as long as her palm and 2 fingers wide. The thing scurried towards her, dipping over the stairs. Nandanda prepared herself to fight, though the thought was laughable. How could a simple bug harm her? It stopped out of arm's reach and waved its antennae and front legs. Was that some sort of threat? It was laughable, except the fact that it seemed to be unconcerned about the looming pressure of the area. It made her feel 10 times heavier. But that was as a human. It wasn't that her weight was multiplying, but a force bearing down on her, more or less the same for everyone. An insect would crumble under that force, especially without any trace of natural energy. That was the thought, at least. But it wasn't dead. Nandanda shook her head. A lone ant wouldn't matter anyway. She took a quick check to make sure it wasn't some sort of distraction, but didn't sense anymore. What do you want, ant? She wasn't actually expecting a response, but it waved its arms more. She couldn't interpret it as meaning something, however. I don't understand what you mean. If the ant was just randomly doing something, she would have expected it to react the same way to her voice. But instead it flopped down to all legs, pacing back and forth for a moment. Then it lifted itself all the way to its hind legs, almost standing straight up while wiggling its antennae. Do you want to be picked up? Nathana held out her finger. If it tried to bite her, she would crush it. She wasn't sure what it was made of, but she was certain she could accomplish it. If it happened to be poisoned, she would just have to endure that as she made her way back to the surface. But if the thing was friendly, she couldn't just not read to interact with it. It did, in fact, crawl peacefully onto her finger. Then up her arm. She tracked it warily. Her body should be able to resist the sharpness of the thing's mandibles. But it was still awkward having it climb up to her shoulder and circle around her neck. Then it stopped on the other shoulder and pointed its limbs up the stairs. You want to go up? The ant replied with something she was almost certain was a nod. Though she wouldn't have been able to sense such a precise motion much away from her body. Well, I could use a break anyway. The ant seemed quite content to ride on her shoulder and do little else, though Nathanda felt weird passing the other trainees. Either nobody noticed it or they decided it wasn't worth mentioning, because she soon found herself outside. Maybe she could ask someone about the ant. Elder Anton would be a good start. As soon as she approached him, the ant leapt from her shoulder. She wondered if she had unwittingly brought something dangerous. But the man caught it behind it back, turning towards her and the ant. Hello there, little fellow. How are you doing? The ant waved its antennae and front limbs enthusiastically. Yes, I met the great queen. More excited movements. You'll have to excuse me. I couldn't quite keep up there. I am not that familiar with your language. The ant was slower after that. Oh, sure, I can demonstrate. Anton held his other hand nearby. And out of seemingly nowhere, an uncomfortably powerful energy filled his palm. Uncomfortable for Nathanda, anyway. As the ant jumped into it without a shred of caution and ate it, yes, it works just like that. Though I am not sure how it will be for real. Since the conversation seemed to be coming to an end, Nathanda spoke up. "Excuse me, Elder Anton. What do you know about that ant?" Anton shrugged. "I don't believe I've met this one in particular. But there are relatives. They're quite intelligent. And extremely energy resistant." He nodded. "They're allies in the upcoming fight with the invaders." "Allies?" Nathanda asked. "Well, I'd hardly call them anything else. They're not pets." "I generally not call anything intelligent enough to understand speech a pet, except perhaps Fuzz." Anton shook his head. "Regardless, they have also developed a sign language using their front appendages. I am relatively familiar with the ants, but I am still learning the language. I have to say it's much more natural than our initial attempts to have them write everything." "Okay," Nathanda nodded. "Why was it here? Good question. Why were you in the tower, more waving of limbs?" "Oh, I see. I could have told you there was no food down there. It's certainly a safe, defensible location, but it's an awful long walk to get food." "It wants food?" Nathanda asked, reaching into her bag. "I am sure I have something." Well, she might be interested in eating. But I believe the point was to scout out spots for a nest. Since that area's not claimed by humans, they can be relatively undisturbed. But it's no good without food. More waving. Yes. You should have known that nothing would live down there. Few things can survive without protecting themselves with energy. More waving. She's an exception, of course. She's one of the humans who focused on that. A final back and forth of wiggly limbs. Well, I find natural energy quite useful personally. The ant did something akin to shrugging and leaped back over to Nathanda, who held out her hand like Anton had. "I don't understand what you are saying." She asked if you want to learn to be like her. "What?" "An ant can I? Should I? I don't know the answer to any of those questions." Elder Anton shrugged. "But you could try?" "I think they're a fascinating object of study, though likely much more useful for a body temperer like yourself. If I suddenly had nothing to do with energy, I would just have to give up." "Well, sure, I'll try." "How do I start?" The Anton Nuth and Us hand was so enthusiastic that the rear limbs got involved in the communication, making it pretty much impossible to parse. Not that she knew any of it anyway. She'd probably have to learn that. If she wanted to learn from ants. The next week, Nandanda found herself back in the arena for another round of tests. She clutched her left hand tight. Her new thing would only be a secret once. She had to make it count, if it worked at all. If it didn't, well, she had other methods to use. In her other hand, she held a long polearm with a blade. She would have preferred to make use of a proper bow, but she didn't have one to match her strength. Arrows were another problem entirely, though there was a certain point where they could be used nearly indefinitely. The halberd was her backup weapon of choice since her less potent energy didn't allow for extending her reach with it. and it also had a lot of leverage to make use of her strength. The weapon itself had to be specially made to be more durable than others, since she would be reinforcing it to a smaller degree than other cultivators. That was an advantage in some ways, because if her opponent had only a limited amount of damage they could do, she wouldn't have to worry about her weapon at all. Her opponent was a man who radiated a sense of fire. It wasn't anything familiar. Perhaps he was from Asenath. Though Nathanda couldn't guarantee she would recognize every style on their own continent. Especially not with the recent shifts in available techniques. His weapon was a chain, quite a long one in fact. If he was able to properly control it, then he would have the advantage of reach. But such things could be quite unwieldy. Regardless, the battle began with both opponents moving towards each other. Nathanda's hands both gripping her halberd, while her opponent had separate lengths of chain dangling from each hand. As expected, one of his chains whipped out to their full length, fire wrapping around them as Lynx tried to circle her from the side. Nathanda's options appeared to be best suited by trying to block it with her halberd. But she knew it would merely wrap around her weapon. That might even be what her opponent wanted, while she didn't want it yet. Instead, she dropped down low, using the weight of her outstretched halberd to balance her backwards lean. Bang! Her opponent was at least half ready for her to duck. But he had obviously not expected her to get almost parallel to the ground and immediately get back on her feet. The flames surrounding the chain were hot, but at the distance of half a meter, it was nothing that could harm Nathanda. Her body sprang forward into a lunge after the chains passed over, closing the distance between herself and her opponent. The man had more than one length of chain, however, and the second coil held in his other and leapt forward to meet her attack. She pulled back to keep her weapon from being entangled and turned her thrust into a wide sweep. The first set of chains was already looping back towards here, and Nathanda knew she wouldn't remain unentangled for the duration of the battle. Even so, she focused on avoiding it and trying attacks to measure her opponent, even if she didn't need to avoid the flames. Making her opponent think she did would be a nice advantage. Her left arm was entrapped a few moments later, followed by the halberd briefly held in just her right hand. The chain wrapped around that too, locking her weapon in place. The flames were uncomfortable. But unfortunately for her opponent, they couldn't really harm her. For the sake of expediency, she gathered her natural energy to push for a deciding strike, and found that she could barely control it. Something about her opponent's techniques weakened her control. That would have been devastating if Shen had either natural energy to fight. Both her arms yanked suddenly, forcing her opponent to decide between being pulled towards her or losing his weapons. He thought there was a third choice, anchoring himself to the ground with his natural energy, but it was a fake choice. He slowed down slightly, but still moved. Slack formed in the chains from the combined effects of his movement and his distraction, momentarily limiting his control. He managed to twist himself out of the way of Nathanda's halberd as he moved. Though she wasn't going to impale him on it anyway, It would have been half an impalement at best. Instead, she clocked him in the jaw with her left hand. She hadn't even needed to use her special new technique. In some ways, that was good, but she also didn't know if it would work. Well, the next match might tell her that. It would almost certainly be with someone stronger, or at least more suited to fight against her. Chapter 342. It was impossible for Nathanda to undergo a fundamental change within a short period of time. And even though she had managed to greatly improve herself, her peers were not remaining idle either. The next few matches were filled with equal parts wins and losses. That was how Nathanda discovered a serious flaw in her new technique. It was obviously incomplete, but she hadn't even gotten a chance to use it because of the way she had developed it. It didn't help she didn't have a proper bow to use either. Perhaps it was a foolish notion to begin with. Working around the changes to her left hand made the rest of her tasks more difficult. But if it actually worked as she wanted, she was interested in completing the transformation. So far, it hadn't been practical in actual combat, but that was her fault more than the technique itself. She looked at her left palm. Unlike her other, it was not paler in the rest of her skin, but darker than even her normal deep brown. It didn't have the same sheen to it as the ant's chitin, but it was only an approximation of the creature's. No matter how much a human cultivator might take on certain aspects of creatures, they remained fundamentally the same. Nathanda's final opponent was a woman who hardly looked suited for her weapon. Cultivators didn't necessarily need muscle to wield weapons, but the woman didn't even look as if she was up to the same standard of body tempering as most cultivators, let alone Nathanda's. Perhaps most wouldn't have noticed, but she was more sensitive to such things. For most, the method through which they made use of their power didn't make much difference, as it had to be dealt with regardless. But for Nandanda's purposes, this was the best chance she would get. Her opponent's weapon was essentially a spiked metal club. It was not quite as long as a proper polearm, but it had a good amount of reach to it. She might have called it a staff had it been symmetrical. But the way it was shaped made it clear. Only the top end was for bludgeoning, piercing, and otherwise damaging people. The battle began with clashing weapons. Nathanda's opponent seemed to be aiming for her weapon directly instead of trying to avoid such collisions. It was a sensible enough technique given how well it worked. Nathanda was used to being able to force her opponents backwards with her powerful strikes. But her opponent had remarkable stability through a connection to the ground. Furthermore, the impact strained Nathanda's muscles to the point she couldn't just try to wear out her opponent's natural energy. That suited her just fine, though. There was no point in testing a trump card against an unworthy opponent. Nathanda continued to weave her halberd as she could, making use of her reach to hold off her aggressive opponent. She continued to fight until her opponent knocked her weapon to the side, not entirely by coincidence. Her opponent rushed forward, the iron club swinging down at an angle that was not quite vertical to avoid her easily dodging it. Nathenda still had her grip on her halberd, but it was too far to the side to bring it to bear. The club came down straight into Nathenda's palm. One of the spikes pierced through her hand, and the force of the blow pushed her into the ground up to her waist. Yet the muscles and bones in her arms, torso, and legs held firm. Taking such a blow head-on should have shattered something rugged of how much she tempered her body, but it lost some of its force the moment of impact, and was unable to maintain the follow-up momentum. Nathenda's grip closed on the weapon. She didn't want to use such a reckless technique, but it was the one most appropriate to testing her ability, and it had worked. Her opponent struggled to pull away, but could not force her grip off of the weapon. Nathenda did find herself slammed into the ground back and forth for her refusal to give up her grip. But the force of the blows was very little. That was because from her hand extended an area that mostly negated the energy around it. It barely extended beyond her touch. But that meant the most critical portion of the weapon did not have the additional momentum and power that it required to be a threat. It wasn't even particularly tiring for Nathenda, yet the technique wasn't without flaws. It didn't just weaken her opponent's energy, but also her own. That meant she was unable to protect her palm, and that meant the weapon had maintained its power up until the point of contact. But still, it worked well enough. It wasn't complete negation like the ants, but it suited her. Soon enough, her opponent realized that Nathenda wasn't going to let go or give up, and the halberd she leveled in their direction gave them incentive to surrender. Nunda grinned. It was just one battle. But even if it didn't vastly improve her rating, she would at least be walking away from the competition with great improvements. Now she just had to figure out how to make use of the same with a bow. The strange bone bow that Anton lent her for training was just about right. But unfortunately, she didn't have one of her own that matched. Perhaps she could develop the technique to turn on and off as well. Anton sighed. Watching a skilled archer fight without a bow was a shame. He had to admit that Nathenda was much more skilled than himself in melee combat. But that was likely due to necessity more than choice. She'd chosen a difficult road. One that was difficult to travel without proper access to equipment, though that was what the competition was for. Wasn't it? Despite the fact that Ingram was significantly behind the other students, and debatably less talented, Anton also admired the man for his determination. He had gotten quite far with a poor technique and little opportunity to learn more. Anton wondered how far he himself would have gotten, had he not been given access to the 90 cyanine stars from the beginning. Could he still have developed to where he was now, or would he have failed to take even the first step? Ultimately dying in the attempt, the latter wasn't a pleasant thought. But that was exactly one of the reasons Anton was so interested in giving others the same sorts of opportunities. Few of his other students maintained his interest in the long term, though he still tried his best to help them grow. Perhaps they would become something more. Or perhaps both sides would only remember each other in the context of a competition for resources. There were others Anton was interested in, though. Students that weren't his. One of particular interest was a young woman studying under Chiker, or rather, the only student still with Chiker. The swordmaster had talent, that was certain, but the ability to learn and the ability to teach others wasn't always connected. Finding people with the right set of attributes to learn from Chiker was not common. There were others like her, of course. Million Sword Vault valued many of the same things as Chiker. But as they were one of the greater sects, they were not involved in learning here in this competition. Instead, it was mostly independent cultivators and smaller sects. When the example that was given to someone was a single sword swing or a more impressive but immensely less comprehensible 24 swords moving simultaneously on their own, it was expected that people would drop out. Combined with Chiker's casual nature towards injuries and her students decided they might learn better elsewhere. And they were probably mostly right. The young woman seemed to be named Flori, as she had introduced herself to Anton previously. She was kneeling on the ground among a dozen swords, with one resting across her lap. Chiker seemed to be trying to explain some details of sword techniques, and the young woman listened raptly. And then a swish and flick, and you get a sword which grows on a tree, though most of them were kind of bad. Chiker nodded seriously, but you still have to defeat the sword bugs when you see them. "How are things going here?" Anton asked. "Good." Chiker didn't seem disappointed that most of her students were gone. Actually, Anton wasn't sure if she would have noticed at all, unless they were carrying decent swords. "Hey, you! Show Anton your new technique." Flori shook her head, as if she were coming out of some sort of daze. Then she stood up, knocking over some nearby swords in the process. "Yes, of course, Sword Master Chiker." Flori turned and bowed to Anton. "It's not much, but I've been doing my best." Taking the sword that had been resting on her lap, and one more that was sticking point first into the ground, she held them in either hand. After lowering herself into a stance, her eyes took on a serious edge. She flicked the tips of her swords underneath the hilts of swords surrounding her on opposite sides, springing them into the air. They landed balanced on her own swords, nearly point to point at right angles. That was just the start, however. As her movements gradually gained confidence, speeding up, a moment later the swords were flicked forward, slicing through the air at an unknown target. Anton felt just a bit of energy controlling their motion. But their trajectory was set by the force of the two other blades propelling them at strange angles. The remaining blades on the ground likewise went towards the same imaginary opponent, arranging themselves in a disorganized pattern in the ground behind. Anton had to admit it really wasn't much more than a party trick of sorts. Not that he would expect much better from a spirit-building cultivator. Controlling a large number of swords simultaneously like Chiker was not going to happen immediately. Even so, Anton could feel it might develop into something interesting. Good. And the other one, Cheeker called out. Florrie closed her eyes in concentration for a moment, centering herself. Then the two swords in her hands sliced past each other, once vertically and once horizontally, weaving in opposite directions. Despite his lack of training in swords, Anton recognized the shadow of a technique. Mostly because the original had been burned into his memory. It was only a tiny fraction as impressive as Swordmaster Rahayu's final slash, but the presence was there. "That's great," Anton said. "I don't believe you could do that at all last time I came by." "I've been practicing," the young woman said, "but I can't do much in real battles." "Don't say that," Chicker commented. "I know you can do it. If it were anyone else, Anton would have been surprised at her punctuating her point with a sword slash. It was close enough to Florrie to cause her to take half a step back. You just have to react to your opponent." "But what if I am not fast enough?" Checker shrugged. "Then just react before they do anything." Anton cleared her throat. "I believe she means to predict what your opponent will do and act accordingly." "Didn't I say that?" Chicker tilted her head. Florrie spoke timidly. "Normally people don't call it reacting if you do it first." Chicker shrugged. "What's the difference, besides?" "It's important to make sure your actions don't change what your opponent is going to do. Unless you want them to." "I think I get it," Florrie said. Chiker nodded. "Good. But maybe you'd get more if you saw it in action. Say, Anton." "Are you busy?" "I am not," Anton admitted. "In that case," Anton held up his hand, "only if there are trained doctors from the Million Sword Vault on standby," Anton cut off her request for a fight. "And we'd need to invite both of our students. Perhaps talking to others would be beneficial as well. I am sure more people could learn something from a high-level battle." "Great. I'll see you when that's all set up then." In short, all of the work had been hoisted onto Anton's shoulders. Though it was just as well because he doubted she would be capable of organizing much. Unless there were the right people around to interpret some of her ideas. Chapter 343. When putting on a combat for people to see and learn from. Anton was unable to work at his full capacity, especially when doing so for lower-level cultivators. Most would only be able to perceive one of the two endpoints of the battle. If Anton actually cared about winning, that would be a problem. But he had worked with Chiker to put together a reasonably viewable setup for the battle. They started slow. Anton took a few dozen shots with his bow, and Chiker cut them out of the air with her sword or dodged them, letting them fly off into the sky. Both combatants focused on the skill of their movements more than the power. Because teaching people the lesson that overwhelming power trumped proper technique wasn't useful, even if it happened to be true. Though obviously having both was the best option, Anton brought another pair of bows into the equation. One the sword, bow, and the other the bone bow. Chaker responded in kind by making use of more swords and not just staying on the defensive. She allowed herself to fight suboptimally and allow Anton points where he could retreat from melee so the demonstration could continue. As the battle continued, it gradually became more serious. Neither side was trying to hurt the other. But at some point, they stopped trying not to injure each other. Anton found himself with a myriad of small cuts that were indicative of what could have been much greater wounds. In response, he started a rain of arrows from those that had missed and were simply circling in the distance. It wasn't a particularly useful tactic, given how he could only maintain a few dozen shots at once. But it certainly surprised the students. Some of Anton's shots made it through Chiker's flurry of defenses, and her ability to dodge attacks by a hair was insufficient against Anton's ability to predict her movements, forcing her in two bad positions with a rain of arrows. He even made use of ascension energy. But the outcome of the battle had been decided from the start. Chiker was not only better suited to close combat, but higher in cultivation, as she had both the great talent and Eoth. Anton was glad to have people to stitch his muscles back together, as he was not terribly familiar with recovering from debilitating wounds and never intended to be. It took him a long time to heal, regardless of whether or not he could accelerate it with the use of natural energy. And he wasn't a fan of pain. Allowing himself to get injured in battle was sloppy anyway. He would tolerate injuries as they happened, but never voluntarily choose to receive them. Even an hour after the battle had ended, some of the spectators were stunned to silence. Others couldn't help but try to discuss with each other, but putting what they had seen into words was difficult. Most people didn't get to see battles of life transformation cultivators, and it was even less likely to have been done for the purpose of teaching them. They would be given some days to digest the information before there were other demonstrations by different cultivators. Several months passed in what felt like an instant to some. In the end, it was an extremely lengthy and costly competition. And not just because of the distribution of rewards. Monopolizing the time of dozens of life transformation cultivators wasn't cheap, either in direct cost or because of what else they could have been doing. Anton firmly believed the value of teaching younger generations was worthwhile, and he was not alone in that belief. But some had required payment. As for the rewards, they were distributed through the system that had been devised. It was complicated, measuring the growth of cultivators relative to each other. The important part was that everyone who put in the effort got some sort of reward beyond their learning. Everyone had some number of points to choose rewards, from cultivation resources of various sorts to equipment, some of which was unique. Certain things had requirements beyond the points. Generally things that showed the cultivator could actually make use of them. The Million Sword Vault provided quite a few pieces of equipment under those restrictions. Quite similar to how they did things back at their sect itself. They had swords, of course, But the majority of things on offer were the additional pieces of equipment they had collected over the lifespan of their sect. Anton added one of his own offerings to the lot. The bone bow wasn't really suited for him, but it was absolutely suited for Nathenda. Unfortunately, just giving it to her might seem like a sign of blatant favoritism. So he had to require an appropriate amount of points to get it. Plus a little challenge. All that had to be done was to hit a target with it. Anton had also contributed other bows of lesser difficulty for the same purpose. Nathanda wasn't the first person to make the attempt to fire the bow, nor was she the first to succeed. However, the man who managed to be the first to hit the target passed upon his opportunity to obtain it, coming to the same conclusions as Sinaya. She wasn't even wrong. It was a bad bow. For most people. After all this time, Anton was pleased to have found someone it suited, and who needed it. When Nathanda finally saw that it was available, she hurried over to take her chance, and of course succeeded in hitting the target. She had been using the bow during training, after all. Anton wasn't sure what sort of bow she would need if she ever reached life transformation. But perhaps by that point she would have been picked up by a sect who could help her obtain more specialized equipment. Essence collection cultivators didn't just grow on trees, unlike swords. Apparently, but not every sect wanted to welcome someone unfamiliar. Cultivators who were too strong could drive a sect in a direction the leadership didn't want by the influence they would naturally gain due to their strength. But even if Nathanda didn't join a sect, he saw a good future for her. Then there was Ingram. The competition had caught him at an awkward stage of development. Or perhaps it came at the perfect time. He had many flaws that needed fixing before he could really develop, and his results hadn't been that impressive. Cultivators in the body tempering stage didn't get that many rewards, though they could still be meaningful for those individuals. Anton knew he had decent potential, but it was nothing so impressive that sects would be clamoring to pick him up. Though if he was willing, Anton was going to invite him to join the order. He was early enough in his cultivation he could change his core style if he was willing to make the effort. Then there was Flori, who had apparently been decided to be the apprentice of Chikar. That is, Chiker had decided she was now her disciple, and Flori didn't have the ability to object. Not that Anton thought she should pass up the opportunity, but the girl was rather timid and unable to express her opinions to Chiker. Personally, Anton thought their styles were quite different, but that didn't mean they would be a poor match. Swordmaster Rahayu was extremely different from Chiker with his single sword style versus her. Every sword style. Anton had to assume that was Chiker's ultimate goal, to wield every sword at once, or at least some sort of ridiculous ambition to that effect, as various efforts to prepare the world for a coming invasion progressed. An ominous feeling descended over the world. Life transformation cultivators were the first to sense it. A shifting in the skies and the very energy of the world. It was weak, at first, but gradually growing stronger. Nobody had to ask what it was. It was the weakening of the barrier between worlds, forewarning of the invasion itself. By the best estimates, it was still approximately a decade off. That was comforting, as that was sufficient time for talented individuals to reach early essence collection, or others to reach spirit building. For life transformation experts of the order, it was enough time to advance between a handful of stars for those earlier in life transformation, and with great talent to a single star for those closer to the peak or closer to the limits of their abilities. It was a warning and a deadline. Comparing to the grandiose ancient sects like the Luminous Ocean Society, Anton felt the top-ranking sects of their current time were lacking. However, he hoped it was merely in ornamentation and enduring fortifications, and not actual strength. He knew that at least the Luminous Ocean Society had some access to anti-ascension techniques. But with the whole of the cultivation world aware of them, it should be more impactful. Likewise, it was impossible to say what percentage of the population had been able to cultivate during previous invasions. But the general population was developing rapidly in that regard. Cities were growing larger as individual farmers were able to produce more higher quality crops to feed people. The changing world did come with some costs. Those with lower cultivation talent often found it difficult to keep up in their various trades and professions. That was unfortunate, but Anton knew that there would always be those who were less talented in certain areas. If a craftsman was exceptional at his job, he could still outperform cultivators with less experience and knowledge of the crafts. They would simply lose out to those who were good at both aspects. As cultivation made people better at both mental and physical tasks. One more decade, more or less. Anton would be close to 150 years old when it came. 100 years in his normal life, and 50 as a cultivator. If he was fortunate, he would surpass 70 stars by that time. Placing himself just shy of midlife, transformation cultivation. It was an arbitrary milestone. But it would let him at least provide some challenge to most life transformation cultivators. As for ascension cultivators, he had no way to know for sure. Even memories of the battles didn't really tell him everything he needed to know. If they couldn't recover their ascension energy, would they be the strength of peak life transformation cultivators? Would their insights make them stronger? Or perhaps they might be weaker due to their reliance on a particular type of energy they no longer had access to. There were so many factors to consider that they had no way to talk now. Perhaps the exalted archipelago might know something. But further interaction there was risky. Even if the Worthy Shore Society and a few others were welcoming to visitors, the area as a whole was not, and they had the power to wipe out anyone they didn't like moving through their waters. Just accepting that they would not engage in aggression beyond their waters was necessary to even have any hope for the future. The threat of the coming invasion filled Anton's mind, especially since he had many people he cared about. Family who had survived the destruction of Dungannon, such as Alva, Annalie, and Devon. Family who he had met after, like Katerina, new family. Like the children of Vanish and Annalie. That particular union was still causing changes in their sects, and especially the Frost Mirror sect. The faction that was merely learning to suppress emotions when Thecosito was winning out over the old guard who had completely severed theirs. But Anton didn't care about just family. He had friends and companions all throughout the world. But his desires to protect didn't extend merely that far. With the growth in his power, he felt an ever-widening responsibility for the world around him. He knew he couldn't actually protect the whole world with just the strength of early life transformation. Not even with all of his best companions or the sects he had influence in. Unfortunately, he would have to limit himself in scope. At least, at first. Working with the Order and the other growing sects within Greyotan to defend what they had would be the first priority, after which they would seek out other locations of conflict. If they could. There were only 10 more years. As the skies beyond the skies cracked and weakened beyond mortal senses. Chapter 344. Lately. Everything was done with a sense of dread, more than even before. Previously, Anton had thought he wanted a tangible sense of when the invasion would come. But now that the skies were constantly reminding him, he felt that he would prefer surprise. But that was just his mind being indecisive and worried. Even visiting friends was an activity that sparked little joy in him. If he didn't have any other purpose, he might enjoy himself more. But there was never an opportunity to justify any sort of travel that didn't also serve a greater goal. At the very least, he would be involved with teaching and guiding people along the way. As he passed through Varen, he took heart that they had at least done a fair job of eradicating slavery in the region. Fields were still filled with workers, but they had at least a bit more joy in their hearts and some manner of choice. It wasn't perfect, but things were better. Anton could not help but wonder if the whole world was not locked in some strange form of slavery, working hard only to have the fruits of their labor snatched away from them. But at least slavers provided their workers with tools, food, and shelter. The Ascenders were raiders who simply snatched whatever they wanted when the world was prosperous. That didn't make them any better or worse, just slightly different, and absolutely deserving of death. If Anton had a say in the matter, not a single person would be able to leave, and not a single leaf, shirt, or tool would be taken away. And he had some say, but it was rather arrogant to think that this time they would completely overturn the invasion, when they couldn't necessarily be said to be stronger than the previous iteration. The only factors that were different: the particular sects and clans in power, the individuals making them up, and Everhart. Perhaps there had been someone warning for preparing previous groups, but Anton knew Everhart had to be unique. if not in intent, in the methods he used to achieve that goal. Whether or not it would help enough remained to be seen. To the best of his knowledge, they had eradicated the Twin Soul sect and those supporting them. But there could be other traitors in their midst. Besides, if the Twin Soul sect had a knit root to their teachings, they would be reincarnated elsewhere, able to somehow impart knowledge and be recognized. Their purpose as spies would be fulfilled, even if they couldn't take part in the fighting. Their enemies would probably be more prepared to. Hopefully, they would fail to take the people of this world seriously. But counting on their enemies to screw up was a terrible idea. Anton passed through Ophirg, taking only a fraction of the time he had first taken to traverse the area. Weeks became days. And if he had been truly pressed, he could have gone even faster. But a life transformation cultivator running through the countryside was not a picture that would make the world feel safe. Even if they didn't think Anton was a cause of trouble, they would still wonder what was so bad that he had to rush. Not everyone was fully cognizant of the enormity of the coming invasion, but either way people didn't need more to worry about. Eventually he passed through the mosseth-orn timberlands to the grasping willows. The guards at the gate recognized him. Elder Anton. They bowed their heads. He didn't directly have any position within their sect, but he would have received proper greetings due to his status as life transformation cultivator, even if there was nothing else. The sect head has been expecting you. Good, Anton nodded in return. There wasn't much else to say. He could have had them go ahead to announce him, but that would be slower than going himself. Besides, Lev should be able to sense him soon enough, if he hadn't already. When Anton arrived, Lev was sitting with his back against one of the larger grasping willows. It was nothing compared to the grandfather willow. Anton could sense it off in the distance, looming over the valley below. If he wasn't mistaken, it had even grown somewhat taller, overtopping the height of its valley by a small margin and sticking up from the surrounding forest. Good to see you again. Anton, Lev gestured with his good arm to the ground next to him and a pot of tea. Come, sit. Lev was no longer the young man Anton had first encountered nearly dead in the forest. He was still young by cultivator standards, but he had matured. He also possessed lengthy hair and a beard that trailed along the ground. They were useful parts of the grasping willow's fighting style and a sign of prestige. Personally, Anton thought they were a bit silly to look at, but that might be a benefit in its own way. A weapon that didn't look like a weapon was a great advantage. Anton slumped against the tree, looking up at the sky. How long? Do you think? Until everyone feels it? It depends. Lev shook his head. A couple years for those in Essence collection. The last couple years, everyone will. It's not like people haven't heard, but Nawinja's almost worse. What I am concerned about is whether the process will accelerate or if they can break through early. Alternatively, they might not come immediately after and leave us waiting. Lev smiled. Perhaps, but you know cultivators. When have they ever waited to get their hands on something? Unless they are organized far more tightly than we can imagine, Samin will slip through at the earliest possibility. So it would be earlier rather than later. Not particularly comforting. The two of them sat for a while, chatting. Then Lev stood up. Well, we might as well get going. No point in putting this off. I can't imagine it will be easy to refine into useful equipment. That's not my specialty, I'll admit, Anton nodded. Though preparing wood is rather simple. Usually. Are you sure this is all right? Taking pieces of the grandfather willow, of course. It's not as if we're chopping it down. And every plant needs pruning every now and again. Without any weaker cultivators to watch out for, and with Lev's presence calming the tree, it was easy to retrieve a piece of branch and some vine. The difficult part with the former was carrying it. Anton wanted to have as much as possible for the enchanter to work with. And breaking it up into pieces might sully that. The vine. Just barely coiled up to fit into a storage bag all on its own. It was like a great anaconda, thicker than a man's thigh for its length, though Theral Anaconda was taken away by Lev. The creature had made the wrong choice in what it wanted to try to eat, and anything that attempted to eat a human was too dangerous to let live. So Anton carried the branch, a rather skinny one more like a tree trunk, 20 meters in length. It took a significant expenditure of energy to hold it up and keep himself from being shoved neck deep into the ground from the weight compressing all into the points of his feet. It was a rate that Anton could maintain, but only because he was a life transformation expert. Even then, he had to consciously and continuously control his breathing and replenish his energy from the world around him. At least the quality and quantity of energy was much higher everywhere he went. Along the road, he was met with a myriad of strange looks. Any cultivator could recognize his power, which was why most did little more than look. Some cultivators didn't like being spoken to by those they considered lessers. Ofurg had greatly improved the effective rights of people, but the intimidation factor was still there. Whether or not they were actually in danger, but some people recognized Anton. He knew he was only familiar with a tiny proportion of the world, but the distance that he could be sensed at was significant. Some people went out of their way to come greet him. "What's that for?" asked a carpenter Anton had taught the very beginnings of cultivation. "Planning to build a house, not currently, Bob. It's for a bow." "A bow for who it's rather." "Large. The choicest parts will be used for the weapon. The rest will find other uses, but I am not a grand crafter or enchanter. I've put together a few hunting bows for everyday use, but I didn't ever truly learn the craft." "Really, you seem to have a pretty good sense of wood to me," Bob said as he strode alongside Anton. "I'll admit I can manage pretty much anything to the standards of a mundane craftsman. Or an earlier stage cultivator learning the ropes. But I'd rather leave the work to someone who spent centuries honing their craft." Technically, she hadn't done much of anything for Mana centuries. But 100 years was still quite a bit longer than Anton had been alive. While he'd been quite capable of all of the work he did on and around the farm, after becoming a cultivator, he had learned there were greater depths to things he couldn't have imagined. Well, good luck with that then, Bob waved. I've got some more moderately sized wood to go work with. Anton was glad that he didn't have to go through a teleport formation to reach his destination. He was fairly certain he would not have been able to bring the branch with him. Fortunately, Ella made her home in Droka. The master bowyer was said to be the best, and having seen some of her work, Anton had to agree, especially if they were going to be working with wood. She was an old woman with wrinkled skin, but her hand remained clear of defects, and she still had the strength of a cultivator. Well, let's see the rest, she gestured after Anton put down the giant log he had been carrying. The string. I hope it's suited, Anton said, but they are from the same tree, so they should at least have affinity. He reached into the storage bag and began to unwind the hanging vine. Technically more of a dangling branch that grew further from the trunk. Excellent, Ella nodded. I can work with this. Good potential with both here. She wrapped her hands around the vine branch. This needs to be condensed. Anton watched with rapt attention as she began to run her energy through it. The process was slow, but she pulled and twisted the material with her hands while her energy worked from within. Very gradually, the size began to decrease. Some portion of that was from material being removed, leaving a fine dust on the floor. But Anton was certain that the rest was increasing in density. He was quiet, not daring to interrupt. Several hours later, Ella pulled out a knife, slicing a several-meter length of string from the rest of the vine. As both strings went, its over a millimeter thickness was quite hefty, but Anton trusted her judgment. After that, the master bowyer took some time to inspect the branch he had brought, eventually cutting out a length of wood. Like the string, parts of it were whittled away while others were condensed, until she had a rounded rod that could serve as the basis for a bow. Over the process of several days, the process continued, both materials crafted and treated in various ways. The bow took shape slowly, but even once it was finished, her work wasn't done. Ella unhooked the string and began to work on a different bench laden with formations, various powdered gemstones, vials of beast blood, and numerous other things that Anton didn't recognize were involved in the enchanting process, ultimately resulting in a bow that looked simple on the surface with few ornate designs. It is done, Ella declared. Payment has already been received. Thank you, Anton inclined his head. Though don't hesitate to ask for favors in the future, should you need them. I will remember. So, Anton asked. Is it safe to shoot it? She nodded. Outside? Anton didn't doubt he could shoot through an open window. Or possibly a small crack in a structure, but it seemed rather rude to try. And as it was a new bow, it was possible his aim would be slightly off. He could always dissolve his spirit arrow, but it would be embarrassing. The bow was perfect. It wasn't laden with special qualities or odd features like the one made out of swords. Instead, it was made out of flexible, yet springy materials, firm where they needed to be. It had power to it. And more importantly, it matched Anton. Not only was it made specifically for his grip, but the materials were gathered by himself, and from something he had a history with, even if it was only incidental. When she explained those factors being important, he had believed her. But now he was able to experience it. If only he could have a dozen more. But he doubted he would be able to maintain the firing of multiple bows of such power, even if he had them. Chapter 3, 45. Until a spear of light came from the heavens, nothing indicated to Diego or his family that the current section of the road was unsafe. A bit uncomfortable to travel with a wagon, but that was how they were bringing their few possessions to the city. The youngest siblings couldn't walk all day either. In the city was promise of teachings about cultivation. While they were able to farm just enough to feed themselves, Diego knew his parents were worried about the future. There were all sorts of rumors swirling about, but none spoke of long-term stability. Since Diego had managed to learn a bit of cultivation secondhand from working on a nearby farm, they were taking the chance to go to the city. He thought he could protect his family. But he didn't know about the dangers lurking behind the boulders and trees. The spear of light spooked the old nag that was pulling the wagon, sending the family tumbling about. One of the little ones was teetering on the edge as the wagon suddenly started speeding forward, and Diego picked him up and shoved him towards the front of the wagon. At the same time, a wheel hit a stone, knocking him off of the wagon. He fell on his side, landing hard on the road. He heard his parents screaming, but he stood up. "Don't worry, I'll catch up." Calming down a spooked horse wasn't an easy task. And his father had enough to do just keeping them on the road. If anyone had to run to catch up, he was the best option. It was unfortunate that there were a dozen bandits standing just off the road. Diego could sense their cultivations now that the first attacks had happened. Warning shots? He surmised, but they didn't have the intended effect. Not that there would be much for them to steal anyway. When Diego turned towards them, he was surprised that the group looked confused. They had weapons drawn, but when they began to move towards him, more spears of light impacted the ground in front of them. They had to be spears given their size and power, right? They faded a moment after impact. But gouts of dirt sprayed into the air where they landed. A few moments of no movement, and one person tried to take a step towards Diego. Another arrow landed right in front of their toe, forcing them to jump back. He had been planning to stay behind to keep them away from his family, maybe convince them they had nothing. But Diego wasn't going to disregard whatever good fortune this was. He took a tentative step just to make sure he could move. And when nothing came towards him, he ran off down the road towards his family. They might not even know anything happened except something spooking the horse. That might be best for some of them. It took a while, but Anton finally got in comfortable speaking distance of the bandits. He stepped into clear view and flared his cultivation so they didn't get any stupid ideas thinking he was out of energy or weak. "Do you know why you are still alive?" Anton asked. The group of bandits looked at each other, then shook their heads. "No, honored elder. Because we can't afford to waste lives, even ones of scum like yourselves." Anton looked up at the sky. "Soon enough, even those like you will feel it. Before then, you are going to be learning something." Yes, sir?" "We won't do it again." A man that appeared to be the leader spoke up. "Even if I fully believed that." "That's not what I meant this time." Anton smiled. "You are actually going to be learning something. You will come with me. Learn some specific combat techniques and train yourselves. Then you will wait for further orders." "Are we being conscripted?" the man asked. "That's right. The other option?" Anton shrugged. The implications were clear. Nobody was willing to risk doing anything. They were just a bunch of spirit-building cultivators. Way too strong to be preying on poor folk on the road. Anton wasn't sure if they were from a sect or an unfortunate side effect of teaching everyone to cultivate. But he had been tipped off to their location by a local sect. The group of would-be bandits had not actually managed to do anything but reveal themselves, but it was close. The local sect would have taken care of them had Anton not come by. He would not take them directly to the order. Conscripting people wasn't a pleasant process, but times were dire. Even so, if it was going to be done, it would be right. They would receive a proper trial. Eyewitness evidence from Anton was all they really had. But those with proper training and insight could make a fair trial by judging what people said, especially weaker cultivators. Ironically enough, it would have been easier to just kill them. Instead, they would be taught anti-Ascension techniques. When the invasion came, they would fight like anyone else. And like everyone else, many of them would die. Better against the invaders than in petty squabbles. The larger sects understood they couldn't afford to lose any manpower in the last few years. But some people didn't quite get it just yet. Conscripts weren't really different than slaves, but they could always choose to be dead. Perhaps he was just justifying extreme measures to himself in the times of crisis. But if Anton lived through it, he would do his best to make sure the region didn't return to treating people like property. And if everyone died, then at least they would do so with slightly better odds on their side. 10 years hadn't been enough. What could be done anew about each a few people, settle a few disputes so people didn't kill each other, and sentence a few people to a different death than they would have otherwise had. None of that felt good enough. Anton almost wished he had died as a farmer. Unfortunately, it wouldn't change the reality of the world. Blissful ignorance was still ignorance. Being able to at least attempt to make the world better on a grand scale was something worthwhile. Anton looked down at the space beneath himself, where there was nothing but air. It could be called flying in a way, but for the most cultivators it really wasn't. He was simply holding himself up with a pillar of energy. It was a waste of effort in battle, where it could be severed easily and provided little advantage. Even so, it was something Anton had once found joy in. Being up in the air, surrounded by the wind, and closer to the sun. Though he knew the actual difference in his distance to the sun was minuscule, being away from everything else felt better. At the moment he could comfortably go about 100 meters up, but he was only at a stable equilibrium much lower than that. He slowly settled to the ground. It was a neat trick, possibly useful for getting a better vantage. But he didn't need to see people with his eyes to shoot at them. Arcing his shot up into the air was just as simple from on the ground, where he didn't have to concentrate on holding himself up. Anton sighed, as he did often in recent times. Nothing was fun anymore. Even body-tempering cultivators felt the rapidly approaching calamity in the sky. It was becoming ever more clear. And soon enough people would be able to count down the days. What else could be done before then, Anton didn't know. Perhaps he would be lucky and condense one final star, but Anton doubted it. It was unfortunate. But his current state of mind was not conducive to cultivation. Negative emotions could only support people in the short term. A decade of them just wore cultivators down, though Anton knew there were many more hopeful than himself. Hopefully they would be the ones to survive and lead the next generation to create a better world. Another much older man watched from a closer vantage point. His eyes were sunken, his visage sallow. The energy that was meant to sustain him ultimately had to come to an end. In fact, if he knew himself, he was already overdue. He wondered what future was being sacrificed. Perhaps something simple like the power of the formations themselves. Or perhaps him, this projection and its memories. That would be just fine. Everhart looked down upon the world. He liked to make people think he was omniscient, but that was not the case. If he had been, he wouldn't have bothered holding on for the last few months. Nobody more had come to him, entrapped in his web. Now, it didn't matter. The invasion would be proceeding regardless of who died. Hopefully there was enough uncertainty there to make them careless. The lack of people coming through might have tipped them off. But Everhart felt the distant figures in the sky. Nothing would change at this point, and he did what he thought was best. He only hoped it had been enough. For a moment, he wondered about his true self. Was he dead? Or perhaps he was simply not coming back. The plan had never been to defend against the invasion himself. But as a projection task to a single task for centuries, he had much time to think. His focus might have made him more inclined towards the world, but he still hoped that Everhart would change his mind and return. But he had probably finally angered someone too strong for himself and died. As the barrier surrounding the world faded away, brought about by some natural phenomenon that even Everhart couldn't claim to understand, he smiled. He had to believe what he had done would be enough. He faded away with that hope, his duty fulfilled to the best of his abilities. Every member of the order stood beneath the cover of the most powerful defensive formation any of them had ever perceived. At least they no longer had to wait or wonder. The sense of cultivators in the sky was clear to them. Ascension cultivators, brimming with power. Yet beneath that were those that were weaker, covered in some sort of protection as they approached. Anton almost stood in awe. There was a level of power there that was unattainable for him. Yet those individuals were not the largest threat. Their numbers were limited, and they seemed to be distributing themselves to different parts of the world. The numerous cultivators that were the equivalent of life transformation were a bigger concern. Soon they would arrive. It was Grand Elder Sinaya elbowing Anton that brought him into a sensible state of mind. Hey! Want to take bets on which of us can take out more of them before they hit the ground right? There was no reason to wait for them to arrive. They were almost within range of horizon shot. Shooting upwards would slightly limit their range as they fought gravity, but not having to deal with obstructions. It was actually quite interesting, and they would only get one chance to try it. Seems like the Ascension cultivators are protecting them, though, Anton commented. How about we pick one and see how much these Ascension techniques can really do? That's the spirit, Kanya grinned. All right. How about that one? Kanya pointed, and nobody but Anton could follow it precisely. But he understood. Fortunately, there weren't many cultivators coming in the bundle near them. Just a handful. Along with more life transformation and essence collection cultivators than they had, it was fine. What were they going to do? Kill him? That, at least, was something Anton was unafraid of. Kania shot first, but Anton followed up with a light element, spirit arrow. Anton had been worried that all that training was wasted. But as their attacks hit the large barrier maintained by the powerhouse in the sky trembled. It was nowhere close to breaking from just a couple arrows, but it was clear it reacted poorly to their techniques. If they could destabilize it enough to stop for even a moment, then it would be their first victory before the invaders got a single foot on their world. There were all sorts of flaws with the world, but it wastes and nobody was allowed to say otherwise.